Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Quirkless Deku was Omega. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Katsuki was woken from the dream, the memory, by someone knocking at his door. A glance at his clock told him it was very late, as did the continued darkness from the hallway when the door opened. Somehow, he'd known who it was, so he didn't growl as someone came into the room. Kaken, Kazue called. Kaken? What? Katsuki growled, rubbing his eyes. He felt Kazue clamber up onto his bed. Mommy said to come get you. Katsuki paused, staring at the pup as he gazed thoughtfully back. He said not to tell you that, but Mommy also says not to lie to people. Is he okay? Katsuki quickly roused himself, trying to shake out the lingering effects of the dream. I don't know. Kazue raised his hands as Katsuki stood, the alpha immediately picking him up. He just told me to come get you. Katsuki growled lowly, made his way down the hallway. He hurried to Izuku's room, found it cracked open. He paused, but it was quiet inside, so he knocked before entering. Izuku, he called, pushed the door open. There was a soft glow from the corner of the room, a new nightlight in place, blue and soft, bathing the room in a dim effusion of light. Izuku was in bed, laying on his side, his face hidden from the doorway. Katsuki waited for him to say something, but he didn't even move. Hey, Izuku. While Katsuki kept his voice low and soft, Kazue immediately shouted, Mommy. I went and got Kaken like you told me to. Izuku immediately curled up around himself as if cringing, hiding his face in his hands. Katsuki took a few steps inside to place Kazue on the bed, letting the pup rush over to his Omega and rub against him comfortingly. The Omega made an irritated, exasperated sound beneath his hands. You all right? Katsuki asked. Izuku sighed, lifted his hands from his face. Could you just? I don't know. Katsuki waited, but the Omega didn't elaborate. Do you want me to leave? No. Stay. He made a short noise halfway to a whine. Just tell me what you want, Izuku. Izuku didn't say anything. Kazue sighed and gave a dramatic flop onto the Omega's side. Mommy. Oh, just. Izuku suddenly rose up, grabbing hold of Kazue and hugging him to his ear. Even in the glow of the nightlight, Katsuki could see the uncertainty in his eyes. Slowly, he came and sat next to the Omega, tentatively running a hand along his back. Izuku didn't quite melt under the touch, but Katsuki could feel little ringlets of muscles unwinding under his fingers. The Omega rubbed against Kazue, settling the pup quickly, then sighed. Just, would you mind laying next to me again? Sure. Is everything okay? Yeah. He shivered. Hugged Kazue a little tighter. He wouldn't look at Katsuki. After what you said today, I keep thinking I see something in the room. That's what it was. The Omega was scared. A swelling of protective instinct made Katsuki want to snarl and hiss and track down Yokoyama and destroy him. But the reality was that wasn't possible. So he settled his nerves with a deep breath, nodded. Sure, Izuku. I'll stay with you tonight. Just for tonight, the Omega snapped, to which Katsuki nodded. Just until you feel safe. Izuku wrinkled his nose at the words, lay down with Kazue still curled up in his arms. Katsuki went and shut the door, then curled up behind the Omega, just as he had done that first night. This time, he didn't touch Izuku, opting instead to wrap his arms around his pillow. Good night, he said. Izuku was very quiet. Then, with a huff, he turned over, moving Kazue into the space between them, but pressing closer to the alpha. Kazue chirped happily, nuzzling into Katsuki's esti while remaining curled in Izuku's arms. Izuku watched the pup, the ghost of a smile on his lips. Then he closed his eyes. Good night. Kazue purred, snuggling deeper into the space between Alpha and Omega. Night, night. Katsuki stared forward, a bit in a daze, noticed that Kazue was still peering at him, a little quirk to his lips. It took the Alpha a moment to realize what he wanted, eventually grumbling out, Good night. Satisfied, Kazue rubbed his cheek against Katsuki and closed his eyes. Izuku didn't react, pretending to be asleep. With Pup and Omega settled, Katsuki glanced over the room. Even with the soft glow of the nightlight, there were still shadows that reached toward the bed, lines that might, at a glance, look like jagged teeth. Knowing Yokoyama was still out there, knowing he'd sought Izuku out after the attack, knowing it was possible he was looking for him right at that moment, made Katsuki want to rage. He understood why. Even here, Izuku couldn't feel safe. His home had been violated as much as he had. All his safe spaces had been torn away. Even if he hadn't been around for the last 5 years, Katsuki had once been a safe place for the Omega. It made sense that he would seek out even the old safety nets he hadn't used in years. And Katsuki didn't honestly mind it. If he could provide some level of comfort to the Omega, then he didn't mind being used. Not if it helped him. Still, he didn't like those shadows. He growled lowly, ran a hand through Kazue's hair. When he did, his fingers accidentally brushed against Izuku's hand. He drew quickly away, but Izuku didn't react, didn't move away at his touch. Still, he didn't push the Omega any. As long as he was content and able to sleep, it was all that mattered. So he settled in, closed his eyes. Kept an ear to anything that shouldn't be there, only heard the soft rustling of his pack around them. Katsuki felt something shifting in his arms, felt a hand press against his face. Kaken. The alpha grumbled at the pup's voice. Food. Kaken. Food. Katsuki growled and Izuku shifted, sighed. Ask nicely, Kazue. The pup huffed. Kaken, can we please get some food? The alpha sighed, shifted, lifted himself up. Immediately, Kazue crawled into his lap, reached up to nestle into his scent gland. Katsuki wrapping his arms around him to prop him up. Izuku, he muttered, earning a hum from the Omega, let me bring you some breakfast? Izuku nosed himself farther into the bed, sighed. I told you no breakfast in bed. I asked you first. A wrinkle came to the Omega's nose, but he didn't try to rise from the bed. He seemed to mull over the idea, then said, all right, fine. Katsuki nodded, got up from the bed before he could change his mind. Just rest up. Breakfast? Kazue asked. The alpha grumbled. I'll show you how to make breakfast. The pup smiled widely. I want to stir the eggs. All right, pup. You can do that. Kazue gave a little chirp. Opening the door, Katsuki heard a soft rustling downstairs, probably those getting ready to go out on patrol soon. He had a half schedule that day to go on patrol with Kaminari, but he had a couple of hours before he had to leave. Enough time to make sure Izuku was settled from the previous night. And that started with breakfast. He set Kazue on the ground, nodded toward the stairs. Kitchen. Watch your step. The pup glanced around as if confused by his surroundings, then raised his arms to the alpha. Kaken. Remembering what Izuku had said yesterday, Katsuki ignored him, started toward the stairs. Come on, pup, he said when Kazue whined. Behind him, he heard the pup huff angrily and the little stomps of his feet as he followed after the alpha. They didn't see anyone on their way into the kitchen, save for Todoroki, who was sitting in the dining room drinking tea and reading a newspaper of all things. He glanced up at Katsuki and Kazue, the pup hurrying to grab onto Katsuki's leg at the sight of the other alpha, though he didn't growl or otherwise act aggressively toward him. They moved quickly on, neither Todoroki nor Katsuki acknowledging one another. Once in the kitchen, Katsuki considered what he was going to do. He knew that, at least 5 years ago, Izuku preferred a simple breakfast, and with Kazue helping, a simple breakfast was probably best. He picked Kazue up and set him on the counter, growling, "Don't touch anything unless I tell you to." The pup snorted. "You're being mean, Kaken." "No. It's dangerous. You could get hurt." "No. I'm strong. And I'm tough. See." He bore his teeth, showed little pup canines peeking over his other teeth. Katsuki looked at him, nodded. "I know you're tough, but even tough people can get hurt." Kazue tilted his head slightly as Katsuki set some eggs and rice next to him. "Kaken, do you get hurt?" "Yes, sometimes. I am a hero after all." "Does it hurt being a hero?" "Sometimes." "Then why do you do it?" Katsuki handed the pup a wooden spoon while he filled a pot with water. He took the moment to think carefully, selecting his words one at a time. "I became a hero because I wanted to stop villains from doing bad things." "But that's dangerous." "Yeah. It can be. The pup huffed and put his hands on his hips. Kaken, if you can do dangerous things, then I think I can do dangerous things too. Like make breakfast. Those are two very different things, Kazuo. Says who? Says me. Kazuo pouted mightily. Kaken, you make no sense? Katsuki shook his head. Always make your rice first. You hear that, rice first. The pup tilted his head, but nodded and listened as Katsuki told him what they were going to be making that morning. It admittedly took more time than usual to get breakfast put together. But it was rewarding to watch Kazue's eyes widen at the expanding rice or the joy he took in slowly stirring the eggs, even if Katsuki had to go back and whisk them afterward. Soon enough, Kazuo was carefully stacking bowls and chopsticks on the tea tray while Katsuki nestled a cup of fresh coffee in the tray's center. I want to carry the tray. Kazuo tried to pick it up, but Katsuki pressed it back onto the counter. Oh. You just get the door for me. The pup wrinkled his nose, seemed to think over a response, then huffed out. Okay. Before Katsuki could stop him, the pup leaped off the counter, landing lithely on his feet and scurrying for the staircase. The alpha had gone rigid, frozen in a new kind of terror at the sight of Kazuo jumping off the counter, his heart stuttering nearly to a halt and his stomach dropping far out of his body. He took several moments to get his heart started back up before yanking the tea tray off the counter with muttered curses and stomping after the pup. When he reached the staircase, he heard Kazuo shouting for Izuku only to be quickly hushed by the Omega. A sudden peal of laughter from the pup settled some of Katsuki's nerves, called him forward as he approached the bedroom. He nudged the door open a little more, saw Izuku with Kazuo curled up in his arms, gnawing gently at the pup's cheeks, Kazuo growling and nipping back at him. Katsuki stood for a moment in the doorway, watching them, somewhat confused. He'd never seen anything like this before, though both pup and Omega seemed to have fallen into a familiar pattern, playing as they may have any other day. And for however confused he might be, Katsuki recognized the beauty in the moment, the progress, the steps and leaps taken to reach this point. So he was quiet as he watched, until Kazuo noticed him and popped up with a chirp. Izuku glanced over to him, sat up slowly. That smells good. I helped, mommy. Kazuo tugged at the Omega's arm. Well, it smells delicious, firecracker. Izuku pulled the pup to his body and nuzzled him. Kazuo nipped at his cheek and the Omega purred happily. As much as it felt a little intrusive to step into the room, Katsuki did so to offer Izuku the mug of coffee. The Omega's purring softened to a satisfied hum. Thank you. It really does smell good. Well, eat up. Keep your strength up. Katsuki handed him a bowl, which Izuku took, pushing Kazuo gently down when he tried to peer at the food. The pup pouted, until the alpha offered him a bowl of his own. Floor or table downstairs, he said. Kazuo wrinkled his nose. Why does mommy get to eat in bed and I can't? Because he's the Omega? But why? I told you, Katsuki grumbled. Izuku is a grown-up and he's the Omega. Not even I get to eat in bed. He caught a bit of a smug look from Izuku before he covered it up by taking a drink from his coffee. The pup still seemed unsatisfied by the answer, but he didn't argue as Katsuki shifted the tray in his hands. Come on. Let's go downstairs and eat at the table together. The pup looked skeptically up at Katsuki, glanced once at Izuku, then hurried to push the door open for Katsuki a little more. Before leaving, the alpha glanced over his shoulder, saw Izuku watching him from over his mug. He couldn't quite tell what was going through the Omega's mind, so he said nothing, followed Kazuo as the pup stomped along the hallway. Downstairs, he found only one chair at the table taken, Ida slumped over a half-eaten breakfast, sleeping. Kazuo had snuck close to the pack alpha, tiptoeing to keep from waking him. Katsuki watched, until there came a mischievous grin to the pup's lips and he reached for Ida. Then he barked. Ida jolted awake and when he did, Kazuo screeched in panic, rushing to hide behind Katsuki's legs. The alpha snorted shortly, setting the tray on the table as the pack alpha blinked, opening his mouth to say something. Both alphas paused as something thumped loudly upstairs, followed quickly by the noise of a door slamming open. Everyone turned to the staircase just as Izuku burst into the room, grabbing the banister to stop himself from tumbling down the stairs. His pupils were blown so wide, Katsuki swore there was no green left in them, the Omega's grip white-knuckled on the banister. A wave of distress rushed down the stairs, rolling over Katsuki, every fiber of his being reacting to the Omega's panic. Protect Omega. Comfort Omega. His hands flinched, but he was frozen, not really sure what to do as Izuku's eyes darted desperately around the room. Kazue? It was both a question and a cry of panic. The pup chirped as he peeked out from behind Katsuki, Izuku immediately calming. He let out a sigh, slumping slightly as the pup ran to climb the stairs and reach his Omega. Izuku scooped him into his arms, rubbing against him, purring maybe more to calm himself than the pup. As the Omega settled, Katsuki found his joints were able to move again and he let out a breath, glancing toward Ida. The pack alpha had gone rigid in his seat, now wide awake. While he seemed to have full control over his body, Katsuki found himself a little stiff in places still. It was Ida who rose and spoke first. Apologies, Midoriya. I'm afraid I may have startled your pup. That wasn't my intention. Izuku shifted slightly, pulled Kazue closer to his body. It's fine. I just heard him and I don't know. I guess I just... He bit his lip, didn't seem to know how to continue. Ida nodded understandingly. It's all right. There's no need for you to explain. Just know that he's safe and unhurt. Everything's okay. You're right. Izuku shifted Kazue in. His arms again chewed at his lip. I think I'll join you for breakfast after all. Whatever you want to do, Katsuki managed to growl. He shifted uncomfortably as Izuku nodded, disappeared back down the hallway, taking Kazue with him, the pup very quiet. Once the Omega had left, Katsuki slumped into his seat, muttering intelligibly as Ida righted his glasses and for the first time noticed his half-eaten breakfast. He began eating while Katsuki growled some more, eventually drowning it out with a large swig of coffee. Izuku re-emerged carrying his bowl and mug, Kazue chatting happily with the Omega, already having forgotten what had just occurred. He raced back to his seat, where Katsuki had deposited his breakfast, the pup grabbing greedily for his chopsticks to begin eating. Izuku cast a wary glance to Ida but eventually took his seat on the other side of Kazue. He flicked his chopsticks through his food as if searching for something. Katsuki watched him for several long moments, until the Omega sighed and turned his glare to him, indicating that he had, in fact, noticed the alpha's staring. Then Katsuki cleared his throat and turned back to his food. After a moment's pause, Ida readjusted his glasses, the movement catching both Izuku's and Kazue's attention. How are you feeling today, Midoriya? Izuku shrugged. Taking it one day at a time. Ida nodded. We'll take that. As long as you're making it through. He glanced at his breakfast, pushed his plate back. Just so you are aware, we're expecting visitors next week. While Izuku tilted his head curiously, Katsuki let out a low, dangerous growl. We agreed no visitors, not even members of the agency. Eyebags was supposed to be the only exception. This is something Yaoyorozu had planned for a long time, but our agreement is also the reason I'm bringing this up now. I wanted to know if it was something you would have concerns with, Midoriya. Izuku shrugged. There's really only a couple people I wouldn't want anywhere near me, and I highly doubt you would allow them anywhere near the pack house. The pack alpha smiled, relaxed somewhat. I believe you. And I'm glad you recognize we wouldn't let anyone we don't trust near the pack house. We value the safety of everyone in this house. The Omega shrugged, didn't seem at all impressed. Well, that's less about your values and more that I recognize your instinctual need to establish and keep territorial lines. Ida blinked in surprise, but Izuku didn't seem to notice. May I ask who is coming over? I'd like to know that as well, Katsuki hissed, trying to hold back his frustration. Ida cleared his throat, seemed to try to reorient himself. Togata and Amajiki were going to drop off their pups for a play date with Fumiko and Takahiro. It might be good for Kazue as well to play with them. Their pups are a little closer in age to him than our pack pups. Kazue had stopped eating to peer up at Ida with wide eyes. Did you say Togata? And Amamajiki? Ida nodded, bringing his voice down when addressing the pup. Yes, of course. Their pups are good friends with Fumiko and Takahiro. But, The pup looked up at Izuku, who had a carefully guarded expression, not quite concealing a little spark in his eyes. But, that's Lemillion and Sun Eater, right? That's right. Kazue let out a huge, dramatic gasp, spinning on Izuku to tug at his arm. Mommy, I want to meet Lemillion and Sun Eater. They're so cool. A smile curled along Izuku's lips at the pup's enthusiasm, and he even chuckled. All right, but you have to promise to behave. Mommy. Yes. Mommy. Izuku turned to Ida as Kazue continued to tug at his arm. That would be fine. As long as they won't mind Kazue being a bit of a fan. I'm sure they will be flattered. Kazue let out a shrill noise, cut off abruptly as Izuku made a quick, short noise somewhat like a growl. The pup turned to Katsuki, smiling widely, though he paused when he saw the alpha. Kaken, aren't you excited to meet Lemillion and Sun Eater? Katsuki just barely was able to turn his silent snarl into a forced, not-quite grin. So, excited? The Omega's lips twitched toward a smile as Kazue kicked his legs out happily. Eat your breakfast, Kaz? Kazue nodded. You too, Mommy. The Omega took a bite with the pup, purring when Kazue hummed happily. His eyes did flick up to Katsuki, catching that the alpha's smile had faded back to a snarl. Something wrong, Katsuki? Katsuki clicked his tongue. Nope. He forced himself to jam food into his mouth. There was a moment of quiet as the three ate their breakfast, Ida very obviously watching them carefully. Eventually he stood. I have some things to take care of. Please excuse me. Katsuki glared after the pack alpha as he took up his plate and left. He kept his glare anywhere but on Kazue and Izuku, even as he felt the Omega shift toward him. So, eventually, Izuku braved the silence. What plans do you have today? Patrol later with Dunce Head? He caught a confused look from both Izuku and Kazue, so he clarified, Kaminari? Is Kaminari a Dunce Head? Kazue asked, Izuku quickly shaking his head. Oh. Katsuki is just being silly again. What's a Dunce Head? The pup pressed. A lovely person, Izuku said without hesitation. Oh, Kazue took a huge bite of rice. Kaminari is nice. Izuku handed him a napkin, which the pup dutifully used to wipe his mouth. Katsuki watched Pup and Omega silently, enjoyed the natural rhythm they so easily fell into. It was another small piece of normalcy, something falling back into place. And it was a moment he again had no place in. So, he went to stand, paused when the Omega immediately turned to him. Are you leaving? Katsuki lifted his plate. Just cleaning up. The Omega nodded, handed him his mug. Top me off. There was another question beneath the obvious request. Come back and sit with me. He nodded, sure. By the time he went into the kitchen, refilled Izuku's coffee, and returned to the dining room, Kazue was gone, his bowl sitting empty on the table. Izuku was shifting around a couple grains of rice, though he paused to gratefully take the mug from Katsuki. Thank you. Of course, Katsuki took Kazue's seat right next to the Omega. Kazue? Sent him to go play with Fumiko? The alpha nodded. They're still getting along. Izuku trailed his thumb along the rim of the mug. Yeah. She's tough enough to keep him in line. She's tough enough to keep anyone in line. Including you. There was a smirk in Izuku's voice. Katsuki snorted. She certainly ties. Izuku chuckled, the noise settling Katsuki in his seat. He leaned back slightly. There's something you needed from me. Not really. Izuku shrugged. Just wanted to hang out. Katsuki paused halfway through drinking his coffee to examine the Omega. However, Izuku kept his gaze on the far wall, lost in his own coffee. He couldn't quite tell what was behind Izuku's words, nor did he really know how to respond to them. So he finished taking a huge gulp of his coffee, set it down on the table. So, I heard you were working at a support agency? A sharp look overtook the Omega, just barely not a glare. I was. When are you going to go back? We'd support you with whatever you'd need. I'm not. Katsuki paused. What? I'm not going back to work there. Again, he waited, but Izuku wouldn't even look at him. Why? The Omega purposefully drunk from his mug, maybe hoping Katsuki would move on. When it didn't, Izuku sighed. They fired me. A spike of anger had Katsuki's lip twitching. What? Izuku finally chanced to glance at him, clearly noticed his anger. Well, there's new management from when I was hired and they were never a huge fan of mine. So when I didn't show up to work for 3 days without any communication, they went and fired me. It took a long, deep breath for Katsuki to not immediately snarl loudly. You should be able to ask for your job back. Your circumstances were extreme. Izuku shook his head. They told me I'd have to renegotiate the position and I wouldn't be able to meet the new requirements with Kazue and with everything that's happening right now. So, I won't be going back to work for them. He let the statement linger between them, Katsuki unable to coherently think of a response. Izuku set his mug down, smiled, said, "It's fine. I don't know how I would do trying to just go back to work and to school. I probably need a little break anyway." That's still bullshit what they did to you. There was no way Katsuki was just going to let Izuku shrug this off, even as the Omega tried very strong to. However, he wasn't quite prepared for when the Omega gestured uselessly into the air and said, "Yeah, it is, I don't disagree. But it is what it is and I don't have the patience or strength to worry over that on top of everything else." It was strong to argue with that. Strong to push Izuku to do more when he made it so clear he simply couldn't. That there was so much weighing on him, that he'd been forced to shuck the weight he couldn't bear anymore, seemingly without much of a thought. Of course, it made sense that he'd be used to doing such things. His life had been full of tough decisions for the past 5 years, Katsuki assumed. Taking care of himself and Kazue couldn't have been easy. He couldn't imagine what he'd had to give up for the sake of his pup. This was just another part of that. Still, that didn't mean he had to accept it. What company was it? For the first time, Izuku met his gaze. Why? Just tell me. The Omega paused another moment, then said, "Sigma." Katsuki immediately pulled out his phone, opened his messages to Ida. "We don't associate with Sigma Support Company anymore." He glared at the screen, waited for Ida's eventual response, which was just several question marks. They screwed over Izuku. "We don't associate with them anymore." Before receiving another response from the Pack Alpha, he sent the same message to the group chat, tucking his phone away as it immediately started vibrating with new messages. Izuku was staring at him with an eyebrow raised, but he didn't ask anything, just went back to his coffee. "Well, when you're ready, we can help you look for a new job. If you wanted and if you're comfortable, we could probably find something for you to do at the agency." At this, Izuku snorted. "I don't need your charity. It's not charity. It's a recognition of your ability and your need. Plus, like Ida and Uraraka said, you're practically part of the pack now. We'll do whatever we can to help you out." Although he didn't seem to like that answer, Izuku said nothing, staring into his mug silently. Enough time went on that Katsuki, too, turned to his coffee, saw a dim reflection of himself. He looked put off. Not quite settled. He growled into the liquid, took a sip to break the mirror. As he did, he saw Izuku glance at him, gestured toward him. "What's that on your neck?" Katsuki immediately pressed a hand to his neck, couldn't feel what he knew was, in fact, a small discolored mark that looked suspiciously like a long-suffering burn. He set his mug down. "Old injury. Had a garrote caught around my neck. Got a little too enthusiastic about burning it off. I don't remember seeing that on the news." Katsuki gave him a raised eyebrow look. "You paid attention to me on the news?" Ignoring his comment, Izuku continued. "When did that happen? And who got close enough to get a garrote around your neck?" "It happened about 3 years ago." He lowered his hand. "Got ambushed in an alleyway. This old lady stabbed me, wrapped this wire around my neck. Almost killed me." He saw a flicker of shock, of sorrow cross Izuku's expression, though he didn't give any attention to it. "We found out later that she suffered from some sort of mental disorder made worse by the effects of her quirk. Causes her to have a break from reality, makes her believe she's a hunter out there killing monsters. When she found out what she'd done, she was horrified. But at least it was me and not some innocent person on the street. We kept it out of the news as much as possible. It wasn't too long after I broke my back. I'm sure you heard about that." "Yeah, I did." Izuku lowered his head, shifted nervously. I know it's way too late, but when I heard about that, I really was worried. About you, and I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm glad you're okay. Katsuki turned, caught Izuku's eyes. They looked at each other. Perhaps not like how they'd used to, but it was the first time they simply just looked at each other. Pausing in the moment, in the words that had been exchanged between them, both that day and the days previously. It was a strange moment. Not one Katsuki really knew how to react to. He could only let that moment hang for so long before he felt his skin crawling and he looked away with a snort. Well, thanks. It was an interesting time, to say the least. He checked his watch. I should get a workout in before my shift. Do you need anything from me? No. I'm okay. Izuku turned over his shoulder, nostrils twitching. I should check on Kazue? He's fine. Don't worry about him so much. The Omega hummed non-committally, handed over his mug when Katsuki held out his hand. I'll be back late tonight, so you might not see me before you go to bed. But if you need something, just call me. My line is set up to go straight to my radio when I'm on patrol. Izuku lifted his eyebrows. Nifty. Some weird tech from a pink-haired freak we work with from time to time. Doesn't sound like someone from Sigma? Nah. She works for a small shop with a couple others. Had some big investors once she graduated from UA. Another uncomfortable pause. Katsuki picked up the empty bowls. Anyway, anything comes up, don't be afraid to call. It'll reach me. Aha, a smirk overcame the Omega's face. You know I don't have your number anymore. Maybe he was being bold. Or arrogant. But Katsuki saw an opportunity and gave his winning smirk in return. You asking for it? Izuku's expression immediately fell into an unimpressed frown. He pushed away from the table, stood, and sighed very deliberately in that order, never mind. Forget I asked. He walked away without glancing once at Katsuki, leaving the Alpha standing there holding the dishes. Once the Omega had left and it was clear he wasn't going to come back, Katsuki snarled to him, stomped into the kitchen. Idiot! What were you thinking? Over the next few days, Izuku, Kazue, Katsuki, and the rest of the pack fell into a familiar, comforting pattern. Izuku fit neatly amongst the rest of the pack, though he kept a clear line with everyone save for Yaoyorozu and the Omegas, whom he cautiously allowed a bit closer than the others. He also took a shining to Todoroki, seemingly comforted by his presence, much to Katsuki's chagrin. He chalked it up to the Alpha's mate scent with Yaoyorozu, even if it was very clear that Izuku actually enjoyed Todoroki's laid-back, no-fuss approach to life. In turn, the pack accepted and welcomed Izuku as one of their own, moving around and with him as they would any other member of the pack. It was as if nothing had changed at all. They still maintained an orderly patrol schedule. The betas still caused chaos on a regular basis. Ida had his weekly meltdown about something to do with the pack or the agency. Things moved forward as they always had, with the addition of everyone turning an eye over Izuku, watching to make sure he was doing okay. Even Katsuki found himself going back to a normal rhythm of life. He found himself frequently making breakfast for himself, Kazue, and Izuku, though sometimes he would find the Omega in the kitchen first. They formed a slightly awkward pattern between Alpha and Omega, both caring for Kazue while dancing carefully around each other. Even if Katsuki knew what he wanted, he couldn't tell what Izuku wanted, nor did he know whether even the Omega knew what he wanted. So their interactions remained polite and awkward. Katsuki also went back on his regular patrols, though they were interspersed with meetings with Tsukachi and investigations for the case against Yokoyama. They weren't getting any closer to finding the monster Alpha, but there also hadn't been any more attacks since Izuku's. It was good news in one sense. Nobody getting hurt. In another, it did mean the police only had what they had previously collected. Even knowing who they were looking for didn't seem to help any. Somehow, Yokoyama had gone deep underground. He hadn't paid Izuku's apartment another visit and Katsuki had gone inside to check to make sure it hadn't been disturbed, finding it still largely abandoned, though there were some signs that Aoki had been in the apartment to keep it relatively clean and orderly. The investigation was quickly coming to a dead end, though Katsuki refused to believe it would. How could it when they knew exactly who they were looking for? They just had to hope the Alpha slipped up before he hurt anyone else. They'd catch him. If it was the last thing Katsuki did, he would find this DM in Alpha and make him pay for what he'd done to Izuku, Kazue, and the other Omegas. Equally, the investigation into the pups quickly dried up. There did come a point where Tsukachi had to admit it was highly unlikely all the pups were still alive, if any of them. They still didn't know the rationale behind taking the pups in the first place, and with no clues as to where they had gone or for what purpose, they had to assume that they'd met a similar fate to their Omegas. Tsukachi ordered specialized trackers to start looking for buried bodies in some of the remote parts of the city, including a sweep of the garbage dump, looking for any bodies. Thankfully, or maybe dishearteningly, nothing came of these searches. Still, the more time went on, the less hopefully everyone was. As much as Katsuki wanted to find the pups alive, he knew the statistics. He knew it was going to be a miracle to find any of them alive, not to mention all of them. The best they could do for now was to locate Yokoyama, to make sure he couldn't hurt anyone else. Surely the Alpha would know more about where the pups had gone and if they were still alive. He remained the crux of their investigation and the subject of Katsuki's deep, hateful ire. But otherwise, things went on. And it was peaceful. Izuku seemed to get a little better every day. Small steps, one at a time. He never did ask Katsuki to sleep in his bed with him again. After a long day's work, Katsuki found Izuku in the garden sitting by the fire pit. He collapsed into the chair beside Izuku and let out a half-growl, half-sigh, the Omega chuckling under his breath. "You look a little worn out. A-hole put me through the ringer on patrol. Wouldn't just let me effing grind him into the dust," Katsuki grumbled. Kazue made a gasping noise from Izuku's lap. "Kaken, you said a bad word again." "Sure did. Just don't repeat it, okay?" "But why?" "Because I'm the Alpha and I say so." Kazue wrinkled his nose at Katsuki. "You're not my Alpha." Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch, but Izuku brushed a hand along Kazue's nose. "Actually, he is Firecracker." "Oh. Kaken just says bad words and makes food all the time. Besides, Alphas are mean anyway." Katsuki slumped further into his seat, grumbling between clenched teeth. Izuku laughed. "Oh, be nice, not all Alphs are mean. And Katsuki is your Alpha. Even if he's not a great one." Katsuki cut the Omega a glare, though Izuku was pointedly focused on Kazu. "Besides, I think him making food for us has been very helpful." The pup didn't look convinced, but before he could protest, Izuku leaned it and nipped at his cheek, Kazue giggling joyfully and biting back at the Omega. Katsuki watched this exchange as he had time and time again, cut a glance to Uraraka. She was sitting across the fire pit from them, also watching the two, looking contented by the interaction. "I never see you do that to Fumiko," the Alpha growled. Uraraka lifted her shoulder. "It's, more of a male Omega thing from what I understand. Teaching their pups to fight, I guess. Instinctual. And you don't do that." "Listen, Katsuki, I'm not a male Omega. I can't tell you what his instincts are." It was a good point. Katsuki had always known Izuku was a male Omega, obviously, but he'd never really thought about what differences that would mean for him in terms of instincts. He'd always just assumed they would be the same as a female Omega. One glance at the slightly befuddled look on Uraraka's face at Izuku biting at Kazue's cheek told him otherwise. So what else was there that would be different? What else did he not know about how male Omegas were different from their female counterparts? His thoughts jolted apart at a cry of pain, the sudden scent of anguish in the air. Kazue was rubbing his cheek, whimpering slightly, while Izuku pressed both hands to his mouth, shock coloring his face nearly white. In an instant, Katsuki found himself hovering over Omega and Pup, taking the pup's hands away to reveal a small cut on his cheek. A teardrop of BLD leaked out of the wound and Izuku made a long, painful sound of despair. "It's all right." Katsuki wasn't really sure who was he speaking to, Omega or Pup, though both didn't react to his voice. "Come here, you're all right." He carefully lifted Kazue from Izuku's lap, watching how the Omega reacted. Izuku leaned forward, hands still pressed to his mouth, as Uraraka quickly came to put a hand on his shoulder. "Kaken," Kazue rubbed at the wound, "it hurts?" Katsuki pulled his hand away. "Don't touch it. Let me see." He glared at the wound. "You're fine." It's just a little cut. Nothing to worry about. The pup sniffled, sad eyes very watery. Are you sure? He hiccuped. I'm sure. Katsuki glanced over to Izuku, saw that the Omega was running a finger over his broken tooth, a hollow look in his eyes. Tell your Omega you're okay. He set Kazue on the ground, the pup cautiously approaching Izuku. As the pup reached up for him, Izuku's expression cleared and he scooped Kazue up into his arms. I'm sorry, Firecracker. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's okay, Mommy. Kaken says it isn't too bad. Izuku stared at the little wound on Kazue's face, his expression growing distant again. Uraraka rubbed her hand over the other Omega's back, bringing him back with a little shake of his head. To his siki and scented him, the pup purring happily, melting into his Omega's arms. Even with his pup happy and relaxed, Izuku still seemed dazed, his tongue flicking at his tooth. Katsuki watched, shared a look with Uraraka. He checked his watch. It would be sunset soon. About an hour. Maybe that was too much time. But he had been thinking about doing this for a while, and it would give Izuku something to think about other than hurting Kazue, other than his broken tooth and how he'd gotten it. He nudged the Omega. Hey, grab your jacket. We're going out. Immediately, Izuku seemed to snap back to his senses, narrowing his eyes at the Alpha. Why, just do it. Promise you'll like it? Besides, you need a chance to relax a little. I'm not in the mood for any surprises, Katsuki. Katsuki snapped his jaws. It's not a surprise. Just get your jacket. Cheeks, you can watch Kazue, right? I'm not leaving my pup. Izuku said immediately, tightening his arms around Kazue. Katsuki met his challenging gaze, tilted his neck slightly in SBMs to the Omega. Alright, take your time. But when you're up to it, get your jacket. Izuku glared at him, waited, eventually sighed. You're not going to give this up, are you? Nope. The Omega turned away with a huff, much as Kazue might, rubbed his cheek in the pup's hair. Just give me a few minutes. The Alpha leaned back, closed his eyes. Take your time. We have all night. He heard Izuku make a low noise in his throat. You're the worst sometimes. It took Izuku a couple of hours to settle down, to the point where he looked physically tired and Katsuki considered whether it was a good idea to actually follow through on his threat. But Izuku turned to him expectantly, jacket shrugged onto his shoulders, so Katsuki grabbed the car keys. They paused to say goodnight to Kazue, telling the pup to be good for Uraraka, before stepping out the door. Outside, Izuku shivered a little, stuck a little closer to Katsuki. Katsuki, for his part, swept the area around the pack house much as he may have in the past, though his eyes were sharper and his palms prickled threateningly. But there was nothing hiding in the bushes, nothing on the street, nothing to signal that anything out of the ordinary was happening. Still, Katsuki ushered Izuku into the car quickly and for once, the Omega didn't comment on Katsuki's hovering. Once they were both in the car, Katsuki unwound a little, though Izuku still looked a little nervous. Relax. Everything's fine. The Omega shifted slightly, dug his hands deep in his pockets. So what's all this about? Just something special, I guess? Why? Katsuki paused, turned the car over. You needed the change of pace? The Omega raised an eyebrow at him. Bold of you to assume that. And wouldn't you typically say that stability is a good thing for someone recovering from a traumatic experience? Don't know if you taking me out in the middle of the night to some unknown location all by yourself would be considered stable. You don't like going out in the middle of the night or something? Well, I do have a young pup, so no. But it's more that being with you doesn't really promise stability. I feel like that's an attack on my personality. Izuku snorted out a laugh. You're fairly predictable if nothing else. Oh, predictably loud and angry. Katsuki clicked his teeth. I'm not angry all the time. Would you rather I said grumpy? The Alpha growled and Izuku laughed. They fell into silence afterward, but it wasn't awkward as their first car trip had been. Izuku turned the radio on to something quiet and soothing, then leaned back in his seat, tilted his head to look out his window. Katsuki focused on the road as much as he could, trying to remember the familiar way back to where they were going. Halfway through the city, Izuku finally said, So are you ever going to tell me where we're going? You'll see. That's not an answer. Katsuki shrugged. You'll figure it out. I'm kind of surprised you haven't realized it yet. Izuku raised an eyebrow, looked out the windshield. Somewhere we've been before. Yes. More than once. Yes. Recently. No. The Omega put a hand to his chin, glared at the road. He was quiet for several moments, Katsuki feeling the tension in his stomach building as they got closer and closer to their destination. He wasn't exactly sure how this was going to turn out. He wasn't even really sure what he was doing. He'd had the thought a couple of days earlier but hadn't planned anything other beyond just arriving at the location. What would he say? What would Izuku say? What did he want to get out of this? Maybe just seeing the Omega happy would be enough. Maybe, if he was lucky, they'd share a nostalgic moment together. A small piece of their past that wasn't tainted by the result of the last 5 years. Maybe. But he'd need a hell of a lot of luck for that to happen. As it were, realization dawned on Izuku just before they arrived. Oh. He didn't sound too thrilled. You figure it out? Katsuki asked, ignoring the fluttering in his stomach. Yeah, but I don't know why you'd bother. Well, it was your favorite. He stopped as they turned a corner and faced a convenience store on flattened ground backed by a tall apartment complex. Katsuki slumped into his seat, stared at the landscape in mute horror. To his credit, Izuku only chuckled a little. I'm guessing you haven't been back here for a while. When did this happen? Dunno. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago. The Alpha made a dissatisfied noise, pulling into a parking spot to glare around at what was left of the hill on which he'd once stargazed with Izuku. The ground had been completely flatted to accommodate the new buildings, only a few sparse patches of green left of the once wildflower-filled hilltop. When he peered up through the windshield, he couldn't see the stars at all. Just towering buildings and a ring of clouds. Katsuki let out an aggravated huff, clenched the steering wheel. He chanced a glance at Izuku, found the Omega watching him with a smirk, seemingly unaffected by the destruction of his favorite place in the city. Of course, if it had been that long, he was probably used to it by now. Still, he felt a little raw looking at the Omega, knowing he no longer had a good place to stargaze in the city. Sorry, Izuku. I wanted to surprise you. Izuku chuckled, leaned back in his seat again. It's all right. It was a sweet gesture, Fenny. I haven't had time to stargaze in a while, though you do have a pretty good view from the balcony at the pack house. Katsuki let out a rush of air from his nose, his nostrils flaring. He repeated. Izuku shifted in his seat, tried to look up at the stars as well. He gave up after only a few moments. So, what was your plan once you had me under the stars? Didn't have one. Just thought it would be a relaxing moment for you. Oh really? You weren't going to try to stalk me again? Or apologize for what you did? I already told you I was sorry. I made a mistake. But I'll say it again if you want me to. The Omega held up his hand. But it gets old quickly. He cut a glance at Katsuki from the corner of his eye. So no seducing? No. You sure? Katsuki rested his chin on the steering wheel. Well, you made it pretty clear on your position when you didn't ask for my number the other day. I suppose so. The Alpha paused. What, you want me to try? Izuku snorted. Nope. But if you were going to, this would be the time to do it. I just want you to be happy, Izuku. Safe and happy. I'll be fine with that. If that includes me, then great. If it doesn't, he shrugged, I screwed that chance a long time ago. I know that. Izuku was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Katsuki noticed the sounds of the city around them, the low murmur of machines, heaters, the car creaking, maybe even a cricket nearby. Then, can I ask you a question? Katsuki shrugged, aware that he was sulking. Sure, whatever. Why did you do it? The question itself was simple. But there was a more complex question underneath it. Why did you leave me alone? Katsuki took in a breath through his nose, held it, organized his thoughts, but the words still didn't seem right as he spoke. It's complicated. He leaned over the steering wheel, stared up at the sky, as useless as it was. Chewed at the inside of his cheek. Then he sighed. The night All Might died, we were told we would have to bear the burden of his symbol. That we would all have to become the symbol he had once been. And I just couldn't see how I was going to be able to reach that goal. I was overwhelmed, I guess. He paused, picked at the words. Scared would fit nicely in that spot, but that wasn't necessarily true. Or at least, not the whole truth. Instead, he shook his head. It just got worse as time went on. The closer to graduation we got, the less I knew what the hell I was doing. But I was pretty sure on one thing. I wasn't going to be able to do anything but work to reach that goal. I convinced myself I couldn't love you anymore. That I'd never be able to do both. Hell, I didn't even know how I was going to reach the height that All Might did on its own. I had no idea how to do it with someone to take care of and look after. You saw me as burden? Izuku finished. His voice was tight and controlled, but it still made Katsuki want to flinch. He sighed. Right or wrong, that's what I felt like. He shook his head. I was stupid. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I thought it would be for the better. Was it? Katsuki let out a dry laugh. Not in the slightest. The Omega let his head rest against his seat, purposefully not looking at Katsuki. The silence between them this time was twinged with a familiar awkwardness. It made Katsuki's palm itch, so he rubbed them, felt them sparking. Can I ask you something now? For a moment, Izuku didn't say anything. Then he took in a breath. Go ahead. Why didn't you ever try to tell me about Kazue? The Omega didn't say anything, so Katsuki clicked his tongue. You could have found a way to reach me. Contacted my agency. You had my old number. You had ways to get in touch for something like that. So, why didn't you? Just as Katsuki had, Izuku paused, seemed to pull himself together. Then he shut his eyes. I was afraid. I was young and naive and scared, and you were an up-and-coming hero. Broke into the top 10 in your first year. It was scary thinking about trying to face you. You're the one who told me you never wanted to see me again. I thought that if you found out about Kazue, you'd use your power to just take him from me and kick me out of his life. And I knew I wouldn't have survived that. As much as Katsuki wanted to snap his jaw, he didn't even click his tongue. Just rubbed his palms together, felt the heat gathering between them. You really think I would do that? Izuku shrugged. I didn't know. But the thought alone scared me enough that I didn't want to try. It was less scary doing everything on my own than the thought of what you might do to us. Even knowing he wouldn't have done such a thing, Katsuki could understand why Izuku hadn't tried to reach out. He'd lived his entire life for Kazue. If something had taken that from him, what would he have had? The thought of Izuku alone, his pup gone, made Katsuki's stomach twist painfully. He was also afraid of what the Omega may have done, the possibility that, if something had happened to Kazue, that Izuku may have stepped off a building, and the Alpha would have never known. He could have lived his life never having known the struggles and end of his pup and the Omega if all this hadn't happened. He took a breath again. I want you to know, I would have never, ever wished for this to happen to you. But if it had to happen, then I'm glad I'm the one who found you. Izuku snorted. For a while I sure wasn't. He tilted his head slightly to look at Katsuki, the Alpha just able to keep his gaze, to keep from squirming under it. But I'm coming around to the idea. He played with his hands, a sign of his nervousness, the first one Katsuki had been able to pick out. But I did miss you, just so you know. Katsuki was quiet, for more than just a heartbeat. Then he shifted. Can I embrace you? The Omega raised an eyebrow. Absolutely not. What about your hand? Izuku rolled his eyes. If it'll make you stop asking. Katsuki gently took his hand, brought it to his lips to embrace. He let it linger, went back to brush his lips on a different knuckle. When he didn't sense the Omega try to pull away, he lifted his gaze, saw Izuku was watching, framed by the lights from the city, eyes sparkling. There were no stars to shine in them, but somehow, they had become stars of their own. He brushed his thumb over the Omega's hand, let him go, turned the car over. Let's go back to the pack house. Izuku hummed. We can stargaze on the balcony. Deal? It was a normal day. It should have been a normal day. A day like any other. A day of fighting and fighting and fighting but somehow it was different. He could feel it. Somewhere deep within him. He knew it, the moment he flew in from the side, breaking through a wall of howling wind and crumbling debris, confronting the villain at its heart as the tornado tore apart the city. He knew at the moment he broke through that cloud of debris to face a girl no older than any of the school kids on their way to school right at that moment. He knew from the horrified, terrified look on her face. He knew from the way she looked at him and he looked at her. That day should have been a normal day. But it wasn't going to be. He landed several feet away from her, digging in his heels against the wind to keep to his feet. Opposite him, the girl stood still and unmoved, as if the wind dared not touch her. "Oi," he growled, and she flinched back. "Just what do you think you're doing?" The girl took in a ragged breath, pressed a hand to her face. "I don't know. I didn't mean to. This isn't supposed to be." She gasped and shuddered and took a step away from him. Stay back. Stay away from me." Katsuki growled, sunk low into his stance. "Stop wrecking the place and this won't have to get any nastier." The girl took another step back, shook and shivered, stumbled when Katsuki approached. "Stay away. Stop your own personal tornado and we'll talk." "I can't." The girl let out a sob that had Katsuki pausing. He knew lies. He'd been lied to so often by criminals trying to get out of a beating. And this girl, she didn't sound like she was lying. "Why not?" he growled. The girl shook her head, looked around in awe and horror at the swirl of wind and broken bits of concrete, street signs, other parts of the road. She raised her other hand, pressed it to her head. Just do it already. Stop using your quirk." Katsuki stepped forward and the girl screamed and the tornado whipped around in a fury, dragging at the hero's limbs, threatening to toss him into the storm and break him apart piece by piece. The girl, however, didn't seem to notice, her scream turning into a desperate shriek that rose over the roar of the wind. "I don't have a quirk." And again, Katsuki actually believed her. But if she didn't have a quirk, then what was happening? Who was conjuring the tornado? He looked for the source, but it was almost impossible to see with everything flying through the air around them. Everyone had been busy running away when he'd arrived and he hadn't noticed anyone lingering. So who was it? But of course, there was only one answer. Katsuki turned back to the girl, snapped his jaw. "You're a late bloomer, and one with a powerful quirk." It didn't make the situation any more manageable with this knowledge. Most quirk users had years to gain control of their abilities before they spun out of control like this, and there was no one quick, easy way to stop someone on a rampage. The best he could do in that moment, damage control. And maybe try to calm her down. Though he doubted he was the right person for that job. Still, he did set his teeth and say, "If you want this to stop, you need to calm down." The girl stared unbelieving at him. Quirks are supposed to be a part of who you are. If you're freaking out, your quirk will react to that stress. So just sit down and take a fing breath or something. He turned toward the tornado, squinted into the spinning debris. "Meanwhile, cover your head. I need to start getting rid of some of this mess." "What are you?" She didn't get to finish her question before Katsuki focused in on a particularly large piece of concrete and shot an explosive round at it. The concrete blew itself into dust and the girl screamed, covering her head. "I said calm down. You want to destroy the entire city or something." The girl just sunk to her knees and sobbed. Katsuki growled, tried to focus on the debris. He could destroy some of it, but ultimately he knew he wasn't going to be able to get anywhere with it. The girl would just keep tearing up the street with her freaky tornado of destruction. And the more upset she was becoming, the stronger the winds were getting, the more even Katsuki was starting to struggle to keep his feet on the ground. He was still trying to formulate a plan when just beyond the shrieking of the wind, he swore he heard someone screaming, and something shot through the wall of wind and debris to skid to a halt next to him. Kirishima, his skin hardened to withstand the impact of the debris, grinned up at Katsuki. "Hey man, how's it going? You stood me up like 3 weeks ago, you know?" Katsuki snapped his jaws. "Not the time." He nodded to the girl, who was staring at Kirishima with slightly less distrust than before. "She's lost control of her quirk. I need to start getting some of the more dangerous stuff out of the air. Cover her and maybe get her to calm the F down some." "You got it." Kirishima rushed over to the girl, covering her with his body while smiling and speaking to her quietly but calmly. Meanwhile, Katsuki refocused on the swirl of debris in the air. There was so much that the sky had practically gone dark. There was no way to tell just how much damage had been done nor how big the tornado had gotten, if anyone had been hurt, if anyone was trapped. The storm obscured everything. They needed to get it under control and fast. There was really only one way to do that efficiently. As much as Kirishima was going to be better at calming the girl down than Katsuki ever would be, he wasn't convinced that was going to do the trick. At this point, the tornado had taken on a life of its own. The girl was conduit, but the storm had a will, almost a sentience. Katsuki could feel its malice in the pulsing, tearing winds, how hear its deep, furious howling quivering in his bones. He needed to do something before it got any more dangerous. There was really only one solution. He glanced over his shoulder, saw that 1, Kirishima was indeed protecting the girl, and 2, that he was completely distracted by both talking to her and keeping her safe. His attention was fully away from Katsuki. Which was good. Because no doubt if he realized what Katsuki was about to do, he'd have something to say about it. It was without much thought that Katsuki faced his palms toward the ground and shot himself up into the air. He had long grown accustomed to flying around using his explosions. Even in winds this strong, he knew how to angle himself to get to the right position, carefully maneuvering into the storm until he found himself floating at its heart, just above the girl and Kirishima, right where the winds seemed to converge and spin wildly. The roaring was louder here. Katsuki wouldn't have been able to hear himself think. That is, he was thinking. Which he didn't really allow himself to do. Because, as he opened his palms wide, he didn't really want to think. Not anymore. Everyone had a limit. Katsuki had always known his. He'd always known that he could so easily push over those limits. It was strong to tell exactly how big the explosion was. Being at its heart, all Katsuki was aware of was searing heat and sound so loud he heard nothing at all, and a wave that rolled through his body seemed to linger at his heart and lungs. The air around him vibrated. The storm gave a horrendous shriek. Somewhere, at the back of his mind, Katsuki was aware that his fingers ached and his arms felt like jelly. Aware that he hadn't even bothered to try to counteract this explosion. That the force of the explosion was throwing him back down to the concrete below. Somewhere, at the back of his mind, he knew all of this. But he found he just couldn't bring himself to care. He hit the ground with an equal force to what he had expelled out into the air. As the storm blew itself apart from the inside, the winds rushing outward as if released from a container, Katsuki felt his body smash into the ground, felt bones shifting, his muscles zinging with pain. So much so that his brain seemed to short-circuit, that he was aware of a deep, piercing agony, of the fact that his lungs couldn't seem to pull in any air, but he couldn't quite make the connections that the pain was his own. When he tried to move, his body revolted, Katsuki feeling bile rise up his throat. When he opened his eyes, it was to sunlight, but only briefly. Then, someone was leaned over him, calling his name. His hero name at first, though that was quickly abandoned. It took a little bit of wrestling with his body, his mind, his will to listen, but he finally realized that it was Kirishima leaned over him, the beta nearly snarling in fury. "You idiot! What were you thinking? You know better. I know you know better." Katsuki took in a breath, felt his teeth shifting in ways it probably shouldn't. Couldn't care enough to feel the pain. "The girl. She's fine. But you have to lay still, you hear me? You hit the ground strong and you need an ambulance." Katsuki tried to look for the girl, but he couldn't see past Kirishima. He couldn't hear her crying anymore, so he closed his eyes. "Just go." "What?" "Just leave me here." Maybe it was an odd request. Maybe it was futile. Maybe it went against everything he'd thought about himself. But maybe it was what he really wanted. Kirishima was quiet. For a long time. So long, Katsuki thought he might have actually listened to his request. Then he felt a flick at his forehead. "You idiot. Don't move, all right. Your back's probably a mess. I'll make sure you're taken care of, all right. We'll get you some help." "I don't want it." "What, my help?" He could almost hear that stupid grin in the beta's voice. "Sorry, Bakugo, but I'm not going to just leave you here. What kind of man would that make me? We've already been through this." The beta laughed quietly, shifted. Katsuki was too tired to open his eyes to see what he was doing. Yeah, I know. I let you push me away last time. That's not going to happen again. You're stuck with me now, Bakugo. You better get used to me. Katsuki set his teeth in a snarl that very suddenly cut off into a whine when he tried to raise his arms only for them to scream in pain. Kirishima put a hand on his issy, kept him pushed down. I said don't move. You're hurt and we need to get you to the hospital. Just leave me alone. That's not going to happen. He could almost hear the smile in his voice. Just let me handle it, all right. For once, just let someone else have your back. Literally, because seriously, I'm really worried you might be really hurt. Katsuki let out a snarl, a warning to stay away. It was enough that Kirishima paused, that the beta part of him was no doubt scared of the alpha in Katsuki. But it didn't make him go away. In fact, Katsuki felt the beta's hand brush over his face, pull his mask away, gently lay over his eyes. Just rest. I'll take care of things here. You just hang on a little longer. Maybe it would have been better for him to fight. But he was tired of fighting. He was tired. So he lay there, as Kirishima comforted the girl and directed the emergency personnel who eventually showed up. Katsuki listened to it all play out, but he never once opened his eyes. Paramedics took one look at him and immediately called ahead to the hospital to schedule an emergency surgery. Katsuki barely had time to comprehend that he was going under the knife and what for before he was anesthetized for the operation. When he woke, it was to searing pain in both his arms and his back, so much so that he growled and snapped and snarled at everyone who dared get near him. His one exception was Kirishima, who stayed by him, having left only briefly during his surgery to change out of his hero costume. His injuries were not to be taken lightly. Torn tendons and ligaments in his hands and arms, shoulders torn out of alignment, several broken ribs, a concussion, and, most severely, a broken back. The list was long and severe enough that Katsuki listened, but he didn't feel like it was real. Because there was no way this was what he'd done to himself. There was no way he'd done this and survived. It all had to be a joke, right? Kirishima, however, listened closely as the doctors explained everything, from his injuries to his treatments and his prognosis. The good news was there didn't seem to be any nerve damage and Katsuki still retained feeling and movement in all his limbs, even if his right leg was a little prickly sometimes. The bad news was even with the help of healing quirks, it was going to take him weeks to heal and he may have lingering pain for the rest of his life. The doctors also delivered the news that he was being upheld as a great hero for saving the life of the girl and for stopping the growing storm before it could kill anyone. They called it his greatest achievement yet. The irony of it all made Katsuki want to hurl. Once the news had been delivered, once Katsuki had an understanding of everything that had happened, Kirishima pulled out his phone and stood. I need to make a call. I'll be right back. If he could have moved, Katsuki would have considered leaving while the beta was away. However, his back still hurt like hell and he was definitely not in any condition to even try to move from the bed, no matter how much he wanted to. So he laid back and tried to find a comfortable position, though that was difficult to say the least. When the beta returned, Katsuki glared at him. What was that about? Kirishima shook his head. Just letting my pack know I won't be home very much for the next few weeks. The alpha snapped his jaws. You're not coming home with me. Kirishima crossed his arms. Come on, man. I know you don't have anyone else to help you out and you can't do this alone. No way I'm letting you anywhere near my place again. The beta narrowed his eyes. It was as close to a glare as Katsuki had ever seen the beta give. Bakugo, you do get how serious this is, right? Katsuki snapped his jaws, but Kirishima continued, you could have been killed. Hell, you were nearly paralyzed. Do you really not care anymore? What happened to being the #1 hero? What happened to always winning the fight and being the best there is? You drop out of the top 10 rank and what? You just give up. He paused, but Katsuki refused to speak. Seriously, man, what's gotten into you? Where's your fight gone? There weren't words to answer that question. None that Katsuki could quite grasp. So he grasped for something he'd said before, reaching for familiar habits and motions he'd been through so many times before, growling shortly. I don't need your help. Then tell me your plan. You're going to need help walking for the next few weeks. If you fall, There's no way you're going to be able to get back up on your own. You just planning on going home and rotting away. Shut up. Katsuki snarled and snapped his jaws, saw his vision tunneling red around the edges. Don't you dare talk down to me. I'm not. I'm just trying to get you to see sense. Seriously, you weren't even this bad when we were in school. What's gotten into you? Nothing. You're just pissing me off. If you really want to help, then leave me alone already. Is that what you want? To just be alone so you don't have to feel so bad as you slowly kill yourself? It was a clear challenge, the beta refusing to back down to Katsuki. A challenge that could not be ignored. Every instinct in his body howled for him to act, to snap forward, to put the beta in his place. Before he really could stop himself, he did try to leap forward, a snarl in his voice that quickly crumbled, not a howl of agony. His back rippled in ways he knew it shouldn't, a white-hot agony searing down his middle and radiating out into his fingertips. He collapsed backward, choked on bile, his entire body rebelling. It was quelled slightly by a sturdy hand on his shoulder, the beta sent washing over him as Kirishima leaned forward, calling his name. He looked up, but his vision was a pinpoint, overwhelmed by the color red. The pain faded slowly, just as slowly as the world came back to itself. In so much time, Katsuki was aware of people passing in and out of the room, but there was a constant streak of red at his side. When he finally blinked open his eyes, through a line of dried salt and grime, he saw Kirishima sitting there, his head tilted to the side, fast asleep. Katsuki watched him, wrestled with the idea of him still being there, of himself being stuck in that demon bed. He bit the inside of his cheek, set his teeth against the swelling in his throat. Okay, he snarled at the sleeping beta, fine. I'll let you help me. Just this once. With the help of some rather impressive doctors and nearly round-the-clock care, in 2 weeks Katsuki was back on his feet and ready to go home. His arms and hands were nearly fully healed, though they both remained in irritating bracers. His back hurt off and on and was incredibly stiff from how much he'd been laying in bed, but his prognosis was overall good. The doctors told him he'd be back to fighting villains in no time flat. Katsuki didn't hardly bother to listen to them. Kirishima had taken time to come visit every day since Katsuki had entered the hospital. He increasingly spent more time each day trying to convince Katsuki to let him help around his apartment while he was recovering. Katsuki never spoke on this subject, not until the day before he was scheduled to be released from the hospital. Then, when the beta entered the room, the alpha glared at him. Contact Jiura at the agency. She'll get you a key to my place. Kirishima blinked at him, seemed confused for more than just a few moments, but when it all suddenly clicked, he scrambled for his phone and called the agency Katsuki worked for before he could change his mind. He never did bother to tell Kirishima he'd made up his mind weeks earlier. When the day came to finally release Katsuki from the hospital, both his agency and Kirishima's took every precaution with the hospital to hide this fact from the media, who had been swarming ever since Katsuki's accident. The last thing the alpha wanted to do was face those wolves, especially in his state. After bundling him up in an absurd amount of clothing and Kirishima actually foregoing doing up his iconic hairdo, a nurse pushed a grumpy Katsuki in a wheelchair and to a car waiting at the back of the hospital. Both Kirishima and the nurse helped him out of the wheelchair and into the car, both now long used to the constant growling of indignation and pain from the alpha. Once Katsuki was safely in the car, Kirishima got into the driver's seat and they quickly left the hospital, the media none the wiser. As soon as the door shut behind him, Katsuki wrinkled his nose. The car smelled of Kirishima's pack. That being said, it wasn't an unfamiliar scent. In fact, he could pick out several scents amongst the congregation that he very clearly recognized. There was Kaminari, Mina, Siro, even Ida and Todoroki. It wasn't a surprise, not really. Katsuki had known about the pack since right after graduation. He'd been invited to join, encouraged even, at its inception, a suggestion that, at the time, he'd simply growled at. Somehow, there was something comforting about their scents. Even if it did make him a little uneasy being surrounded by so many, especially the alpha scents. He didn't bring it up, nor did he think on it long, leaning back and just enjoying the sun on his face, even through the windshield. As they went along, the car bumped over a hole, jolting Katsuki and forcing a yelp out at the sudden snap of pain along his back. Sorry, Kirishima sounded both worried and cowed. I'll be more careful. It's fine. Just get us to the building already. The beta nodded, smiled softly at him. You excited to go home? Katsuki clicked his teeth. Whatever. Kirishima glanced at him, but didn't say anything. It took far too long to get to the apartment and even longer for Kirishima to help Katsuki get out of the car and up the stairs to the front door. By the time they finally got inside, Katsuki collapsed, breathing and sweating on the couch. Kirishima rushed around the apartment, grabbing pillows and blankets and setting him up right there in the living room. You doing better? The alpha growled lowly, but Kirishima just laughed. Rest up. We'll move you into the bedroom when you're feeling up to it. He stood and glanced around the room, moved from one corner to the other. Lingered at the side table, which prominently showed a new photo of the entire Bakugo family, with a barely smiling Katsuki in frame. The beta raised a hand as if to take it, but brushed his fingers through his hair instead. Well, at least it's looking a little better here. Katsuki grumbled something, though even he wasn't sure what words he'd said as the beta wandered over to the kitchen. So, what am I going to find in the pantry? Any surprises I won't be happy about? He opened the fridge and the pantry at the same time, peering into both with a critical eye. Just a couple cans of beer. There's a bottle of sake here though. It's for cooking, Katsuki snapped. Good, Kirishima pushed the fridge door shut, smiling widely. First glances, this place is looking pretty normal. Wouldn't have guessed a guy on the brink lived here. So, he turned to Katsuki, it's been a few days. Mind telling me what all that was actually about? Even knowing Kirishima was watching him, Katsuki didn't acknowledge him. He wasn't sure what there was to say. How to explain how easy it had become for him to just move himself through the normalcies of day-to-day life, how easy it was to move through the things he'd done for years now when he didn't care to do anything else. That there had been some small comfort in performing to what was expected of him. Nor did he know how to explain how acting out the normal things had made everything else so much harder. So, he said nothing at all. Whether Kirishima noticed or not, Katsuki couldn't quite tell, as the beta paused only briefly before he went on about the physical regimen suggested by his doctors that he had to start as soon as possible to get back to hero work at some point. To this, Katsuki listened a bit more readily, if only so he didn't have to think about anything else that might be on his mind. It was a hellish couple of weeks. For more than one reason. First and foremost was Katsuki struggling with sharp, sudden, stabbing pains through his back. These were often accompanied by or preceded by throbbing pain in his hands and arms, making him fear the worst about his future as a hero. Second was the fact that Kirishima was in his territory and just generally around all the time. Adding to his discomfort, the beta constantly had to help him with simple tasks, especially during the first few days. And lastly, there came an uncomfortable truth between them. Kirishima was slowly figuring things out much more than Katsuki would ever want him to. As dense as he might be sometimes, he started picking up on the subtle behaviors and phrases Katsuki used when speaking of himself, typically answering any demeaning comments with a tilt of his head. Maybe you're just being too strong on yourself, he said at first, but those words quickly changed to, seriously, man, you can't expect these kinds of things from yourself. And maybe it was that simple, but it also wasn't that simple. Because there was a picture on the side table of him and his folks that he never allowed Kirishima to catch him looking at. And there were more photos, literally buried in the closet at this point, of a green-haired Omega that Katsuki told himself he'd forgotten, but he absolutely had not. As spring changed to summer, he found his thoughts wandering toward that closet more times than he cared to admit. Especially since the beta basically living with him was starting to pick up on something being wrong. Kirishima, when he wasn't trying to riddle Katsuki out, spent his time cheering him on, encouraging him in his recovery, helping him when he stumbled, and chastising him when he, more often than not, tried to overdo it. Despite his irritation with the beta, he became a constant support that Katsuki found himself turning to and leaning against. It was a familiar pattern. Something left over from their time at UA, something that had tried to surface 2 months ago when Kirishima had first barged his way into the apartment. Katsuki wouldn't have called it uncomfortable nor unwelcome, but it was still strange to slip back into old habits. He'd forgotten how much he'd leaned on Kirishima for support and how much the beta had reciprocated when he'd silently asked for help. He'd forgotten what having a best friend was like. In addition to all his other duties, Kirishima also came and went every now and then to help support his pack, either through hero work or by running quickie errands when Katsuki was sleeping or once he'd gathered more of his strength. He never left the Alpha for long and always seemed anxious upon returning until he confirmed everything was okay. Katsuki, for his part, snorted at the beta every time he said he'd worried about him. 3 weeks in, Katsuki was strong enough to start physical therapy. It was tough at first, Katsuki absolutely shocked at how quickly his physical prowess had diminished due to his injuries. Still, Kirishima stayed at his side and helped him along, never batting an eye when the Alpha snarled either at him or at the universe. And once, in the very dark of night, when Katsuki had been curled up in his bed, in more than just physical pain, somehow, Kirishima had known. Somehow, he'd known to knock at the door, to let himself in, to curl up with Katsuki, to tell him it was going to be okay. That no, he wasn't worthless, and yes, this would end. Everything would get better, eventually. And maybe Katsuki believed him. And maybe he didn't. But the words mattered, as did his presence. So he let the beta sleep in his bed on more than one occasion, when he was just too tired or sad or apathetic to stop him. He really did smell nice. The scent of his pack had faded by that point. Katsuki found he missed the faint sense of his former classmates on the beta, but mostly he enjoyed tasting fresh air, an open window, a spring day. Even if all he craved was the heat of summer. Kirishima stood back, looked him up and down once, twice. Well, you're looking back to your old self. Katsuki let his snarl deepen. Shut up already. He twisted his wrists, grimaced at the gauntlets on his arms. I don't remember these things being this heavy. The beta shrugged. Well, at least you can wear it all somewhat comfortably. He wasn't wrong. Pulling on his costume for the first time since the accident had felt strange. Refreshing in a way. Shameful in another. But both Kirishima and his doctors had recommended it. The truth was he still had several rounds of physical therapy to get through on top of getting back into strength training for his hero work. He was a couple of weeks out from going back out on patrol, but his doctors were confident he would make a full recovery. He only had pains every now and then, mostly when he tweaked his back in certain ways or if he pushed himself particularly strong. The doctors were uncertain at this point if that was going to be permanent or not, though they cautioned him against testing it out later. Best just to let everything strengthen and see if that helped without hurting anything again. So Katsuki didn't think about it often, distracted instead by the sheer weight of his costume. Seriously, had he really worn this for years now? He needed an upgrade. Lighter material, smaller gauntlets. Things that would make movement easier, especially while in the air. Plus, he needed extra bracing added to his shirt to help support his back. As it was, he was wearing a separate back brace and it wasn't quite fitting with the costume, but he wasn't going to go without it. Not yet at least. So, you feeling any better now? Kirishima asked. It was the beta's favorite question to ask him. He'd asked it time and time again, at Katsuki's high points and his low points. The low points had confused him initially, though he quickly learned it was just the beta's way of trying to bring a little levity to the situation. Although Katsuki had yet to even crack a smile at the familiar words, they did offer some strange comfort that he accepted, nodded at. Yeah. Little weird, but it feels good. Feels right. Kirishima nodded as well. You did always looked good in that costume. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the beta, who laughed, ran a hand along the back of his neck. Never mind. You want to get changed now or you want to walk around a little? The Alpha paused to glare, though ultimately he found he didn't really care to ask what had just happened. No, I should get out of it for now. Kirishima had to help him with the gauntlets, as they were technically over his doctor's weight limit for him. The beta had allowed him to try them on with the stipulation that he wouldn't swing them around too much. Even if he'd had every intention of doing just that, feeling the weight of them pulling at his arms and the slight stretching, barely aching feeling in his joints had quickly dissuaded that idea. As nice as it had been to be back in his element, it felt just a little better when Kirishima slipped the gauntlets off. I'll be right back, Katsuki grumbled, pulling the mask off his face. The beta made a distracted noise as he worked to check all the safety mechanics on the gauntlets. Sure, they just filled them with water for the test, but they could still potentially be dangerous, so he was being extra careful, as Katsuki had warned him to be. The Alpha watched him, wondered if maybe he should try to help, but decided the risks of Kirishima blowing up the apartment were low, so he went into his bedroom to change. It took him quite a bit longer than he liked to get everything off and to put fresh clothes on, especially when it came to unbuckling and pulling off his boots and breathes, but eventually he re-emerged from the bedroom to find that Kirishima had set the gauntlets back in their case, which was resting against the nearby wall. Katsuki was expressly forbidden to pick the case up, so he growled at it and walked on. "Kirishima?" he called, a little surprised when a head full of red hair popped up from the couch. "Oh, here." The beta rubbed the back of his neck again. "Everything okay?" Katsuki watched him, noticed him squirming, growled. "Should be asking you that. What's up with you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about how much better you're doing. How much you can do on your own now." He grinned. "Guess you won't be needing me hanging around for much longer?" The Alpha considered him carefully, turning each word over, looking for what the beta actually wanted to say, though he didn't think he could find that in the words he'd said. So he took the seat next to him, huffed out. "Oh, you should go back to your pack soon. I'm sure they miss you." They're fine. They have Ida to keep them in line." Katsuki blinked. "Seriously? Ida's your pack alpha?" "Sure is." He snorted. "Can't believe you guys actually wanted him as pack alpha?" The beta made a humming noise, gave him a bit of a smirk. "What? Think you'd rather be in charge?" "Hell no." Katsuki snapped, turned away. "I wouldn't want to be part of that mess. And I definitely wouldn't want to run it. Sounds like a nightmare." "Yeah, it kind of is. But that's why Ida's so good as our pack alpha. We don't need someone to protect us. Just to keep us in line, and he's always done that well. Or, at least, he knows what works most of the time and he's willing to try that." Kirishima laughed. "And what about you?" Kirishima blinked at Katsuki, clearly not understanding the question, so he elaborated, "Aren't you head beta? What's your job like?" "Oh, nothing much. Main thing I do is invite new members to join. Ida and the rest of the pack have to approve, but, you know." He shrugged, looking at anything but Katsuki. Katsuki stared at him briefly, then growled. "I seriously doubt it's that simple." "Feels like it?" Kirishima went unusually quiet after that, still staring at anything but Katsuki. The Alpha watched him, but he seemed in a daze, so he reached for the television remote. When he did, a hand pressed over his, stopped him. "You know," Kirishima sounded uncertain, which was enough unlike him that Katsuki faced him. The beta stared down at their hands, looking maybe a little sad. "I think you should join up." "No way in hell." Katsuki took his hand away, leaned back. "I already told you. I'm not a pack person. I don't want to be around all those losers all the time. I think it would be good for you. You wouldn't be alone." Katsuki set his teeth, glared into the corner of the room. "Katsuki." "What?" He snapped toward the beta, surprised to find their faces were very close together. Kirishima no longer looked sad. He was staring intently at his face, eyebrows drawn down, a little frown tilting his lips down. So close, Katsuki could smell the open door, could practically feel himself salivating at the fresh, cool scent of the beta. He wanted to say something, but he was a little lost for words. Then Kirishima nodded once, just a little JRK of his head, as if making up his mind, and leaned closer and closer, until their lips pressed together. There came a rush through Katsuki. A wave of emotion from a long still pool. His hands flinched, to bring the beta closer or push him away, he didn't really know. Warmth was flooding all his extremities, but he wasn't sure if it was the warmth of contentment or the heat of anger. He didn't think it was anger. But he didn't think it was want either. He did, however, notice the twinge in his jaw, the instinct to open wide and bite into the beta, to claim him as his own. What did that mean? Was he attracted to Kirishima? Was it just instinct? All at once, Kirishima leaned away, leaving Katsuki dumbstruck and alone. Immediately, he cursed himself for what he'd done. He'd been so busy trying to parse through his own emotions that he hadn't really let himself enjoy the moment, to let it all wash over him. The beta sat back, looked a little sheepish, though he kept Katsuki's gaze. Neither of them said anything, Katsuki still wrestling with his own warring thoughts, Kirishima seemingly examining him closely. Then the beta smiled. Soft and kind. But there was also hurt buried deep under layers of selflessness. Sorry. Seems like you weren't all that into it. Katsuki brushed a hand over his mouth. It was the first time anyone had embraced him in almost 2 years. It was the first time anyone but Deku had embraced him ever. And honestly, he wasn't really sure what to make of that. He lowered his hand, shook his head. Sorry. It's not you. I know. Kirishima leaned back, seemed suddenly like his old self, even if Katsuki could sense a bit of hesitation in his movements. I can tell. It's that mysterious Omega of yours, right? Any other time, Katsuki might have snapped his jaws at the beta, told him to mind his own business. In that moment, he dragged his thumb under his lips, scratched it along his jawline. Yeah. Kirishima nodded. Sorry things didn't work out. And I didn't mean to intrude. It's fine. I should be over it by now. Kirishima made a humming noise, shrugged. Sometimes it takes a little while to work through things. He put his hands behind his head, leaned back to stare up at the ceiling. Pondered it thoughtfully. I hope you know this doesn't change anything. I still want to be your friend. I still want to support you. He shifted, glanced to catch Katsuki's eye, but the alpha was distracted, only noticing the movement out of the corner of his eye. I still want you to join the pack. I really think it would be to your benefit. Katsuki flicked his finger along his cheek, stood, gestured Kirishima to follow him. I'm not joining your pack, shitty hair. Come on. I'll make us some lunch or something. Kirishima smiled, stood. Followed him. Slipped easily back into whatever they were, whatever they weren't. Whatever it may be, Katsuki was grateful to have the beta there. He just didn't really know how to say that. So he cooked a rather extravagant lunch that had Kirishima salivating and had him commenting again that this would be a feast even for his pack. Katsuki just growled at him and continued on with their day. Patrol was boring and typical, but Katsuki enjoyed it. It was quiet. People seemed in awe of him but also kept a wide breadth. It was a nice, cool day. There wasn't really anything to complain about. Until, that is, Katsuki realized his radio was set to the common channel, and he heard several familiar voices suddenly ring out through his headpiece. Make you sure cover all areas. We need to make our presence known to both the citizens and the criminals. Yeah, whatever. Hey, we going to do anything for dinner tonight? Like, maybe not let Mina cook. Ah, come on man. Her cooking's not that bad. She could burn water. Like literal water. Katsuki snapped his teeth, pressed the button on his wrist to come over the radio. Will you extras shut the hell up? You're on the common channel. Bakugo. Kirishima sounded excited and surprised, though Katsuki supposed he hadn't told the beta he'd be on patrol today. Good afternoon. Happy to be patrolling with you. I'm not. So just shut up already and get back to work. He flipped to another channel, one the police used every now and then. It wasn't encrypted like some of their other channels, so only the major alerts were ever broadcast there, or if the city was particularly busy they'd use it to keep different cases running separately. Katsuki often just put that channel on, knowing if he heard something on it, it was a serious incident. His agency also knew he used that channel often, so every now and then he'd get orders to change his patrol patterns. But honestly, he was just happy he didn't have to listen to those fools going off about dinner. Patrol was quiet thereafter. He did spot an obnoxiously bright red hero across the street once, but when he saw Kirishima was accompanied by someone from his pack, Katsuki didn't call out, slinking down a nearby alleyway instead. Down that alleyway, he checked for any unusual activities, anyone doing anything they shouldn't be, any signs of villains up to no good. This part of town was relatively quiet, his agency having stuck him here since his injury. They still didn't quite trust him to go back into the rougher parts of town, especially with speculations on why he had disappeared for so long running rampant through the rumor mill. Criminals could sniff out weaknesses and they'd have a field day testing his limits if allowed. Even if Katsuki wanted to confront those limits as he had so many times before, he understood that it was unwise of him to push himself, even if it had been months since the accident. So he hadn't put up much of a fuss. But he was starting to get that itch back. It was that itch and his need to get away from any sort of confrontation with any of his former classmates that drove him down that alley. He hadn't expected anything. He hadn't even expected something noteworthy to happen. It wasn't like that day with the girl and the tornado and the moment. He'd realized there was an easy way out. He didn't sense anything unusual about the moment at all. So when he turned a corner and found an elderly woman hunched over herself standing in that alley, he was cautious, but not suspicious, of her intent. "Hey," he growled, the woman rising up slightly, "you lost or something?" The woman was very still, but only for a moment, before she turned over her shoulder to watch him approach. The closer he got, the more a smile stretched along her face. It was just strange enough that it put Katsuki on edge, had him prepared for when her hands swung toward him. He caught her wrist, held it to the side. "Hey, what are you?" He stopped as something hot sunk into his leg, just below his groin. Indignation aside, he knew exactly what had happened, could feel blood spurting out of his body, could feel it dripping down his leg as the woman pulled her knife back with a gleeful giggle. "Die, monster, die," she hissed, still with that gleeful smile on her lips, and struck out again, her knife aimed for his other leg. Katsuki hissed, let off an explosion between them, though the woman seemed unfazed, her other hand slipping out of his grip and yanking something through the air. Before he knew what was going on, he felt something thin and sharp pulled tight into his throat, cutting off his air. Katsuki thrashed, another explosion blowing through the alley as he stumbled and fell, clawing at the string around his neck, somehow already tied in a hangman's knot. It took him several moments of struggling before he finally found the knot, burning through it with a few sparks from his palm, taking in a huge breath while turning to look for the woman. She was gone. All that was left was the walls, sprayed in his blood. And he was still bleeding. He knew his artery had been severed. He only had minutes to live unless he stopped the bleeding. He fumbled with his belt, managing to pull it off and wrap it around his leg before pressing his radio. "Hero down. I need an ambulance." Static responded. His head was going woozy. It took him several minutes to remember he'd such channels. Another minute to remember how to change channels. Those idiots were still chatting on the other channel when he suched over. "Hey!" he screamed over their voices. "Hero down. I'm." His head spun and he glanced down, seeing nothing but red pooling underneath him. I need an ambulance." "Bakugo! Bakugo, where are you?" Kirishima quickly came over the radio, but his voice was overruled by another, a voice he recognized, but couldn't put a name to. "Kaminari, contact his agency, get us his patrol route. Kirishima, keep talking to him, get as much information as you. Any other heroes or law enforcement in the area, we are looking for a blonde-haired hero, black costume, orange and green markings, named Ground Zero. Elevate to highest priority, situation is critical." He wouldn't call in otherwise. "I'll look on foot." Out in the distance, Katsuki swore he heard an engine revving up. He knew there was no way anyone was going to find him in that little alley. But he couldn't remember the street he'd walked off of. "Hey Kats, talk to me. Where are you?" "Alley." He shuddered, felt very cold. It was getting strong to keep the pressure on his leg. Even if it didn't really hurt that much, his fingers were starting to shake. The world was starting to spin. "An alley? Are you in an alley? Where? Which one?" He tried to say something, anything, but all that came out was a noise of despair, as the realization that he was going to die on that street crossed his mind. His body gave way and he laid back, tourniquet abandoned, staring up into the sky. Karma was a cruel beach. Why was he lying in this alleyway, dying? What a terrible way to die. With even less than a whimper, getting murdered by some crazy old lady with a knife and a bit of wire. How the hell had she even done this? But, well, he supposed he'd never know. Fate was cruel too. He just figured out that he really did want to live. Katsuki. You gotta talk to me. Where are you?" Katsuki listened, as Kirishima's voice became the only thing in the world he really could recognize. Everything else seemed to slide away, as if dropping out of reality. The buildings, the street, the BLD running down his leg. Even his own body seemed to start dissolving at the edges. I don't want to die. He could have laughed, but found himself choking instead. When I don't want to die, that's when this happens. But why now? Why not when I would have been okay with it? Maybe he deserved it. Maybe this was punishment. That's what it had to be. Punishment for all he'd done. Well, he supposed he couldn't argue with that. So he closed his eyes, felt himself fading from the world, fading from reality. Fading completely. He was, somehow, aware of a hand on his arm. A voice in his ear. A tight, sharp pain at his leg. These were the last few threads of the world he remembered. Figures that the last things he'd feel of this world were things he couldn't quite comprehend, things he wasn't really sure he wanted to feel at all. Maybe it should have been a surprise when he woke up. Somehow, it wasn't. He opened his eyes, still feeling dizzy. The room around him was very white. The air he was breathing tasted sterile. The tube under his nose the culprit. With it, it was strong to smell Kirishima, though he somehow knew the beta was in the room. When he looked, he found the hero in the chair next to him, head in his hands. The beta didn't move, not for several minutes, so Katsuki said. His voice cracked and groaned and croaked, but Kirishima still leaped up as if shocked. His eyes were red, a line of salt down both cheeks. When he saw Katsuki, anger overcame his face. What the hell, Katsuki? What the hell? Katsuki blinked, surprised at the outburst. He didn't have the energy to match Kirishima's, though he did manage a growl. What? This is the welcome back I get? I thought you were over this. The beta actually snapped his teeth, shook his head. I thought you cared now. At least enough not to go and let yourself get killed. Fury rose like waves on the beach in Katsuki's eye. No matter how much he wanted to rise up and throttle the beta for suggesting such a thing, all he could manage was a short snarl of his own. I didn't. I was ambushed, shitty hair. You really think I want to die? Kirishima gasped for breath, once, twice. Put his face back in his hands. Did I do it twice, Katsuki? Your heart stopped. Twice. The news rocked through him, made his mind spin with denials, even knowing Kirishima wouldn't lie to him, not like this. Slowly, he took stock of himself. 2 wiggling toes, 2 aching knees, a very sore right leg and a very swollen and painful left, a thigh full of organs, 2 lungs still pulling in air, 2 shoulders that connected to 2 arms and 2 hands with all 10 fingers curling at his command. A heart that he felt beating harshly in his eye. He closed his eyes, sighed. Sorry. Didn't mean to worry you. Why were you alone, Katsuki? It was stupid to go out alone. It's what I've always done at the agency. Most of us patrol alone in the quieter neighborhoods. Kirishima snarled viciously, snapped his jaws. He sounded a lot like an alpha in that moment. So much so that Katsuki managed a short laugh. This isn't funny. I can't keep watching you get hurt like this. I can't watch you kill yourself. It was easily the most emotional Katsuki had ever seen the beta. Oftentimes, he got fired up, passionate, loud in what he believed. He'd always been like that, way back from Yuye, and that hadn't changed over the years. But this was different. This was raw and painful. A wound ripped open again and again, a wound that refused to scab over, a wound that refused to stop bleeding. Confronted by such raw emotion from the one person he'd never really seen it from, Katsuki didn't know what to do. Or what to say. He just laid there, contemplating his death, what he would have missed. Thought about green eyes shimmering in sunlight, a musical laugh, summer nights under the stars. Remembered he'd burned that all away. I can't keep letting you do this, Kirishima repeated, taking his hand. Please. Join the pack. Let us support you. Let us help you, Katsuki. Please. Or just let me help you. But please. Please. I can't watch you do this anymore. Not like this. He shook his head, couldn't seem to meet Katsuki's gaze. Don't you want to be the #1 hero? Don't you want to be better than All Might was? You can't do that if you die now. So please live, Katsuki. Please let us help you. Again, the words to say escaped Katsuki. He didn't know how to tell the beta that he did want to live, that he did intend to be the #1 hero, that he did intend to be better than All Might. He didn't know how to tell him, he just no longer knew how he was going to achieve those goals. Kirishima was still grasping his hand, bent over it as if in prayer. Katsuki pulled that hand back, rapped his knuckles on the beta's forehead. When Kirishima blinked at him in confusion, no longer quite on the verge of tears, Katsuki laid back, stared up at the ceiling. "All right, fine. I'll join your shitty pack." The beta was quiet for a long time. A long time. Then he sobbed once. Sniffled, tried to clean himself up. Katsuki didn't acknowledge this. He only nodded when the beta said, "Promise?" "Yeah. I promise." The pack house was a lot different from what he'd been expecting, though to be honest, Katsuki hadn't really known what to expect at all. It was a big, monstrous of a thing with lots of pristine white walls and a stylized roof that was gaudy as hell. The thought of living in such a monster made him feel a bit queasy, though that was probably more the scent than anything else. He was an alpha, not part of the pack, yet, so of course the smell would bother him. He glared up at the house until Kirishima came around from the other side of the car. "You ready?" The beta looked tired. He'd looked tired since that morning when he'd come to pick Katsuki up from the hospital. Katsuki didn't really want to push against him when he looked like sheet, so he just growled, followed him up to the house. When the door opened, Kirishima stepped aside to reveal a tiny entryway with a shoe rack stacked nearly to the ceiling, shoes tucked neatly into each cubby. Beyond that, a living room, filled with people. When he looked out over the crowd, he of course recognized everyone there and when he and Kirishima entered, everyone fell silent. While Kirishima stepped up into the living room, Katsuki didn't move from the entrance, the alpha part of him alarmed by the scent and the realization that he was somewhere he most certainly didn't belong. He wanted to run away. He wanted to stand up and growl and challenge the alphas in the house. All he did was keep his mouth shut, glaring down each of the pack members as they stared awkwardly back at him. The first to move was Ida. The pack alpha cleared his throat, pushed his glasses up on his face, stepped to meet Katsuki. Ida had always been a bit taller than him, but with Katsuki standing in the cut out of the entryway and Ida on the raised floor, the height difference between them irked at a nerve in his body. Katsuki's lip twitched toward a snarl, something Ida no doubt noticed. The truth, however, was not the height difference itself. It was, admittedly, the power dynamic. If Katsuki joined, Ida was going to be ranked above him. He'd either have to get over that or fight Ida for that position, and he had a feeling if he won the pack alpha spot, not many in the pack would actually follow him. Not that he wanted that. He just felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought of being under another alpha. Another fact was that he'd done a little research and found out it was customary for the pack alpha to heavily scent a new member, especially other alphas, as a way to ingratiate them into the pack. There was no way in hell Katsuki was going to let Ida just scent him. If that was a requirement to join, then he was going to walk right back through that door, and he was very much prepared to do just that. Katsuki waited, thinking on all of this as Ida came to stand before him. He looked Katsuki up and down once. "You're looking a lot better, Bakugo. How are you feeling?" "Not dead," he growled. Ida nodded. "And for that we're all glad." He held out his hand. "If you'll have it, then I'd like to welcome you into our pack." The hand outstretched was so many things. A welcome, a consideration, an agreement. If he took Ida's hand, he'd be entering into his pack, he'd be accepting all the bullshit that would come with it. But he'd also be accepting all the help in that hand. That hand was outstretched as an offer for safety and peace and support. And maybe Katsuki wasn't all too happy with the idea of being around these people all the time. But he knew them. He'd lived with them for 3 whole years. Somehow, even standing there, the odd man out, he felt strangely settled. He knew this moment. Even if he didn't know the place. He'd always fit in this group. Somehow, they'd molded this place for him around him, even through all his squirming and growling. They knew him. They accepted him. Ida's hand outstretched, the small smiles on the faces beyond him that Katsuki was just starting to notice, they were all signs of that acceptance. And maybe it wasn't going to be perfect. But maybe this was what he needed, at least for now. He took Ida's hand, made sure to squeeze it tightly. Ida winced slightly, but didn't otherwise react. The pack gave a low rumble and slowly came forward, Uraraka first, then Mina, Kaminari, Siro, the others. They slowly offered him their hands, pulled him up from the entryway, welcomed him home. Katsuki was woken from the dream, the memory, by someone knocking at his door. A glance at his clock told him it was very late, as did the continued darkness from the hallway when the door opened. Somehow, he'd known who it was, so he didn't growl as someone came into the room. "Kaken," Kazue called. "Kaken? What?" Katsuki growled, rubbing his eyes. He felt Kazue clamber up onto his bed. "Mommy said to come get you." Katsuki paused, staring at the pup as he gazed thoughtfully back. "He said not to tell you that, but Mommy also says not to lie to people. Is he okay?" Katsuki quickly roused himself, trying to shake out the lingering effects of the dream. "I don't know." Kazue raised his hands as Katsuki stood, the alpha immediately picking him up. "He just told me to come get you." Katsuki growled lowly, made his way down the hallway. He hurried to Izuku's room, found it cracked open. He paused, but it was quiet inside, so he knocked before entering. "Izuku," he called, pushed the door open. There was a soft glow from the corner of the room, a new nightlight in place, blue and soft, bathing the room in a dim effusion of light. Izuku was in bed, laying on his side, his face hidden from the doorway. Katsuki waited for him to say something, but he didn't even move. "Hey, Izuku." While Katsuki kept his voice low and soft, Kazue immediately shouted, "Mommy. I went and got Kaken like you told me to." Izuku immediately curled up around himself as if cringing, hiding his face in his hands. Katsuki took a few steps inside to place Kazue on the bed, letting the pup rush over to his Omega and rub against him comfortingly. The Omega made an irritated, exasperated sound beneath his hands. "You all right?" Katsuki asked. Izuku sighed, lifted his hands from his face. "Could you just? I don't know." Katsuki waited, but the Omega didn't elaborate. "Do you want me to leave?" "No. Stay." He made a short noise halfway to a whine. "Just tell me what you want, Izuku." Izuku didn't say anything. Kazue sighed and gave a dramatic flop onto the Omega's side. "Mommy." "Oh, just." Izuku suddenly rose up, grabbing hold of Kazue and hugging him to his knee. Even in the glow of the nightlight, Katsuki could see the uncertainty in his eyes. Slowly, he came and sat next to the Omega, tentatively running a hand along his back. Izuku didn't quite melt under the touch, but Katsuki could feel little ringlets of muscles unwinding under his fingers. The Omega rubbed against Kazue, settling the pup quickly, then sighed. "Just, would you mind laying next to me again?" "Sure. Is everything okay?" "Yeah. He shivered. Hugged Kazue a little tighter. He wouldn't look at Katsuki. "After what you said today, I keep thinking I see something in the room." That's what it was. The Omega was scared. A swelling of protective instinct made Katsuki want to snarl and hiss and track down Yokoyama and destroy him. But the reality was that wasn't possible. So he settled his nerves with a deep breath, nodded. "Sure, Izuku. I'll stay with you tonight." "Just for tonight," the Omega snapped, to which Katsuki nodded. "Just until you feel safe." Izuku wrinkled his nose at the words, lay down with Kazue still curled up in his arms. Katsuki went and shut the door, then curled up behind the Omega, just as he had done that first night. This time, he didn't touch Izuku, opting instead to wrap his arms around his pillow. "Good night," he said. Izuku was very quiet. Then, with a huff, he turned over, moving Kazue into the space between them, but pressing closer to the alpha. Kazue chirped happily, nuzzling into Katsuki's esti while remaining curled in Izuku's arms. Izuku watched the pup, the ghost of a smile on his lips. Then he closed his eyes. "Good night." Kazue purred, snuggling deeper into the space between Alpha and Omega. "Night, night." Katsuki stared forward, a bit in a daze, noticed that Kazue was still peering at him, a little quirk to his lips. It took the Alpha a moment to realize what he wanted, eventually grumbling out, "Good night." Satisfied, Kazue rubbed his cheek against Katsuki and closed his eyes. Izuku didn't react, pretending to be asleep. With Pup and Omega settled, Katsuki glanced over the room. Even with the soft glow of the nightlight, there were still shadows that reached toward the bed, lines that might, at a glance, look like jagged teeth. Knowing Yokoyama was still out there, knowing he'd sought Izuku out after the attack, knowing it was possible he was looking for him right at that moment, made Katsuki want to rage. He understood why. Even here, Izuku couldn't feel safe. His home had been violated as much as he had. All his safe spaces had been torn away. Even if he hadn't been around for the last 5 years, Katsuki had once been a safe place for the Omega. It made sense that he would seek out even the old safety nets he hadn't used in years. And Katsuki didn't honestly mind it. If he could provide some level of comfort to the Omega, then he didn't mind being used. Not if it helped him. Still, he didn't like those shadows. He growled lowly, ran a hand through Kazue's hair. When he did, his fingers accidentally brushed against Izuku's hand. He drew quickly away, but Izuku didn't react, didn't move away at his touch. Still, he didn't push the Omega any. As long as he was content and able to sleep, it was all that mattered. So he settled in, closed his eyes. Kept an ear to anything that shouldn't be there, only heard the soft rustling of his pack around them. Katsuki felt something shifting in his arms, felt a hand press against his face. Kaken. The alpha grumbled at the pup's voice. Food. Kaken. Food. Katsuki growled and Izuku shifted, sighed. Ask nicely, Kazue. The pup huffed. Kaken, can we please get some food? The alpha sighed, shifted, lifted himself up. Immediately, Kazue crawled into his lap, reached up to nestle into his scent gland. Katsuki wrapping his arms around him to prop him up. Izuku, he muttered, earning a hum from the Omega, let me bring you some breakfast? Izuku nosed himself farther into the bed, sighed. I told you no breakfast in bed. I asked you first. A wrinkle came to the Omega's nose, but he didn't try to rise from the bed. He seemed to mull over the idea, then said, all right, fine. Katsuki nodded, got up from the bed before he could change his mind. Just rest up. Breakfast? Kazue asked. The alpha grumbled. I'll show you how to make breakfast. The pup smiled widely. I want to stir the eggs. All right, pup. You can do that. Kazue gave a little chirp. Opening the door, Katsuki heard a soft rustling downstairs, probably those getting ready to go out on patrol soon. He had a half schedule that day to go on patrol with Kaminari, but he had a couple of hours before he had to leave. Enough time to make sure Izuku was settled from the previous night. And that started with breakfast. He set Kazue on the ground, nodded toward the stairs. Kitchen. Watch your step. The pup glanced around as if confused by his surroundings, then raised his arms to the alpha. Kaken. Remembering what Izuku had said yesterday, Katsuki ignored him, started toward the stairs. Come on, pup, he said when Kazue whined. Behind him, he heard the pup huff angrily and the little stomps of his feet as he followed after the alpha. They didn't see anyone on their way into the kitchen, save for Todoroki, who was sitting in the dining room drinking tea and reading a newspaper of all things. He glanced up at Katsuki and Kazue, the pup hurrying to grab onto Katsuki's leg at the sight of the other alpha, though he didn't growl or otherwise act aggressively toward him. They moved quickly on, neither Todoroki nor Katsuki acknowledging one another. Once in the kitchen, Katsuki considered what he was going to do. He knew that, at least 5 years ago, Izuku preferred a simple breakfast, and with Kazue helping, a simple breakfast was probably best. He picked Kazue up and set him on the counter, growling, "Don't touch anything unless I tell you to." The pup snorted. "You're being mean, Kaken." "No. It's dangerous. You could get hurt." "No. I'm strong. And I'm tough. See." He bore his teeth, showed little pup canines peeking over his other teeth. Katsuki looked at him, nodded. "I know you're tough, but even tough people can get hurt." Kazue tilted his head slightly as Katsuki set some eggs and rice next to him. "Kaken, do you get hurt?" "Yes, sometimes. I am a hero after all." "Does it hurt being a hero?" "Sometimes." "Then why do you do it?" Katsuki handed the pup a wooden spoon while he filled a pot with water. He took the moment to think carefully, selecting his words one at a time. "I became a hero because I wanted to stop villains from doing bad things." "But that's dangerous." "Yeah, it can be." The pup huffed and put his hands on his hips. "Kaken, if you can do dangerous things, then I think I can do dangerous things too." Like make breakfast. Those are two very different things, Kazuo. Says who? Says me. Kazue pouted mightily. Kaken, you make no sense? Katsuki shook his head. Always make your rice first. You hear that, rice first. The pup tilted his head, but nodded and listened as Katsuki told him what they were going to be making that morning. It admittedly took more time than usual to get breakfast put together. But it was rewarding to watch Kazue's eyes widen at the expanding rice or the joy he took in slowly stirring the eggs, even if Katsuki had to go back and whisk them afterward. Soon enough, Kazue was carefully stacking bowls and chopsticks on the tea tray while Katsuki nestled a cup of fresh coffee in the tray's center. I want to carry the tray. Kazue tried to pick it up, but Katsuki pressed it back onto the counter. Oh. You just get the door for me. The pup wrinkled his nose, seemed to think over a response, then huffed out. Okay. Before Katsuki could stop him, the pup leaped off the counter, landing lithely on his feet and scurrying for the staircase. The alpha had gone rigid, frozen in a new kind of terror at the sight of Kazue jumping off the counter, his heart stuttering nearly to a halt and his stomach dropping far out of his body. He took several moments to get his heart started back up before yanking the tea tray off the counter with muttered curses and stomping after the pup. When he reached the staircase, he heard Kazue shouting for Izuku only to be quickly hushed by the Omega. A sudden peal of laughter from the pup settled some of Katsuki's nerves, called him forward as he approached the bedroom. He nudged the door open a little more, saw Izuku with Kazue curled up in his arms, gnawing gently at the pup's cheeks, Kazue growling and nipping back at him. Katsuki stood for a moment in the doorway, watching them, somewhat confused. He'd never seen anything like this before, though both pup and Omega seemed to have fallen into a familiar pattern, playing as they may have any other day. And for however confused he might be, Katsuki recognized the beauty in the moment, the progress, the steps and leaps taken to reach this point. So he was quiet as he watched, until Kazue noticed him and popped up with a chirp. Izuku glanced over to him, sat up slowly. That smells good. I helped, Mommy. Kazue tugged at the Omega's arm. Well, it smells delicious, firecracker. Izuku pulled the pup to his body and nuzzled him. Kazue nipped at his cheek and the Omega purred happily. As much as it felt a little intrusive to step into the room, Katsuki did so to offer Izuku the mug of coffee. The Omega's purring softened to a satisfied hum. Thank you. It really does smell good. Well, eat up. Keep your strength up. Katsuki handed him a bowl, which Izuku took, pushing Kazue gently down when he tried to peer at the food. The pup pouted, until the alpha offered him a bowl of his own. Floor or table downstairs, he said. Kazue wrinkled his nose. Why does Mommy get to eat in bed and I can't? Because he's the Omega? But why? I told you, Katsuki grumbled. Izuku is a grown-up and he's the Omega. Not even I get to eat in bed. He caught a bit of a smug look from Izuku before he covered it up by taking a drink from his coffee. The pup still seemed unsatisfied by the answer, but he didn't argue as Katsuki shifted the tray in his hands. Come on. Let's go downstairs and eat at the table together. The pup looked skeptically up at Katsuki, glanced once at Izuku, then hurried to push the door open for Katsuki a little more. Before leaving, the alpha glanced over his shoulder, saw Izuku watching him from over his mug. He couldn't quite tell what was going through the Omega's mind, so he said nothing, followed Kazue as the pup stomped along the hallway. Downstairs, he found only one chair at the table taken, Ida slumped over a half-eaten breakfast, sleeping. Kazue had snuck close to the pack alpha, tiptoeing to keep from waking him. Katsuki watched, until there came a mischievous grin to the pup's lips and he reached for Ida. Then he barked. Ida jolted awake and when he did, Kazue screeched in panic, rushing to hide behind Katsuki's legs. The alpha snorted shortly, setting the tray on the table as the pack alpha blinked, opening his mouth to say something. Both alphas paused as something thumped loudly upstairs, followed quickly by the noise of a door slamming open. Everyone turned to the staircase just as Izuku burst into the room, grabbing the banister to stop himself from tumbling down the stairs. His pupils were blown so wide, Katsuki swore there was no green left in them, the Omega's grip white-knuckled on the banister. A wave of distress rushed down the stairs, rolling over Katsuki, every fiber of his being reacting to the Omega's panic. Protect Omega. Comfort Omega. His hands flinched, but he was frozen, not really sure what to do as Izuku's eyes darted desperately around the room. Kazue? It was both a question and a cry of panic. The pup chirped as he peeked out from behind Katsuki, Izuku immediately calming. He let out a sigh, slumping slightly as the pup ran to climb the stairs and reach his Omega. Izuku scooped him into his arms, rubbing against him, purring maybe more to calm himself than the pup. As the Omega settled, Katsuki found his joints were able to move again and he let out a breath, glancing toward Ida. The pack alpha had gone rigid in his seat, now wide awake. While he seemed to have full control over his body, Katsuki found himself a little stiff in places still. It was Ida who rose and spoke first. Apologies, Midoriya. I'm afraid I may have startled your pup. That wasn't my intention. Izuku shifted slightly, pulled Kazue closer to his body. It's fine. I just heard him and I don't know. I guess I just... He bit his lip, didn't seem to know how to continue. Ida nodded understandingly. It's all right. There's no need for you to explain. Just know that he's safe and unhurt. Everything's okay. You're right. Izuku shifted Kazue in his arms again, chewed at his lip. I think I'll join you for breakfast after all. Whatever you want to do, Katsuki managed to growl. He shifted uncomfortably as Izuku nodded, disappeared back down the hallway, taking Kazue with him, the pup very quiet. Once the Omega had left, Katsuki slumped into his seat, muttering intelligibly as Ida righted his glasses and for the first time noticed his half-eaten breakfast. He began eating while Katsuki growled some more, eventually drowning it out with a large swig of coffee. Izuku re-emerged carrying his bowl and mug, Kazue chatting happily with the Omega, already having forgotten what had just occurred. He raced back to his seat, where Katsuki had deposited his breakfast, the pup grabbing greedily for his chopsticks to begin eating. Izuku cast a wary glance to Ida but eventually took his seat on the other side of Kazue. He flicked his chopsticks through his food as if searching for something. Katsuki watched him for several long moments, until the Omega sighed and turned his glare to him, indicating that he had, in fact, noticed the alphas staring. Then Katsuki cleared his throat and turned back to his food. After a moment's pause, Ida readjusted his glasses, the movement catching both Izuku's and Kazue's attention. How are you feeling today, Midoriya? Izuku shrugged. Taking it one day at a time. Ida nodded. We'll take that. As long as you're making it through. He glanced at his breakfast, pushed his plate back. Just so you are aware, we're expecting visitors next week. While Izuku tilted his head curiously, Katsuki let out a low, dangerous growl. We agreed no visitors, not even members of the agency. Eyebags was supposed to be the only exception. This is something Yaoyorozu had planned for a long time, but our agreement is also the reason I'm bringing this up now. I wanted to know if it was something you would have concerns with, Midoriya. Izuku shrugged. There's really only a couple people I wouldn't want anywhere near me, and I highly doubt you would allow them anywhere near the pack house. The pack alpha smiled, relaxed somewhat. I believe you. And I'm glad you recognize we wouldn't let anyone we don't trust near the pack house. We value the safety of everyone in this house. The Omega shrugged, didn't seem at all impressed. Well, that's less about your values and more that I recognize your instinctual need to establish and keep territorial lines. Ida blinked in surprise, but Izuku didn't seem to notice. May I ask who is coming over? I'd like to know that as well, Katsuki hissed, trying to hold back his frustration. Ida cleared his throat, seemed to try to reorient himself. Togata and Amajiki were going to drop off their pups for a play date with Fumiko and Takahiro. It might be good for Kazue as well to play with them. Their pups are a little closer in age to him than our pack pups. Kazue had stopped eating to peer up at Ida with wide eyes. Did you say Togata? And Amamajiki? Ida nodded, bringing his voice down when addressing the pup. Yes, of course. Their pups are good friends with Fumiko and Takahiro. But, the pup looked up at Izuku, who had a carefully guarded expression, not quite concealing a little spark in his eyes. But, that's Lemillion and Sun Eater, right? That's right. Kazue let out a huge, dramatic gasp, spinning on Izuku to tug at his arm. Mommy, I want to meet Lemillion and Sun Eater. They're so cool. A smile curled along Izuku's lips at the pup's enthusiasm, and he even chuckled. All right, but you have to promise to behave. Mommy. Yes. Mommy. Izuku turned to Ida as Kazue continued to tug at his arm. That would be fine. As long as they won't mind Kazue being a bit of a fan. I'm sure they will be flattered. Kazue let out a shrill noise, cut off abruptly as Izuku made a quick, short noise somewhat like a growl. The pup turned to Katsuki, smiling widely, though he paused when he saw the alpha. Kaken, aren't you excited to meet Lemillion and Sun Eater? Katsuki just barely was able to turn his silent snarl into a forced, not-quite grin. So, excited? The Omega's lips twitched toward a smile as Kazue kicked his legs out happily. Eat your breakfast, Kaz? Kazue nodded. You too, Mommy. The Omega took a bite with the pup, purring when Kazue hummed happily. His eyes did flick up to Katsuki, catching that the alpha's smile had faded back to a snarl. Something wrong, Katsuki? Katsuki clicked his tongue. Nope. He forced himself to jam food into his mouth. There was a moment of quiet as the three ate their breakfast, Ida very obviously watching them carefully. Eventually he stood. I have some things to take care of. Please excuse me. Katsuki glared after the pack alpha as he took up his plate and left. He kept his glare anywhere but on Kazue and Izuku, even as he felt the Omega shift toward him. So, eventually, Izuku braved the silence. What plans do you have today? Patrol later with Dunce Head? He caught a confused look from both Izuku and Kazue, so he clarified, Kaminari? Is Kaminari a Dunce Head? Kazue asked, Izuku quickly shaking his head. Oh. Katsuki is just being silly again. What's a Dunce Head? The pup pressed. A lovely person, Izuku said without hesitation. Oh, Kazue took a huge bite of rice. Kaminari is nice. Izuku handed him a napkin, which the pup dutifully used to wipe his mouth. Katsuki watched Pup and Omega silently, enjoyed the natural rhythm they so easily fell into. It was another small piece of normalcy, something falling back into place. And it was a moment he again had no place in. So, he went to stand, paused when the Omega immediately turned to him. Are you leaving? Katsuki lifted his plate. Just cleaning up. The Omega nodded, handed him his mug. Top me off. There was another question beneath the obvious request. Come back and sit with me. He nodded, sure. By the time he went into the kitchen, refilled Izuku's coffee, and returned to the dining room, Kazue was gone, his bowl sitting empty on the table. Izuku was shifting around a couple grains of rice, though he paused to gratefully take the mug from Katsuki. Thank you. Of course, Katsuki took Kazue's seat right next to the Omega. Kazue? Sent him to go play with Fumiko? The Alpha nodded. They're still getting along. Izuku trailed his thumb along the rim of the mug. Yeah. She's tough enough to keep him in line. She's tough enough to keep anyone in line. Including you. There was a smirk in Izuku's voice. Katsuki snorted. She certainly ties. Izuku chuckled, the noise settling Katsuki in his seat. He leaned back slightly. There's something you needed from me. Not really. Izuku shrugged. Just wanted to hang out. Katsuki paused halfway through drinking his coffee to examine the Omega. However, Izuku kept his gaze on the far wall, lost in his own coffee. He couldn't quite tell what was behind Izuku's words, nor did he really know how to respond to them. So he finished taking a huge gulp of his coffee, set it down on the table. So, I heard you were working at a support agency? A sharp look overtook the Omega, just barely not a glare. I was. When are you going to go back? We'd support you with whatever you'd need. I'm not. Katsuki paused. What? I'm not going back to work there. Again he waited, but Izuku wouldn't even look at him. Why? The Omega purposefully drank from his mug, maybe hoping Katsuki would move on. When he didn't, Izuku sighed. They fired me. A spike of anger had Katsuki's lip twitching. What? Izuku finally chanced to glance at him, clearly noticed his anger. Well, there's new management from when I was hired and they were never a huge fan of mine, So when I didn't show up to work for 3 days without any communication, they went and fired me. It took a long, deep breath for Katsuki to not immediately snarl loudly. You should be able to ask for your job back. Your circumstances were extreme. Izuku shook his head. They told me I'd have to renegotiate the position and I wouldn't be able to meet the new requirements with Kazue and with everything that's happening right now. So, I won't be going back to work for them. He let the statement linger between them, Katsuki unable to coherently think of a response. Izuku set his mug down, smiled, said, "It's fine. I don't know how I would do trying to just go back to work and to school. I probably need a little break anyway." That's still bullshit what they did to you. There was no way Katsuki was just going to let Izuku shrug this off, even as the Omega tried very strong to. However, he wasn't quite prepared for when. The Omega gestured uselessly into the air and said, "Yeah, it is, I don't disagree. But it is what it is and I don't have the patience or strength to worry over that on top of everything else." It was strong to argue with that. Strong to push Izuku to do more when he made it so clear he simply couldn't. That there was so much weighing on him, that he'd been forced to shuck the weight he couldn't bear anymore, seemingly without much of a thought. Of course, it made sense that he'd be used to doing such things. His life had been full of tough decisions for the past 5 years, Katsuki assumed. Taking care of himself and Kazue couldn't have been easy. He couldn't imagine what he'd had to give up for the sake of his pup. This was just another part of that. Still, that didn't mean he had to accept it. What company was it? For the first time, Izuku met his gaze. "Why? Just tell me." The Omega paused another moment, then said, "Sigma." Katsuki immediately pulled out his phone, opened his messages to Ida. "We don't associate with Sigma Support Company anymore." He glared at the screen, waited for Ida's eventual response, which was just several question marks. They screwed over Izuku. "We don't associate with them anymore." Before receiving another response from the Pack Alpha, he sent the same message to the group chat, tucking his phone away as it immediately started vibrating with new messages. Izuku was staring at him with an eyebrow raised, but he didn't ask anything, just went back to his coffee. "Well, when you're ready, we can help you look for a new job. If you wanted and if you're comfortable, we could probably find something for you to do at the agency." At this, Izuku snorted. "I don't need your charity." "It's not charity. It's a recognition of your ability and your need. Plus, like Ida and Uraraka said, you're practically part of the pack now. We'll do whatever we can to help you out." Although he didn't seem to like that answer, Izuku said nothing, staring into his mug silently. Enough time went on that Katsuki, too, turned to his coffee, saw a dim reflection of himself. He looked put off. Not quite settled. He growled into the liquid, took a sip to break the mirror. As he did, he saw Izuku glance at him, gestured toward him. "What's that on your neck?" Katsuki immediately pressed a hand to his neck, couldn't feel what he knew was, in fact, a small discolored mark that looked suspiciously like a long-suffering burn. He set his mug down. "Old injury. Had a garrote caught around my neck. Got a little too enthusiastic about burning it off. I don't remember seeing that on the news." Katsuki gave him a raised eyebrow look. "You paid attention to me on the news?" Ignoring his comment, Izuku continued. "When did that happen? And who got close enough to get a garrote around your neck?" "It happened about 3 years ago." He lowered his hand. "Got ambushed in an alleyway. This old lady stabbed me, wrapped this wire around my neck. Almost killed me." He saw a flicker of shock, of sorrow cross Izuku's expression, though he didn't give any attention to it. "We found out later that she suffered from some sort of mental disorder made worse by the effects of her quirk. Causes her to have a break from reality, makes her believe she's a hunter out there killing monsters. When she found out what she'd done, she was horrified. But at least it was me and not some innocent person on the street. We kept it out of the news as much as possible. It wasn't too long after I broke my back. I'm sure you heard about that." "Yeah, I did." Izuku lowered his head, shifted nervously. "I know it's way too late, but when I heard about that, I really was worried. About you, and I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm glad you're okay." Katsuki turned, caught Izuku's eyes. They looked at each other. Perhaps not like how they'd used to. But it was the first time they simply just looked at each other. Pausing in the moment, in the words that had been exchanged between them, both that day and the days previously. It was a strange moment. Not one Katsuki really knew how to react to. He could only let that moment hang for so long before he felt his skin crawling and he looked away with a snort. Well, thanks. It was an interesting time, to say the least. He checked his watch. I should get a workout in before my shift. Do you need anything from me? No. I'm okay. Izuku turned over his shoulder, nostrils twitching. I should check on Kazue? He's fine. Don't worry about him so much. The Omega hummed non-committally, handed over his mug when Katsuki held out his hand. I'll be back late tonight, so you might not see me before you go to bed. But if you need something, just call me. My line is set up to go straight to my radio when I'm on patrol. Izuku lifted his eyebrows. Nifty. Some weird tech from a pink-haired freak we work with from time to time. Doesn't sound like someone from Sigma? Nah. She works for a small shop with a couple others. Had some big investors once she graduated from UA. Another uncomfortable pause. Katsuki picked up the empty bowls. Anyway, anything comes up, don't be afraid to call. It'll reach me. Aha, a smirk overcame the Omega's face. You know I don't have your number anymore. Maybe he was being bold. Or arrogant. But Katsuki saw an opportunity and gave his winning smirk in return. You asking for it? Izuku's expression immediately fell into an unimpressed frown. He pushed away from the table, stood, and sighed very deliberately in that order, never mind. Forget I asked. He walked away without glancing once at Katsuki, leaving the Alpha standing there holding the dishes. Once the Omega had left and it was clear he wasn't going to come back, Katsuki snarled to him, stomped into the kitchen. Idiot! What were you thinking? Over the next few days, Izuku, Kazue, Katsuki, and the rest of the pack fell into a familiar, comforting pattern. Izuku fit neatly amongst the rest of the pack, though he kept a clear line with everyone save for Yaoyorozu and the Omegas, whom he cautiously allowed a bit closer than the others. He also took a shining to Todoroki, seemingly comforted by his presence, much to Katsuki's chagrin. He chalked it up to the Alpha's mate scent with Yaoyorozu, even if it was very clear that Izuku actually enjoyed Todoroki's laid-back, no-fuss approach to life. In turn, the pack accepted and welcomed Izuku as one of their own, moving around and with him as they would any other member of the pack. It was as if nothing had changed at all. They still maintained an orderly patrol schedule. The betas still caused chaos on a regular basis. Ida had his weekly meltdown about something to do with the pack or the agency. Things moved forward as they always had, with the addition of everyone turning an eye over Izuku, watching to make sure he was doing okay. Even Katsuki found himself going back to a normal rhythm of life. He found himself frequently making breakfast for himself, Kazue, and Izuku, though sometimes he would find the Omega in the kitchen first. They formed a slightly awkward pattern between Alpha and Omega, both caring for Kazue while dancing carefully around each other. Even if Katsuki knew what he wanted, he couldn't tell what Izuku wanted, nor did he know whether even the Omega knew what he wanted. So their interactions remained polite and awkward. Katsuki also went back on his regular patrols, though they were interspersed with meetings with Tsukachi and investigations for the case against Yokoyama. They weren't getting any closer to finding the monster Alpha, but there also hadn't been any more attacks since Izuku's. It was good news in one sense. Nobody getting hurt. In another, it did mean the police only had what they had previously collected. Even knowing who they were looking for didn't seem to help any. Somehow, Yokoyama had gone deep underground. He hadn't paid Izuku's apartment another visit and Katsuki had gone inside to check to make sure it hadn't been disturbed, finding it still largely abandoned, though there were some signs that Aoki had been in the apartment to keep it relatively clean and orderly. The investigation was quickly coming to a dead end, though Katsuki refused to believe it would. How could it when they knew exactly who they were looking for? They just had to hope the Alpha slipped up before he hurt anyone else. They'd catch him. If it was the last thing Katsuki did, he would find this DM in Alpha and make him pay for what he'd done to Izuku, Kazue, and the other Omegas. Equally, the investigation into the pups quickly dried up. There did come a point where Tsukachi had to admit it was highly unlikely all the pups were still alive, if any of them. They still didn't know the rationale behind taking the pups in the first place, and with no clues as to where they had gone or for what purpose, they had to assume that they'd met a similar fate to their omegas. Tsukachi ordered specialized trackers to start looking for buried bodies in some of the remote parts of the city, including a sweep of the garbage dump, looking for any bodies. Thankfully, or maybe dishearteningly, nothing came of these searches. Still, the more time went on, the less hopefully everyone was. As much as Katsuki wanted to find the pups alive, he knew the statistics. He knew it was going to be a miracle to find any of them alive, not to mention all of them. The best they could do for now was to locate Yokoyama, to make sure he couldn't hurt anyone else. Surely the Alpha would know more about where the pups had gone and if they were still alive. He remained the crux of their investigation, and the subject of Katsuki's deep, hateful ire. But otherwise, things went on. And it was peaceful. Izuku seemed to get a little better every day. Small steps, one at a time. He never did ask Katsuki to sleep in his bed with him again. After a long day's work, Katsuki found Izuku in the garden sitting by the fire pit. He collapsed into the chair beside Izuku and let out a half growl, half sigh, the Omega chuckling under his breath. "You look a little worn out. A hole put me through the ringer on patrol. Wouldn't just let me effing grind him into the dust," Katsuki grumbled. Kazue made a gasping noise from Izuku's lap. "Kaken, you said a bad word again." "Sure did. Just don't repeat it, okay?" "But why?" "Because I'm the Alpha and I say so." Kazue wrinkled his nose at Katsuki. "You're not my Alpha." Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch, but Izuku brushed a hand along Kazue's nose. "Actually, he is, firecracker." "Oh. Kaken just says bad words and makes food all the time. Besides, alphas are mean anyway." Katsuki slumped further into his seat, grumbling between clenched teeth. Izuku laughed. "Oh, be nice, not all alphas are mean. And Katsuki is your alpha. Even if he's not a great one." Katsuki cut the Omega a glare, though Izuku was pointedly focused on Kazu. "Besides, I think him making food for us has been very helpful." The pup didn't look convinced, but before he could protest, Izuku leaned it and nipped at his cheek, Kazue giggling joyfully and biting back at the Omega. Katsuki watched this exchange as he had time and time again, cut a glance to Uraraka. She was sitting across the fire pit from them, also watching the two, looking contented by the interaction. "I never see you do that to Fumiko," the Alpha growled. Uraraka lifted her shoulder. "It's, more of a male Omega thing from what I understand. Teaching their pups to fight, I guess. Instinctual. And you don't do that." "Listen, Katsuki, I'm not a male Omega. I can't tell you what his instincts are." It was a good point. Katsuki had always known Izuku was a male Omega, obviously, but he'd never really thought about what differences that would mean for him in terms of instincts. He'd always just assumed they would be the same as a female Omega. One glance at the slightly befuddled look on Uraraka's face at Izuku biting at Kazue's cheek told him otherwise. So what else was there that would be different? What else did he not know about how male Omegas were different from their female counterparts? His thoughts jolted apart at a cry of pain, the sudden scent of anguish in the air. Kazue was rubbing his cheek, whimpering slightly, while Izuku pressed both hands to his mouth, shock coloring his face nearly white. In an instant, Katsuki found himself hovering over Omega and Pup, taking the pup's hands away to reveal a small cut on his cheek. A teardrop of BLD leaked out of the wound and Izuku made a long, painful sound of despair. "It's all right." Katsuki wasn't really sure who was he speaking to, Omega or Pup, though both didn't react to his voice. "Come here, you're all right." He carefully lifted Kazue from Izuku's lap, watching how the Omega reacted. Izuku leaned forward, hands still pressed to his mouth, as Uraraka quickly came to put a hand on his shoulder. "Kaken," Kazue rubbed at the wound, "it hurts?" Katsuki pulled his hand away. "Don't touch it. Let me see." He glared at the wound. "You're fine. It's just a little cut. Nothing to worry about." The pup sniffled, sad eyes very watery. "Are you sure?" He hiccuped. "I'm sure." Katsuki glanced over to Izuku, saw that the Omega was running a finger over his broken tooth, a hollow look in his eyes. Tell your Omega you're okay. He set Kazue on the ground, the pup cautiously approaching Izuku. As the pup reached up for him, Izuku's expression cleared and he scooped Kazue up into his arms. I'm sorry, Firecracker. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's okay, Mommy. Kaken says it isn't too bad. Izuku stared at the little wound on Kazue's face, his expression growing distant again. Uraraka rubbed her hand over the other Omega's back, bringing him back with a little shake of his head. He pulled Kazue to his settee and scented him, the pup purring happily, melting into his Omega's arms. Even with his pup happy and relaxed, Izuku still seemed dazed, his tongue flicking at his tooth. Katsuki watched, shared a look with Uraraka. He checked his watch. It would be sunset soon. About an hour. Maybe that was too much time. But he had been thinking about doing this for a while, and it would give Izuku something to think about other than hurting Kazue, other than his broken tooth and how he'd gotten it. He nudged the Omega. Hey, grab your jacket. We're going out. Immediately, Izuku seemed to snap back to his senses, narrowing his eyes at the Alpha. Why, just do it. Promise you'll like it? Besides, you need a chance to relax a little. I'm not in the mood for any surprises, Katsuki. Katsuki snapped his jaws. It's not a surprise. Just get your jacket. Cheeks, you can watch Kazue, right? I'm not leaving my pup, Izuku said immediately, tightening his arms around Kazue. Katsuki met his challenging gaze, tilted his neck slightly in SBMs to the Omega. Alright, take your time. But when you're up to it, get your jacket. Izuku glared at him, waited, eventually sighed. You're not going to give this up, are you? Nope. The Omega turned away with a huff, much as Kazue might, rubbed his cheek in the pup's hair. Just give me a few minutes. The Alpha leaned back, closed his eyes. Take your time. We have all night. He heard Izuku make a low noise in his throat. You're the worst sometimes. It took Izuku a couple of hours to settle down, to the point where he looked physically tired and Katsuki considered whether it was a good idea to actually follow through on his threat. But Izuku turned to him expectantly, jacket shrugged onto his shoulders, so Katsuki grabbed the car keys. They paused to say goodnight to Kazue, telling the pup to be good for Uraraka, before stepping out the door. Outside, Izuku shivered a little, stuck a little closer to Katsuki. Katsuki, for his part, swept the area around the pack house much as he may have in the past, though his eyes were sharper and his palms prickled threateningly. But there was nothing hiding in the bushes, nothing on the street, nothing to signal that anything out of the ordinary was happening. Still, Katsuki ushered Izuku into the car quickly and for once, the Omega didn't comment on Katsuki's hovering. Once they were both in the car, Katsuki unwound a little, though Izuku still looked a little nervous. Relax. Everything's fine. The Omega shifted slightly, dug his hands deep in his pockets. So what's all this about? Just something special, I guess? Why? Katsuki paused, turned the car over. You needed the change of pace? The Omega raised an eyebrow at him. Bold of you to assume that. And wouldn't you typically say that stability is a good thing for someone recovering from a traumatic experience? Don't know if you taking me out in the middle of the night to some unknown location all by yourself would be considered stable. You don't like going out in the middle of the night or something? Well, I do have a young pup, so no. But it's more that being with you doesn't really promise stability. I feel like that's an attack on my personality. Izuku snorted out a laugh. You're fairly predictable if nothing else. Oh, predictably loud and angry. Katsuki clicked his teeth. I'm not angry all the time. Would you rather I said grumpy? The Alpha growled and Izuku laughed. They fell into silence afterward, but it wasn't awkward as their first car trip had been. Izuku turned the radio on to something quiet and soothing, then leaned back in his seat, tilted his head to look out his window. Katsuki focused on the road as much as he could, trying to remember the familiar way back to where they were going. Halfway through the city, Izuku finally said, So are you ever going to tell me where we're going? You'll see. That's not an answer. Katsuki shrugged. You'll figure it out. I'm kind of surprised you haven't realized it yet. Izuku raised an eyebrow, looked out the windshield. Somewhere we've been before. Yes. More than once. Yes. Recently. No. The Omega put a hand to his chin, glared at the road. He was quiet for several moments, Katsuki feeling the tension in his stomach building as they got closer and closer to their destination. He wasn't exactly sure how this was going to turn out. He wasn't even really sure what he was doing. He'd had the thought a couple of days earlier but hadn't planned anything other beyond just arriving at the location. What would he say? What would Izuku say? What did he want to get out of this? Maybe just seeing the Omega happy would be enough. Maybe, if he was lucky, they'd share a nostalgic moment together. A small piece of their past that wasn't tainted by the result of the last 5 years. Maybe, but he'd need a hell of a lot of luck for that to happen. As it were, realization dawned on Izuku just before they arrived. Oh, he didn't sound too thrilled. You figure it out? Katsuki asked, ignoring the fluttering in his stomach. Yeah, but I don't know why you'd bother. Well, it was your favorite. He stopped as they turned a corner and faced a convenience store on flattened ground backed by a tall apartment complex. Katsuki slumped into his seat, stared at the landscape in mute horror. To his credit, Izuku only chuckled a little. I'm guessing you haven't been back here for a while. When did this happen? Dunno. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago. The Alpha made a dissatisfied noise, pulling into a parking spot to glare around at what was left of the hill on which he'd once stargazed with Izuku. The ground had been completely flatted to accommodate the new buildings, only a few sparse patches of green left of the once wildflower-filled hilltop. When he peered up through the windshield, he couldn't see the stars at all. Just towering buildings and a ring of clouds. Katsuki let out an aggravated huff, clenched the steering wheel. He chanced a glance at Izuku, found the Omega watching him with a smirk, seemingly unaffected by the destruction of his favorite place in the city. Of course, if it had been that long, he was probably used to it by now. Still, he felt a little raw looking at the Omega, knowing he no longer had a good place to stargaze in the city. Sorry, Izuku. I wanted to surprise you. Izuku chuckled, leaned back in his seat again. It's all right. It was a sweet gesture, Benny. I haven't had time to stargaze in a while, though you do have a pretty good view from the balcony at the pack house. Katsuki let out a rush of air from his nose, his nostrils flaring. He repeated. Izuku shifted in his seat, tried to look up at the stars as well. He gave up after only a few moments. So, what was your plan once you had me under the stars? Didn't have one. Just thought it would be a relaxing moment for you. Oh really? You weren't going to try to stalk me again? Or apologize for what you did? I already told you I was sorry. I made a mistake. But I'll say it again if you want me to. The Omega held up his hand. But it gets old quickly. He cut a glance at Katsuki from the corner of his eye. So no seducing? No. You sure? Katsuki rested his chin on the steering wheel. Well, you made it pretty clear on your position when you didn't ask for my number the other day. I suppose so. The Alpha paused. What, you want me to try? Izuku snorted. Nope. But if you were going to, this would be the time to do it. I just want you to be happy, Izuku. Safe and happy. I'll be fine with that. If that includes me, then great. If it doesn't, he shrugged, I screwed that chance a long time ago. I know that. Izuku was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Katsuki noticed the sounds of the city around them, the low murmur of machines, heaters, the car creaking, maybe even a cricket nearby. Then, can I ask you a question? Katsuki shrugged, aware that he was sulking. Sure, whatever. Why did you do it? The question itself was simple, but there was a more complex question underneath it. Why did you leave me alone? Katsuki took in a breath through his nose, held it, organized his thoughts, but the words still didn't seem right as he spoke. It's complicated. He leaned over the steering wheel, stared up at the sky, as useless as it was. Chewed at the inside of his cheek. Then he sighed. The night All Might died, we were told we would have to bear the burden of his symbol. That we would all have to become the symbol he had once been. And I just couldn't see how I was going to be able to reach that goal. I was overwhelmed. Yes. He paused, picked at the words. Scared would fit nicely in that spot, but that wasn't necessarily true. Or at least, not the whole truth. Instead, he shook his head. It just got worse as time went on. The closer to graduation we got, the less I knew what the hell I was doing. But I was pretty sure on one thing. I wasn't going to be able to do anything but work to reach that goal. I convinced myself I couldn't love you anymore. That I'd never be able to do both. Hell, I didn't even know how I was going to reach the height that All Might did on its own. I had no idea how to do it with someone to take care of and look after. You saw me as burden? Izuku finished. His voice was tight and controlled, but it still made Katsuki want to flinch. He sighed. Right or wrong, that's what I felt like. He shook his head. I was stupid. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I thought it would be for the better. Was it? Katsuki let out a dry laugh. Not in the slightest. The Omega let his head rest against his seat, purposefully not looking at Katsuki. The silence between them this time was twinged with a familiar awkwardness. It made Katsuki's palm itch, so he rubbed them, felt them sparking. Can I ask you something now? For a moment, Izuku didn't say anything. Then he took in a breath. Go ahead. Why didn't you ever try to tell me about Kazue? The Omega didn't say anything, so Katsuki clicked his tongue. You could have found a way to reach me. Contacted my agency. You had my old number. You had ways to get in touch for something like that. So, why didn't you? Just as Katsuki had, Izuku paused, seemed to pull himself together. Then he shut his eyes. I was afraid. I was young and naive and scared, and you were an up-and-coming hero. Broke into the top 10 in your first year. It was scary thinking about trying to face you. You're the one who told me you never wanted to see me again. I thought that if you found out about Kazue, you'd use your power to just take him from me and kick me out of his life. And I knew I wouldn't have survived that. As much as Katsuki wanted to snap his jaw, he didn't even click his tongue. Just rubbed his palms together, felt the heat gathering between them. You really think I would do that? Izuku shrugged. I didn't know. But the thought alone scared me enough that I didn't want to try. It was less scary doing everything on my own than the thought of what you might do to us. Even knowing he wouldn't have done such a thing, Katsuki could understand why Izuku hadn't tried to reach out. He'd lived his entire life for Kazue. If something had taken that from him, what would he have had? The thought of Izuku alone, his pup gone, made Katsuki's stomach twist painfully. He was also afraid of what the Omega may have done, the possibility that, if something had happened to Kazue, that Izuku may have stepped off a building, and the Alpha would have never known. He could have lived his life never having known the struggles and end of his pup and the Omega if all this hadn't happened. He took a breath again. I want you to know, I would have never, ever wished for this to happen to you. But if it had to happen, then I'm glad I'm the one who found you. Izuku snorted. For a while I sure wasn't. He tilted his head slightly to look at Katsuki, the Alpha just able to keep his gaze, to keep from squirming under it. But I'm coming around to the idea. He played with his hands, a sign of his nervousness, the first one Katsuki had been able to pick out. I did miss you, just so you know. Katsuki was quiet, for more than just a heartbeat. Then he shifted. Can I embrace you? The Omega raised an eyebrow. Absolutely not. What about your hand? Izuku rolled his eyes. If it'll make you stop asking. Katsuki gently took his hand, brought it to his lips to embrace. He let it linger, went back to brush his lips on a different knuckle. When he didn't sense the Omega try to pull away, he lifted his gaze, saw Izuku was watching, framed by the lights from the city, eyes sparkling. There were no stars to shine in them, but somehow, they had become stars of their own. He brushed his thumb over the Omega's hand, let him go, turned the car over. Let's go back to the pack house. Izuku hummed. We can stargaze on the balcony. Deal. The day of Izuku's first visit to the hospital since his discharge came quickly, with Katsuki arranging with Ida and the rest of the pack so he could go with the Omega to the appointment. Sue stayed at the pack house with Kazue while the two were gone, telling the pup she would show him how to take care of the garden. The promise of getting to play in the dirt quickly banished all of Kazue's hesitations at letting Izuku leave for the hospital without him. The Omega, however, was clearly anxious the entire way there. Nothing Katsuki said or did seem to make a difference, so he just tuned the radio up and reached across every now and then to slide his arm or squeeze his hand. Before leaving the pack house, Katsuki had made sure to wear sunglasses and a beanie to try to disguise himself, keeping everything on while in the waiting room. As they sat waiting for Izuku's name to be called, the Omega kept a fairly snappy rhythm bouncing his knee. He only paused when someone walked past, casting a curious look at Katsuki. Long since used to it, the Alpha didn't even look up from his phone. Izuku, however, shifted. "People are staring," he hissed. "Yeah, well, they would stare more if I took the sunglasses off." The Omega huffed out, sat back in his seat. "I don't like it." Katsuki sighed, reached to touch his knee. "Sorry?" Izuku pulled his leg away, hissed out a warning growl. It was a bit like a slap in the face, though Katsuki wasn't really sure why. His alpha brain growled, bit off on a whine. But he recognized the Omega's reprimand and sat back. "I know you're worried, but just try to breathe." He could almost hear Izuku's eyes roll up in his head as the Omega sunk a little lower in his seat. Not long after, a nurse stepped into the room and called, "Midoriya?" Immediately, Izuku tensed, his shoulders lifting up to his ears. Katsuki stood first, bringing all the attention to himself and away from Izuku, waited for the Omega to take in a deep breath and follow him. The nurse smiled pleasantly as they approached, though Izuku clearly stepped closer to Katsuki as if he were afraid of her. When they got closer, Katsuki flared his nostrils, caught a whiff of a muted, almost non-scent. The beta. As long as she wasn't an alpha. He noticed Izuku do the same, calming a little as the nurse gestured them into the hallway. They were brought through the sterile white of the hospital corridors and into an exam room where the nurse took all of Izuku's typical measurements: height, weight, BLD pressure, the like. Katsuki sat and took careful note, but nothing stuck out to him particularly. There was nothing obviously wrong. On the surface, the Omega seemed healthy. The nurse then asked him about how he was feeling, how his arm was doing, how his neck was healing. The Omega answered her questions carefully but honestly. A couple of times, he glanced to Katsuki, perhaps a little uncomfortable, though when the Alpha offered to leave, he said it was fine. Still, Katsuki kept a close watch, unsure exactly of what the Omega was thinking. He seemed fine, if not a little nervous, though he couldn't quite tell where their nervousness was coming from. After her initial examination, the nurse informed him that Matsura wanted X-rays done of his arm before seeing him and promptly whisked him away, telling Katsuki to stay in the exam room. Although not particularly happy about being separated from the Omega, he did as he was told, slouching grumpily in his seat. He pulled out his phone, saw multiple messages from the betas, all going back and forth about contracts they'd had to break with Sigma. Though initially confused, when the pack found out how the company had treated Izuku, they'd been all too happy to cancel their orders, even if some of them did incur penalties. That pink-haired freak, Hatsu something maybe, had agreed to take on many of the pack's requests, including one of Katsuki's. He'd put in for new support bracers for his knees. Over the years, his habit of landing and taking off with explosive force had really done a number on his joints, and he was eager not to have more aches and pains than he already did. Katsuki also considered introducing Izuku and the pink-haired support engineer, but was uncertain how the Omega would react to such a big personality. Still, if he wanted to become an engineer, he would need to apprentice to someone, and she was fantastic at what she did. Might be worth his time if he could learn to cope with her antics. Katsuki was still scrolling through messages when the door opened, though he knew without looking up that Izuku wasn't back. No scent came into the room, typical of someone wearing scent blockers like most of the hospital staff, indicating it was only the nurse. Still, the Alpha glanced up at her as she offered him a phone covered in a familiar blue case. "Midoriya wanted me to give this to you while he has his X-ray done." Katsuki took the phone, pocketed it. "Thanks," he said flatly. The nurse smiled pleasantly, going to wash her hands. "So, how long have you two been courting?" The Alpha felt a prickle run up his spine. He tried to focus on his phone, found his concentration suddenly spiraling out of control. Courting. Oh gods, what a word. What a thought. He hadn't even considered that people would think he and Izuku were courting. But of course, that was the natural assumption, seeing as neither of them had mating marks. Well, Izuku technically did, but those were left over claiming marks from Yokoyama, and anyone with half a brain could tell from the faded, jagged appearance of the bites that they had not been seizures. Still, people's assumptions were part of the reason Izuku had kept them covered all this time. Just as Katsuki should have figured that most people would look at them and think they were courting. He clicked his teeth to keep from growling. "We're not." The nurse paused to look at him in confusion, though she sounded cheery when she spoke. "Sorry about that." "Whatever." Katsuki glared at his phone, noticed a message from Kirishima reminding them they had patrol later. He also had a meeting with Tsukachi and the rest of the team looking for Yokoyama. Right now, their team was fairly small, just him, the inspector, Detective Ito, and 2 officers. As a favor to Tsukachi, he had an old associate, Sansa, looking into some things as well, though he wasn't going to be at the meeting later. They had to try to SWH tactics, find a new angle, something to track Yokoyama down. They were running out of time. The longer they took to find the Alpha, the more likely it was that he could hurt someone. They couldn't just let that happen. He was still thinking over the case when the nurse left, the Alpha only giving her a brief glance to notice her leaving. It was bothering him that they still hadn't found anything from Yokoyama. It was bothering him that the Alpha was still haunting Izuku. From the still healing bite marks on his neck to his broken arm to his nightmares and his increased protectiveness of Kazue, it all led back to Yokoyama. The longer they went without finding him, the more Katsuki felt his alpha instincts beginning to boil over. Every now and then he found himself having to sit and breathe for just a moment, to remind himself that no matter how much he wanted to destroy this BSTRD, he was supposed to play under Tsukachi's rules. No killing him. But maybe he'd get the chance to rough him up a little before kicking him into a cell and throwing the key away. It would have to be enough, because it was all he was going to get. And as long as he wasn't allowed to hurt Izuku again, then it didn't matter. The Omega's safety was all he really cared about. Even if he sometimes daydreamed of making the Alpha pay for every little sin committed against Izuku, Kazue, and all the other Omegas and pups. It was only when the door opened and Izuku's scent trickled into the room that Katsuki dragged his thoughts away. The Omega had his jacket slung over his arm, his clothes a little ruffled, clearly from having to change for the X-ray. A grimaced line was plastered on his face, fighting strong not to show any more emotion. There were fresh bandages on his neck. He sat next to Katsuki without once acknowledging him. "You all right?" the Alpha asked. Izuku wrinkled his nose, shifted his feet, and said nothing, giving him only a little tilt to the head to show that he'd heard anything at all. Even if he knew he could have pushed him, Katsuki didn't, going back to his phone. Eventually, there came a knock at the door and Machura walked in, smiling pleasantly. Katsuki gave the beta doctor a glance over, more than a little relieved that the man who walked through the door wasn't Tanaka. Izuku, however, tensed, put on a very fake and very forced smile as the doctor closed the door behind him. "Well, how are you feeling today, Midoriya?" the doctor asked. "Oh, as well as I can, considering." Considering, the doctor kept his voice light, but there came a little lithe to his tone, a bit like a parent about to chastise a child. He pulled out Izuku's X-ray scans and put them up on a backlit panel, showing a fracture along the Omega's ulna. The doctor circled the area with the cap of his pen. "So last we spoke I said we really wanted to see a marked improvement from your last X-ray, but as you see, it's about the same. Which means you haven't been able to heal as quickly as we wanted. Or, perhaps, that you've been aggravating the break." He smiled pleasantly at Izuku. "Midoriya, have you been handling your pup?" The Omega sunk into his seat, crossed his arms. Machura chuckled softly, tuned off the backlight. "I know it's strong, but you can't help your pup if you don't heal up. Unfortunately, Kazue is over your weight limit." "You have a weight limit?" Katsuki turned to Izuku, who was glowering in his seat. "Izuku, why didn't you tell me? I would have offered to help." "It's fine." The Omega growled, but the doctor shook his head. 5 pounds is the weight limit. A 4-year-old pup is certainly far over that limit. You can hold him in your lap, but no picking him up, no holding him with your arms. If you continue to do so, not only will you not heal properly, which could lead to the bones setting wrong, causing you more harm down the road, but you can actually make the break much worse. We really want to avoid surgery, Midoriya. As you know and I've told you, the risk associated with prolonged exposure to anesthesia is increased the longer someone is under it, and you were in a coma for several days. We want to keep you out of surgery and not under anesthesia for at least another month to mitigate any complications. Okay. So you really need to stick to the weight limit. The Omega sighed. But he's my pup. The doctor nodded understandingly. Well, perhaps now is a good time to rely on others to help you out with him. He glanced meaningfully, and for the first time, at Katsuki. Do you have a good support system to help you with him? Izuku wrinkled his nose, sat up, brushed at his breathes. Yes, I do. Then lean on them a little. Just for a couple of weeks. Then, you'll be back to all your normal activities. You don't want that weight limit to become permanent, do you? The Omega groaned, grimaced, and the doctor turned to his computer. Rest and relaxation. That's what I'm ordering. He paused briefly, rolled over to Izuku. May I look at your neck? Izuku nodded, the doctor pressing a couple of fingers to the bandages. Katsuki felt a prickle of heat race along his limbs, but he forced himself not to react, watching instead how the doctor's expression lifted slightly. Everything feels good there. Lei said all the stitches came out well. Yes. No problems. I just want to keep it all covered. That's fine. Just change the bandages every now and then and check for any infections. Let me know if it starts really hurting again. He glanced again at Katsuki, brought his voice a little lower, a little slower, with a bit of a question in it. I'd like to discuss your medication now. Both Katsuki and Izuku picked up on the doctor's underlying words, the alpha asking, do you want me to leave? Izuku shook his head. It's fine. Did you get my message from the other day? Yes, I did, the doctor sighed. I know it can be easy to just think that increasing an anti-anxiety medication will make everything better, but it takes a while to build it up in your system. These first couple of weeks are typically the worst. If you can push through them, it'll help you in the long run to be on a lower dose, all right. Izuku wrung his hands. Glanced up at Katsuki. It's been pretty bad recently. The doctor turned away from his computer to face the Omega, nodding sympathetically. I know it can't be easy, but I want you to try to stay at the lower dose for another week or two, then we can reevaluate. Have you been able to find a therapist? Yeah. I see her in a couple days for my first real appointment. The doctor nodded, looking satisfied. Good. Let's get you started on that. In the meantime, we do have some breathing and focus techniques that help with controlling anxiety. It's better if you have someone to walk you through them the first couple of times, but they can really help if you're feeling overwhelmed. I'll have someone print it off for you to take home. He nodded to Katsuki. It would be good for you to take a look, just so you know what to do to help if he needs it, right? Katsuki thought back to the night of Izuku's panic attack, the desperate, terrified look in his face, the way he seemed to have no control over what was happening. It was easy for him to have serious doubts about some breathing and focus exercises helping in such a situation, but when he thought about it, that wasn't far off from what Uraraka had done for the Omega. So maybe it would be worth at least reading it over and seeing what it had to offer. Matsura nodded, turned back to Midoriya. Sound like a plan for now. Like I said, we can reevaluate at our next appointment, and if things get very bad, you can always call my office and we'll figure something else out, okay? Izuku bit his lip, but nodded. All right. The doctor paused, glanced the Omega up and down. Then he rolled his chair a little closer. Listen, he brought his voice low, smiled softly when Izuku met his gaze. I know it must be strong right now. I know things must be overwhelming. I won't tell you everything will be okay, but I will tell you that things can get better. Just give it a little more time, eh? For a moment, Izuku didn't react. He seemed to turn over the doctor's words, to look closely at him, to search him for something. But eventually, he nodded, though he lowered his gaze to the floor. I wanted to ask, too, if it was still necessary for me to take suppressants for my next heat. Matsura nodded, glancing to his computer and turning to click on a couple of things. Yes, we highly recommend it after a traumatic experience like yours. I can't take a FRTLTY test outside of my heat. Realization seemed to dawn very quickly on the doctor's face, just as quickly as Katsuki felt his stomach sinking into his shoes. He shifted uncomfortably as Matsura faced Izuku. With you being a male Omega, for any sort of result, it would have to take place during your heat? The Omega sighed, nodded. All right, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You just focus on one thing at a time for now. Okay. Matsura nodded once. Good. He typed out a couple of things on the computer. All right. Next week, let's do this again. We'll do more X-rays. I really want to see that fracture start to heal very soon, or we'll have to start considering alternatives. So please, refrain from picking up your pup as much as you can. All right, I will. Matsura closed the computer screen, stood, smiled warmly at the two. I won't make you promise, but now you have someone who knows about your little secret, so I'm hoping to see better results next time. He paused. Do you have any more questions for me? No, thank you. The doctor nodded, turned to Katsuki. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Katsuki blinked, shook his head. Nope. All right. I'll have the nurse give you those printouts before you leave. Thank you, doctor. Matsura raised a hand. Be well and I'll see you soon. He shut the door behind him, leaving Izuku and Katsuki alone. Immediately, the Alpha turned to the Omega. You know, he said with a sigh, I should have known. I've broken bones before, so I should have known and I'm not angry. But come on, Izuku. You can't do that to yourself. Seriously, I don't want to hear it, Izuku hissed sharply. I just got to see him again. I just wanted to hold him and tell him everything was going to be okay. After what he went through, I couldn't just not hold him. There was a point to his reasoning, but Katsuki still found himself a bit frustrated. No, he couldn't fault the Omega for wanting to comfort his pup and to be comforted by his pup after everything that had happened, but he wished someone had known about the weight limit so they could help to mitigate for the Omega. He would have been more than happy to pick Kazue up and give him to the Omega once he was sitting down, or to hold him with the Omega comforted him. Now at least, with some time having passed and Katsuki fully aware of the situation, they could come up with a plan to keep Izuku from picking up Kazue too much. Between Katsuki and everyone else in the pack, they'd think of something. As they waited for the nurse to return, Katsuki suddenly smirked. So that's why you were nervous, huh? You knew the doctor was going to tell you off for holding Kazue. To his surprise, the Omega actually snapped his jaws. Why did I let you come with me? It's a good question, but it's really too late to be asking that. The Omega groaned and rolled his eyes. Eventually the nurse returned, handing Izuku several sheets of paper and explaining how the techniques worked. Katsuki listened as much as he could, but he was becoming more and more distracted by a little voice at the back of his head. A voice was kept repeating something. The nurse had said earlier, courting, courting, courting. He glanced at Izuku, who was distracted by the nurse. He really looked at the Omega. Really thought long and strong about everything. When Izuku turned to him, his mouth opening to say something, he paused, blinked. What's wrong? Katsuki shook his head. Nothing. You ready to go? The Omega raised an eyebrow at him, but told him yes, the two of them following the nurse back to the waiting room. Kirishima, as he typically did, spent a large part of their patrol talking. Either to people on the street or at Katsuki, the Alpha distracted and incommunicative, though it didn't seem to bother the Beta, though it rarely ever did. Katsuki was admittedly too distracted to know what Kirishima was going on about. He was still thinking about what the nurse had said, that word playing over and over in his head. Courting, courting, courting. What would it look like to court Izuku? What would he do? How would Izuku react? What would that mean to them? He paused when he felt Kirishima stop beside him. The Beta had his hands on his hips, head tilted toward Katsuki. Seriously, what's going on in your head? I've never seen you so distracted. Katsuki growled, glanced around. He stepped forward, Kirishima following him. He thought carefully, considered if he really wanted to say something, but he knew Kirishima was currently courting Mina, that he had some experience in this matter. So maybe it would worth the embarrassment of asking. He clicked his tongue, growled, I'm thinking about courting Izuku. Kirishima blinked, shrugged. Well, good for you. I say go for it. But if you're going to court him again, you're going to have to step it up from the last time you courted him. I never courted Izuku. I've never courted anyone. The Beta skidded to a stop, spinning on the Alpha. What? Katsuki snapped his jaws, but Kirishima didn't even seem to notice. You never actually courted him. I thought you were together for a long time. Yes. We never considered each other mates, and we were together for so long that I never even thought about courting him. Kirishima let his jaw go slack. Wow. Seriously. No wonder your relationship fell apart. Immediately, Katsuki bristled, felt his fury boiling at the challenge, growling at the beta, who continued talking. Courting helps establish rules and guidelines to your relationship. It's how you figure out where each other stands and their feelings. It's set expectations. So yeah, if you'd actually gone through with courting him, maybe things would have ended up better. Katsuki let his snarl drop into a glower, still not happy with the beta's assessment, even if it made sense. From their conversation the other day, the alpha had figured that both of them were slightly insecure about the relationship, unsure of where both they and the other stood about it. Maybe if they had gone through a traditional courting PRD, they would have understood each other's positions more and would have been able to work through it. Maybe he wouldn't have felt as if his relationship with Izuku was weighing him down. Maybe the Omega wouldn't have felt so scared of telling him about the pup. Maybe this could have all been avoided. Anyway, Kirishima kept talking even as Katsuki sulked over his own thoughts. I think you should still go for it. Especially if you guys never courted before. Might be a good change of pace. Plus, it might be something to take both your minds off what's happened. And it'll give Midoriya more confidence in himself. After all, I've never courted an Omega before, but I've heard they're super particular about courting rituals. Especially male Omegas. He grinned at Katsuki. You've got your work cut out for you. Katsuki lifted his lip, glared resolutely forward. Unconcerned with his non-reaction, Kirishima grinned at the alpha. So, what's your plan to ask him? Got to have something special thought out? Katsuki paused, fought to keep his scowl in place. I can't just ask. The beta's face immediately fell into incredulous disappointment. You're not serious, right? Katsuki felt his lip twitch, Kirishima ignoring it, raising his hands in a helpless gesture. Come on, man. Don't tell me you really don't know how this works. Why would I? Never had interest in courting anyone, and like I said, I didn't court Izuku when we were together. The unimpressed look remained on Kirishima's face. Something tells me we have a lot of work to do. For the first time, Katsuki felt his scowl fading, a moment of apprehension flooding a line of tension in his shoulders. What's that supposed to mean? I mean we're going to have to win your Omega? Kirishima slung an arms around the alpha, pulling him closer despite his warning growl. Come on, man. You want to do this right, don't you? The growl remained in Katsuki's voice. Yeah? Good. Kirishima grinned, but within it, there was a very distinct note of mischief. Katsuki had known the beta long enough to know that look usually preceded chaos. And that was something he could not stand for. Not for something as important as this. So he pushed the beta away. This isn't going to be a team effort. I'm the only one who's going to be courting Izuku. So you can tell me how this works and I'll take it from there. Kirishima shrugged. That's fine. Ask me anything you want. We'll get you set up for success. Katsuki let his glower slowly twitch back into place, but his growling faded. Because at the end of the day he really didn't know what he was doing and he wanted this to work out. Even if he was a bit of a nuisance sometimes, Kirishima only had best intentions for Katsuki. If he could, he'd do whatever he could to help the alpha. Not to mention, his choices were somewhat limited. Both Ida and Kaminari had courted Omegas before, but he wasn't eager to listen to either of them jabber on about this. Ida would just lecture him, and he was not at all confident Kaminari would be able to give him useful information. So it was Kirishima or he'd have to do it on his own. With one final click of his teeth, he said, Fine. Just give me the rundown on how this is supposed to work. A grin, a bit mischievous, a bit gleeful, spread over Kirishima's lips. It was hell waiting for the right moment. And of course, that moment never came. It had been days since Katsuki had spoken with Kirishima, days of meticulous planning and wondering. He wrapped the gift, considered how he wanted to present it, and made sure everything was perfect. Then, he waited for the opportune moment to give it to Izuku. All day long, Katsuki waited for a moment when he was alone. Maybe getting a cup of coffee. or just taking a moment to himself on the balcony. Even slipping away for a nap would have worked. The only time Katsuki ever saw him without Kazue or a member of the pack, however, was the moment he stepped into the bathroom, which was decidedly the most unromantic and creepy moment he could have chosen to do this. So, of course, he didn't, becoming more and more irritable as the day went on and his chances to try anything slipped away. So as the stars began to glitter above, as Todoroki lit a fire out in the gardens and Izuku laid back with Kazue curled contentedly in his lap, he supposed this was going to be the best time to try, no matter who was in front of it. He didn't go up to get a chair next to Izuku. Didn't otherwise announce his presence other than to come to a stand in front of Izuku, the Omega turning a curious look at him, though that look turned to surprise when the Alpha placed a tiny, well-wrapped box on the table next to him. "This is for you," Katsuki said. Izuku glanced from him to the box and back several times. He seemed to be trying to line up the pieces, seemed to be trying to figure out what was happening and not quite reaching the right conclusion. The longer they stayed in silence, the more Katsuki was aware of his packmates behind him, watching the exchange. Alongside Todoroki was Yaoyorozu, Tsu, Shoji, and Kirishima. While Kirishima was practically buzzing with anticipation, nobody else had seemingly picked up on what was happening. Finally, the Omega blinked up at Katsuki. What is it?" Katsuki didn't give himself a moment to be nervous. He simply said, "It's a courting gift." The atmosphere changed almost instantly. While the pack rustled excitedly behind them, Izuku didn't move, staring up at Katsuki. To anyone else, he might have seemed to be in shock. But the Alpha knew him too well. He could see the little lines pulling at his mouth, the tightening of his jaw, the way his eyes seemed to focus in on him. So he wasn't all that surprised when the Omega growled, "Is that supposed to be a joke?" "No. Why are you giving me a courting gift?" "Because I would like your permission to court you, obviously." The Omega inhaled sharply. Behind him, Katsuki was aware of the pack having gone completely still and silent, but he dare not look away from Izuku. Besides, what did it matter what they thought? This was a moment just for them. It was something they would navigate, even if in the end, it didn't mean anything. Izuku carefully set Kazue on the ground, the pup giving a little note of irritation, though the Omega ignored him and stood to face the Alpha. They weren't quite nose to nose, but just as before, Katsuki got the impression of Izuku looked down at him, no matter their actual height. "I want you to listen very closely to me, Katsuki," he hissed. "I don't need your pity." Katsuki let the words linger, let the Omega set his teeth. Then, he brought his voice a little lower. "Is that what you think this is? I'm not the little Omega you knew when we were kids. I'm different. Stronger. I don't need you, Katsuki." "That's fine. I don't need you to need me. And I'm not trying to pity you." He waited, but Izuku only narrowed his eyes dangerously. He thought about reaching for the Omega's hand, but thought better of it. "I've thought about this for a long time now. I thought about what it would mean for me, for you, for Kazue, for me to do this. And I want this." He lifted his chin slightly, tilted it to show SBMzen to the Omega. Izuku noticed, narrowed his eyes, but didn't speak. "We never did this properly when we were kids. Hell, we had no idea what all this was about. But now we're both older, and I want to do this. I want to do right by you. I want to court you, Izuku Midoriya. I want to give you everything you could ever dream of. I want to spoil you completely rotten, because you're worth more than any other Omega I've ever met and you always have been. I just haven't been mature enough to see it." For a moment, Izuku didn't move. He just stared up at Katsuki, eyes nearly slits, jaw still set behind tight lips. Katsuki nodded toward the gift. "You don't have to answer me right now. In fact, I think I'd prefer it if you didn't. But think about it, all right? My offer will stand from here until the day I die. I want the chance to prove what you mean to me. Whenever you're ready." Finally, the Omega shifted, leaned slightly away. He crossed his arms tightly in front of his sized Katsuki up carefully. His jaw eventually loosened, as did the anger in his eyes, falling away to reveal something not quite like confusion or apprehension, but maybe something a little unsure. He shifted uneasily, took a step back. "Sorry. I guess I jumped to conclusions." Katsuki shrugged. After everything, I don't blame you. I still have a lot to apologize for, and I'll do that regardless of your answer. I'll prove to you that I'm not the alpha you used to know. That I want to be better. The Omega shifted, kicked at a pebble at his feet. His gaze only lingered on the ground for a few heartbeats. You are better. Even if you're still a hot-headed, dumb alpha sometimes. Katsuki shrugged. We all could use some ongoing work, right? There came a bit of awkwardness to his stance, so Katsuki took a step back. Just think about it for now. Whenever you're ready to give me your answer, I'll be there. Right? The Omega repeated, watched as Katsuki turned away. The Alpha had completely forgotten some of the pack was watching them. They were all silent and wide-eyed, watching the interaction. Even as Izuku shifted and retook his seat behind Katsuki, the others didn't move, staring until he snapped his teeth. Show's over. Quit your staring. Everyone shifted uncomfortably, broken from the spell, save for Todoroki, who just blinked at him. Katsuki crossed the space to an empty seat beside Kirishima, the beta giving him a discreet thumbs up. Across the fire, Izuku was settling back down with Kazue in his lap. The pup had been unusually quiet for the exchange, but not he reached for the tiny wrapped box, Izuku intercepting his hand and pulling it away. Mommy, what's courting? It's a secret, Kazue. The pup gave a gasp, pressing his hands to his cheeks. A secret? Mommy, we don't keep secrets. Izuku shrugged. I suppose you're right. He leaned in very close to the pup, whispered something in his ear. Kazue listened, wrinkling his nose more and more as the Omega spoke. When he leaned away, the pup snorted. Sounds boring. Well, luckily for you, you're not allowed to court until you're older. PFFE. It's going to be boring when I'm a grown-up too. No courting. Izuku ruffled his hair affectionately, settling down when the pup curled up at his ear. He never once looked over the fire at Katsuki, though the Alpha knew he must be hyper-aware of his presence. Equally, he never once addressed the gift sitting on the table next to him. Katsuki did not linger too long, just long enough to prove he wasn't running away from the confrontation. Then he glanced at his watch, stood. Where are you going? Kirishima asked immediately. But I've got a double shift for the agency and with Tsukachi. I'll be up early and I'll be back late tomorrow. So don't bug me, all right? He snapped his jaws toward the pack, turned to Kazue and Izuku. Good night, Kazue. Sleep well, Izuku. Kaken is going to bed already. Kazue sounded shocked. Izuku hummed, nodded. I think bed is a good idea. You should be getting ready for bed too. Kazue wrinkled his nose, then pushed himself off to Izuku's lap to rush over to the Alpha. Can I sleep in Kaken's room tonight? The Omega immediately went rigid, though Katsuki ran his hand through the pup's hair and shook his head. You stay with your Omega. I'm going to be up too early for you anyway. I won't have time to make you breakfast tomorrow. Oh. The pup pouted, but relented when Katsuki stepped away. Be good, pup. Although he didn't hear Kazue say anything in return, he did hear Izuku rise from his chair, his gentle coaxing of the pup to get ready for bed. He didn't allow himself to think about what he had done, what had happened, as he got into bed. The less he thought about it, the less time he had to worry over it. And honestly, worrying wasn't going to change anything. He just rolled over, trying to catch the lingering scent of his pup and Izuku on his skin. His bedroom door being shoved open just before his alarm had Katsuki snapping up in bed, a snarl on his lips. He froze when he realized who was framed in the doorway. It was the first time Izuku had seen his room. The Omega had never shown any interest in looking around before, so it was a bit of a shock to see the Omega there, especially when he crossed the room to stand at Katsuki's bedside. Still a little startled, the Alpha didn't react, not even when the Omega dumped a little sliver of paper onto his lap. I want your Katsudon, Izuku said sharply, and I want it tonight. Even if he knew what was happening, Katsuki fingered the little slip of paper, reading it over, if only to confirm. Dinner, your choice, your time, your place, just the two of us. It hadn't even been 24 hours since Katsuki had carefully rolled up that little bit of paper into a tiny box and wrapped it all up to give to the Omega. He had been so convinced he wouldn't see this paper for any time soon that he was actually a little too shocked to react. That is, until Izuku crossed his arms and tilted his head. Well, There was something of a demand and challenge in his voice. He obviously knew that Katsuki had said he was supposed to work a double shift that day, that he'd be home late. He'd be tired and sweaty and maybe a little grumpy from having to deal with people all day. It wasn't going to be fun to get home and immediately start cooking. But that was the point. Izuku was testing just how far he was willing to go. Perhaps he wasn't exactly accepting Katsuki's offer. He was trying to see just how much it actually meant to him. So he grinned, crushed the paper in his hand and flung it over his shoulder. He took Izuku's hand with a bit more confidence than perhaps he'd done before, embraced his knuckles with a smile in his lips. If that's what you want. It'll be late, but I'll make it happen. Izuku's lips thinned slightly, but he didn't pull away from Katsuki's touch. I expect a top-quality meal. Of course. Nothing less for you. And you said it'll only be the two of us, but I want it here. I'll make it happen. The Omega nodded, took in a breath. We'll call it a date. You don't have to call it anything but dinner. Katsuki paused as his alarm started going off. He turned it off, slung his feet over the bed. I have to get going. You just sit back and let me handle everything, all right? Have a relaxing day, and tonight, I'll treat you to a FNG amazing dinner. Izuku nodded again, though some of his confidence had faded away. I'll look forward to it. Katsuki felt his blood rushing with an excitement he hadn't felt in a long time. It was a bit like what happened just before he went into a fight. A flood of bubbling emotion in his gut spilling into the rest of his body. Where his fights brought him apprehension, adrenaline, and a little bit of fear, he found his body warm with joy, anticipation, and also a little bit of fear. He channeled all that warmth into a grin, a look that said challenge accepted. It would have been one hell of a day, and he supposed it still was one hell of a day, but honestly Katsuki was far too busy to notice. Between coordinating with Ida, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu to get most of the pack out of the house for the night, as well as to set something up to make sure the pups were looked after, doing his normal patrol, attending another update meeting with Tsukachi, and participating in a raid on a suspected hideout for Yokoyama, with no success, aggravatingly enough, he had too much going on to think about much else. It also meant he wasn't spending too much time with his stomach in knots about the upcoming dinner with Izuku. Thoughts of the Omega flickered between moments, often accompanied by the anticipation of the night ahead. But with it also came a sense of relief, of wanting the moment to finally come. He had everything planned out to the letter. He knew exactly what he wanted, how he was going to let the night play out, knew exactly how he wanted to make the Omega feel. The night would only be successful if Izuku came out of it feeling more at peace than he'd been before. To that end, Katsuki planned and finally settled on what he would do to reach that goal. A simple, casual dinner. Nothing too fancy. Anything overly fancy would just intimidate Izuku. Although maybe intimidate was the wrong word. Izuku had never really been drawn to the overly flashy things in life, and while Katsuki was eager to spoil him with everything he'd never been able to have before, now wasn't the time for that. Now was the time for small moments, little gestures, a quiet dinner. It would be more than enough. And Katsuki would make sure it was absolutely perfect. At the end of the day, he finally shucked off his costume and all his gear, showered quickly, and made his way toward the store. As he picked through the aisles, grabbing everything he'd need for that night, he kept in close contact with the pack, tracking where everyone was, counting off in his head as slowly, the pack house emptied. When he finally got home, it was darkly night, the stars shining down upon him, a strange hush over everything around him. He knew most everyone had already left, but it was still a bit of a surprise to walk through the front door to quiet. In that quiet, he could actually hear the house settling for the first time in a long time. It creaked and groaned and seemed to mourn just how empty it was. Katsuki still glanced around, looking for anyone who may be lingering. He knew Yaoyorozu was upstairs with Uraraka tending to the pups. Luckily it was late enough that they would all be either already asleep or going to bed soon. Kazue might be the only one up, especially if he caught wind that something was going on. He was smart enough to realize that the house had been buzzing all day, that something was going on. So Katsuki knew the Alpha and Omega would have their hands full. But they'd also promised to keep Kazue out of the way, to get him to bed at a proper time. Perhaps it wasn't surprising that he found nobody in the living room or kitchen, But it was a bit surprising to find that Izuku didn't come down to see him when he entered the home. "Hello. I'm back." He waited, but the Omega didn't make an appearance. He thought about going to find him, thought maybe he'd fallen asleep. If that was the case, then he didn't want to disturb the Omega. He needed all the rest he could get. Besides, he didn't need to be there for the cooking process. If Izuku was happy relaxing elsewhere, then that was fine. Katsuki instead turned all his attention to the kitchen, laying out everything, making sure he hadn't missed something. He pulled out his phone, set it to play one of his podcasts about chemical interactions again, and began cooking. There was something a little strange about cooking for himself and Izuku. No, this wasn't the first time he'd cooked something that the Omega had eaten, not even since reuniting, but this was the first time he'd cooked for just the two of them in a long, long time. Any other time had been for the pack, with Izuku being just a part of that larger picture. This was a bit more NTMT than any of those times previously. He found himself moving with a lot more care than he ever had before, making sure everything was just right. His podcast played, but it went only half listened to. He was so focused on cooking that he was actually startled when a voice said, "What are you listening to?" He spun over his shoulder, feeling tension ringing up his back, though it faded quickly away when he saw Izuku standing in the doorway, his nose wrinkled slightly. He paused, wondering what to say, how to introduce the night ahead, but eventually just went with, "It's a science podcast on chemical reactions." He reached for his phone, intending to turn it off, stopped when Izuku stepped forward, tilting his head toward it. He listened for a moment, cast a curious look at Katsuki. "Why are you listening to something like this? Never thought of you as a science guy." The alpha lifted a corner of his lip. "It's not that. I've been looking into additives I might be able to mix with my sweat to make it react differently. Make it more versatile. More explosive, less explosive, make it release certain gases or not make certain gases." He shrugged. "It's all just a thought right now. Haven't had a lot of success." Izuku nodded, tilted his head the other way, lifted a hand to his chin, eyes flickering over Katsuki in what might have been a smug grin. "You know, I've studied most of this for years now." Katsuki paused, stared at the Omega. "You what?" He shrugged. "Not all of it, obviously, but if you want to be a support engineer, you have to have a broad base of knowledge so you can cater to any sort of quirk you may run into. Plus, most people just focus on the actual engineering part, so there's a big market for people with more specialized knowledge in things like chemistry and biology. And I actually really enjoyed the chemistry stuff, so I took a couple extra classes on it." It occurred for the first time to Katsuki that Izuku was, in fact, much more well-educated than he was. Sure, he'd gone to UEA, had had some of the best teachers and classes that could be given in a high school setting, but most of his work even in high school had been around practical skills for hero work. Beyond that, he'd never attended a single university class. His knowledge base stopped well before Izuku's, and maybe he shouldn't have been surprised to hear the Omega knew all of this already, but he found himself shocked yet again. Eventually, he ran a hand through his hair. "You know, I can learn most of this, but it's been hell trying to figure it all out. Think you might be able to tutor me somewhat?" "Sure. And I can do more if you want." The Omega smiled as he spoke, seemed to settle into something Katsuki hadn't seen before. In fact, he began talking, and the more he did, the more the Alpha smiled as well. "I know that your sweat contains some sort of nitroglycerin compound, even if it's not exact. Even still, it would have to have some sort of combination of nitrogen with something able to burn. The abundance of oxygen and hydrogen is what helps it in most cases, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. It could be something similar. If we're able to figure out the exact chemical compounds of your sweat, we can trace it backward into new effects you'd like. Like you said, you might be able to use extra reactions to make them more explosive, or to burn at a certain temperature, or any number of things." He paused, realizing that Katsuki was watching him. He shifted from foot to foot, cleared his throat. "Sorry. Oh, it's fine. That's the first time I've seen you do your mumbling thing." Izuku let his head tilt to the side, a bit of a drop, his gaze falling away. As it did, a little smile tugged at the corner of his lip, his hand trailed along the counter. "Honestly, it's been a while since I've done that. Felt good though." You know, I was half expecting a similar treatment to when you met the rest of the pack. To this, Izuku shrugged, very deliberately looked away without another word. Giving him a moment to breathe, Katsuki turned to check on the food, turning over the pork to reveal a golden underside. He poked at it, satisfied with the result, began pulling the ingredients together for the sauce. All the while, he was aware of Izuku watching him, viridian eyes following his every move. It was quiet between them, but even after Katsuki's question was left unanswered, it wasn't necessarily awkward. If anything, there was a serene contentedness between them, an acceptance of each other in that room, a comfort in the other's presence. Some small lingering feeling of a past long since lost to them. Katsuki would have been happy with the quiet, with the knowing that Izuku was with him, but eventually, the Omega broached that silence with a deep, thoughtful breath. You know, it's honestly still kind of weird. The Alpha pet his eyebrows, a question in them, though Izuku never directly met his gaze. Sometimes I forget that they're all heroes. That they're all heroes, I know. When I met Uraraka, I actually didn't even remember her name, even though I've been a big fan of hers. He shook his head, a bit of a smile on his lips. Guess I haven't let myself think of them as heroes. They're just people here. People I've been trying to get to know and learning to like and live with. It's very different seeing them on the television or even on the street being a hero and getting to know them as people. Maybe it'd be different if I saw them in action again. But I don't really know. Katsuki listened, rolled the wooden spoon between his hands. He checked the pork, saw the other side was now the same golden color, and carefully removed them from the oil, setting the pan aside to cool. I get that. It would be weird fanboying over them while also trying to live with them. The Omega's nose wrinkled slightly. Something in his expression told Katsuki he'd missed a point, but before he could say anything, Izuku came over to watch what he was doing. Looks good, he said. Katsuki growled. Sauce isn't done. You can sit down if you want. No, it's fine. It's, good just talking. Well then, by all means. Not kicking you out. Just making sure you're comfortable. I'm fine, Katsuki. There was a note of a laugh in his voice, though he did back away as Katsuki turned to finishing everything up. Any recommendations for the drinks tonight? Well, Katsudon doesn't lend itself easily to an alcoholic pairing, but Katsuki opened one of the top cabinets, far out of the reach of any of the pups, and pulled out a bottle of wine. This is a particular favorite of Todoroki's and Yaoyoro's if you'd like to try it. When Katsuki held out the bottle to him, Izuku examined it closely. You going to have any? No. I don't really drink any. It's not a very good idea with my quirk. It was the easy answer. And he knew it. An answer that nobody would question. An answer that raised no suspicions. Only Todoroki had ever seemed to look at him when he'd said that before, as if seeing right past him, as if understanding the unspoken words in his actions. Somehow, Izuku lifted his chin, seemed to hear those words as well. He watched Katsuki carefully, took him in piece by piece, then shook his hand. Water is fine for me. Katsuki nodded, returned the bottle. We have plenty of tea if you'd like that instead. Actually, that does sound good. Any recommendations there? Katsuki offered a green tea that he found quite relaxing, though Izuku laughed at the thought of him enjoying a relaxing cup of tea. Still, the Omega seemed interested in trying it, so he began brewing it as he finished his cooking. He banished Izuku from the kitchen just before he finished, the Omega protesting only a little before stepping into the dining room to take his seat. Then the Alpha sliced the pork, put the bowls together, and poured himself and Izuku cups of the tea. He brought it all out on the tea tray, which he'd found more use for in the past week than he had since moving into the pack house. Seeing the finished meal, Izuku's eyes lit up and Katsuki swore he saw the Omega begin to salivate. The image had his Alpha brain preening happily, the Omega's seeming acceptance of his courting gift making him feel a bit lightheaded and giddy. However, he didn't allow the feeling to show, sitting right next to Izuku. The Omega had taken the head of the table, with Katsuki sitting to his right where they could still see each other without being across from one another. Trying not to be too creepy, Katsuki watched the Omega out of the corner of his eye as Izuku sifted through the bowl, as if carefully selecting what grains of rice he would eat first. The Omega picked up a slice of the pork and popped it into his mouth, chewing, his expression unreadable. After swallowing, he looked up at Katsuki, smirked a bit. "You going to eat?" The alpha, startled, cursed himself, realizing he had just been staring at the Omega, his food forgotten. He took a bite, chewed through the flavor, thought that it was pretty good, one of his better times making it. Still, he did find himself looking up once again to see Izuku taking another bite, a bit of a smile on his lips. Even if Katsuki didn't know if it was directly because of his food or something else, the Omega looked happy. And that was all that mattered. They ate quietly, until Izuku paused, lifting his head to stare at the empty table in front of them. Katsuki followed his gaze, admitted silently that it was very strange seeing nobody else beside them, that the table was a lot bigger than maybe he'd ever realized. Izuku chewed thoughtfully, swallowed. "You know, it's weird with the house so quiet." The alpha grunted. "You get used to the noise. Even if it is annoying as hell." Izuku hummed, "Quiet, content. Better than a constant stream of customers below your feet. You just wouldn't believe what would go on, what I would hear at all hours of the day and night. Seems a bit dangerous. All those people around all the time," Katsuki growled. Izuku shook his head, tilted his tea in Katsuki's direction, "Not as much as you would think. If anything, I felt a bit safer knowing someone was always right there. If anything ever happened, help was just a few steps away." A bit of a smirk pulled at his lips, the corner of his eyes. "Although, every now and then, I would get a drunk or some punk knocking at my door." Katsuki went very still, chopsticks raised halfway to his mouth, food forgotten. "Some punk?" The Omegas smirked deepened. "Yeah. They always seem to be pretty happy to see me. But none of them quite expected to get shoved back down the stairs if they caused any trouble." He met Katsuki's raised eyebrows with a simple shrug. "Hey, I had to protect Kazue. And it seems you did rub off on me. Just a little." The alpha felt his jaw click shut, but he kept staring at Izuku. Izuku, who had gone right back to his dinner, as if he hadn't said anything of consequence at all. And maybe he hadn't. Maybe Katsuki was just reading too much into the situation. Maybe Izuku had only meant to make a joke, nothing more. Yeah. That had to be it. Right. Katsuki went to take his bite, found his chopsticks empty, his food puled up on the table. He growled in annoyance, glanced to see if the Omega had noticed. If he had, he politely ignored as Katsuki cleaned up the mess and went back to eating. He took a couple more bites, heard something rattle upstairs. Both he and Izuku turned toward the noise, listened, but the house fell silent again. Even in that silence, it had been nice to be remained that the pack house wasn't completely empty. That Kazue was safely tucked into bed upstairs. Thinking of the pup, Katsuki remembered he hadn't been able to tell him goodnight, made a mental note to do so later, even if the pup was still asleep. Committing the thought to memory, he chewed on the end of his chopsticks, glanced to see Izuku taking a sip of his tea. When the Omega caught his glance, he nodded to the half-empty bowl in front of him, asked, "How is it?" Izuku smiled, set his cup down. "Your cooking is always good. Happy that hasn't changed." "Is it perfect?" The Omega moved some of his rice around. "Does it need to be?" For the circumstance, yes. Something seemed to shift in Izuku, some window closing in his eyes as he turned to face Katsuki, to watch him, to pick him apart. Katsuki sat still and quiet under his evaluation, thought eventually he let out a short huff. "This was for you, so it should be perfect. What does that matter? Why does that make a difference?" There was a strong edge to Izuku's voice, something untrusting, something guarded. Katsuki took in his apprehension, tilted his neck toward the Omega, let off a bit of his scent, hoping it might help calm him. "Because I want tonight to be perfect. You deserve to have a perfect night." The Omega's face softened, but only slightly, so Katsuki took the chance, let his signature smirk pull at his lips. "Plus, I am trying to court you. I wasn't joking when I said that. I'm going to spoil you so rotten no other alpha could ever hold up to your standards." Immediately, Izuku's expression tightened, more doors closing off, more walls thrown hastily up. He twisted his lips, said, "So you're just trying to keep me away from other alphas? Just want me to yourself?" Katsuki blinked, felt as if he were suddenly standing on uneven ground. "Well, that is the point of courting someone." The Omega nodded, once, sharp. Don't want me going out and finding someone else, huh? Your ego probably couldn't take that. The floor shattered, sent Katsuki falling first into confusion, then frustration veiled thinly by anger. It took a lot not to immediately snap his jaws or growl, to just take in a breath and tilt his head submissively to the Omega. This isn't about my ego. This is me trying to give you what you deserve. To be stuck with you forever? What? No, Katsuki felt his teeth grinding against one another, more so when Izuku turned his back to him. What's gotten into you? We were just having dinner. I was trying to give you a compliment. I'm trying to tell you exactly what I intend to do. What else can I do to make you realize I'm being serious? He waited, but Izuku kept his back to him, didn't say anything, didn't even react. The Alpha clicked his tongue, felt a vain throb in his forehead. If you don't want this, then just tell me. If you don't want me around, fine. I get it. But don't JRK me around like this. I'm not. Something in Izuku's voice had all the anger flooding away. A hitch, a bit of a shiver, something that told him something wasn't right. He paused, stared strong at the Omega, saw a shudder in his shoulders, his head drawn down, a taste of something sour and spoiled in his scent. He waited again, but Izuku didn't move, didn't say anything else, so he reached out, put his hand over the Omega's. At first, Izuku tensed, half pulled away, stilled under Katsuki's palm. Skin to skin, the Alpha could feel the slight tremors in the Omega's fingers. Slowly, gently, keeping an eye on how he reacted, Katsuki rubbed his hand, curled his fingers around his palm, messaged him, slow, steady. Even then, Izuku didn't turn to him, didn't react. Until, that is, he shuddered and a noise caught. In his throat, something that might have been a sob if allowed to breathe. Hey, Katsuki lowered his voice, pressed his other hand to the Omega's shoulder. What's wrong? Just, please talk to me. At his request, Izuku choked on a bitter scoff, ran his free hand over his forehead. Slowly, he turned, a stream of water down his cheeks, his eyes wet, red, sad. When he met Katsuki's gaze, he immediately turned away, shuddered. Why? Katsuki waited, but the Omega didn't elaborate. Ironically, tragically, he found himself thinking back to his victim reassurance training, wanted to tear something apart at the thought that such a thing was relevant for the situation. Still, he kept his voice low, his posture relaxed, kept calm. Why what? I don't know. Izuku tired to wipe his tears away, but they flowed right back down his face. It's just, he paused, eventually shook his head. Katsuki waited. He waited for more than just a few heartbeat behind, as the Omega stared forward, struggled with something within himself. Talk to me, the Alpha said. I want to hear what you have to say. Another dry laugh rattled up Izuku's throat. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, but no words came out. But he was trying. Katsuki saw that. So he stayed quiet, waited, rubbed circles into Izuku's shoulder and hand. They sat in quiet for some time, but that time meant very little. It was the quiet that mattered. Sticky and suffocating, as if the very air was what was keeping Izuku from being able to speak. There wasn't much Katsuki could do to counteract this, but he breathed, let out as much of a calming scent as he could, lent whatever assurance he could to the Omega. Slowly, he felt Izuku unwinding, his fingers unclenching, his shoulders slumping tiredly, his entire body shaking with renewed sobs. It was the crying that really made it difficult for Katsuki to keep himself calm. He'd never been able to handle Izuku crying. It had always set him off. But going on a rampage had never helped. Not before and certainly not now. So he breathed, he tried to drain the noise out of his ears, to keep as much of a peaceful presence as he could. Which, it being him, was pretty difficult. But he did his best. And eventually, Izuku opened his mouth, and the words spat out, released from deep within him, the Omega seemingly unable to stop himself from speaking. Why? Why can't I just breathe? Why can't I stay away from you? Why do I just give in? Why do I let myself do this? Each word was a bit of a knife, inching into his flesh. The calm Katsuki had been trying to project broke all at once. It was cold to be rejected. To be pushed away like this. To hear that Izuku didn't seem to want to be near him. His alpha brain roared to life, demanded he stay right at the Omega's side, to convince him that he was the best alpha out there. But if Izuku didn't want him, he couldn't do that to him. He couldn't hurt him, even if he meant well. As painful as it was, he let his touch fall from Izuku's shoulder, loosened his fingers from around his hand. Snapping around quickly, Izuku grabbed onto his hand, held him tightly, moved closer when Katsuki tried to pull away. He stopped, stilled, unsure of what to do as the Omega let out another sob, as he pressed one hand to his eyes while keeping hold of the alpha. Why can't be I as strong as I want to be? Why couldn't I protect Kazue? Why am I not enough? For every knife that his previous words had jammed into his body, these brought a new kind of pain, a shared pain, as if Katsuki were under the influence of Mai's quirk and he was feeling the sinking, drowning dread of the Omega. It wasn't the air that was suffocating. It was the terrible feeling of hearing those words, of realizing what was happening, of seeing exactly what was going through the Omega's head. With renewed conviction, Katsuki grabbed his hands, both of them, held them in front of the Omega, Izuku startled by his reaction, leaning away slightly, but quieting slightly, holding his breath. Katsuki didn't know what he would look like to the Omega. Insane maybe. He felt a bit insane. He was angry, though there was not one thing he was particularly angry at. Perhaps it was just the world, the universe, that had earned his ire once again. Either way, he held Izuku's hands, looked him right in the eye, didn't let him look away, if only through the force of his gaze. Listen to me, Izuku Midoriya, he growled, low and dangerous, and Izuku swallowed, shrunk away slightly. You are more than enough. Don't ever tell yourself you aren't. You're the strongest, best, damnedest Omega I've ever met. Hell, you're the best person I've ever met. What the hell does that matter? Izuku tore his hands away, tried to turn away, but Katsuki grabbed his shoulder, pulled him back around, even when the Omega hissed. Where is this coming from? How the hell could you possibly think you're not enough for anything? Oh, I don't know, Katsuki. A rush of anger had Izuku snapping at Katsuki, though he refused to back down, even as the Omega bore his teeth. Maybe it's because you left me. You left me to raise a pup on my own. I had to fight for everything. And even then, I had to have someone practically give me a place to live, and I had to have help from Sano, who's in a wheelchair and has problems of her own, just to survive. Maybe it's because my pup was hurt and could have been killed and I couldn't do anything to stop it. Maybe it's because I've obviously never been enough, for whatever reason. Stop, Katsuki growled. Just stop. But can't stand realizing I'm not the person you thought I was. Stop, he said again, making an effort to keep the growl out of his voice. I can't listen to you lie to yourself. Izuku scoffed, shook his head. Nobody is lying to anyone. Just look at this. Can't even figure things out for myself now. I had to come crawling to you for help. Okay, I take offense to that, Katsuki snapped, earning a sharp glare from Izuku. You didn't crawl to anyone, Izuku. I offered help because I didn't want you to do this alone. You've been through hell. It's okay to ask for help. You don't have to do this on your own. It'd be crazy of you to try. And that sure as hell doesn't make you any less of a person. The Omega glared strong at him. Why should I believe anything you say now? Katsuki snapped his jaw, glared at the Omega. All of this had taken him completely off guard. He didn't really know what to do, and he wasn't particularly happy with being so unprepared. Because yeah, he knew Izuku was hurt. He knew he'd been a part of that hurt, but there had been other hurts as well, things he was still healing from, things he had scars from. Seeing the hurt so close, seeing it boil over and begin to bleed, it was more than a little uncomfortable, not in any small part because he knew he was a source of that pain. That the Omega looked at him and had decided he couldn't trust him because of what he'd done before. That it was possible that would never change. There were no words he could think to say to fix this. Nothing that would make the Omega feel better. Not in this moment. But there was something he thought of. Something that might work. Abruptly, he stood, Izuku startled by his suddenly movement. The Alpha grabbed his hand, pulled him to his feet. Come over here, he said, guiding him toward the living room. Izuku didn't say anything, but he didn't pull away. Katsuki stood him in the middle of the living room, immediately set about shoving the coffee table and one of the chairs aside. Izuku watched, clearly growing more and more confused, until, that is, Katsuki carefully pulled out his phone, set it to play music, something soft, something slow. Then, the Omega's face went blank, guarded all over again. Katsuki, I don't want to. He paused as Katsuki held out his hand, bowed his head. Just humor me for a moment. A twitch pulled at Izuku's lip. For a moment, Katsuki thought he was going to refuse. At perhaps the last moment, he sighed, stepped forward, raised his hand. Katsuki met him halfway, trailed a finger up his hand, down his palm, to his wrist. The Omega didn't look too pleased, but he allowed himself to be pulled closer to the Alpha. Just one, he growled. Deal. Katsuki took his hand, set it on his shoulder. Izuku's fingers were still a little shaky, a little sweaty, but they curled toward his neck, felt warm and sure, settled into place as if they belonged. Then, the Alpha placed his own hand on the Omega's hip, drew him a little closer. Readjusted his grip on their outheld hand, intertwined their fingers, then took the first step. At first, as they swayed to the music, slow, uneven, certainly not in time with anything, Izuku staring over the Alpha's shoulder. But time went on. Somehow, they stepped a little closer to each other. Somehow, Izuku's eyes trailed to his, away, then back and away again. Slowly, one song faded away, and they kept swaying, stepping slowly to music that was only theirs. Slowly, the Omega leaned forward, pressed his forehead to Katsuki's ear, let out a sob, then another. And somehow, Katsuki knew to just keep swaying, to keep dancing, to be there, nothing else. And eventually, the tears faded away. Eventually, Izuku's hand trailed down to wrap around his back. The Omega leaned toward the Alpha's scent gland, Katsuki with both hands on his hips. And still, their music played, their own rhythm padded out on the living room floor. And after their music had faded slightly, after their dancing had slowed, after Izuku had stopped crying and he held Katsuki's gaze a little easier, the Alpha reached a hand to his face, trailed it over his cheek, felt a little spark in his eye when the Omega leaned into the touch. How you feeling now? He asked. Izuku hummed quietly. Shitty. Yeah well, get in line. To his surprise, the Omega actually laughed. He shook his head. Guess I ruined our date? Nope. Katsuki rubbed at the lines of salt on the Omega's face, cleaned them away. Nothing could ruin getting to spend some time with you. Since when did you get so sappy? What? You don't like it? Izuku shrugged. It's just weird. Katsuki growled, returned his hand to the Omega's hip, found that he was the one looking away now. Just don't want to mess this up. They stopped moving. It was a weird feeling. Katsuki knew they were no longer moving, but he swore he still felt a slight sway to the world around them, as if it held onto their music, kept them in that moment even as they tried to step away from it. He didn't move away from the Omega, nor did Izuku step back. Instead, he stared up at the Alpha, studied him, searched for something. Ooh, you really mean that, don't you? Yeah, course I do. Don't know how the hell to convince you anymore. The Omega nodded, looked him up and down. Stepped away but kept his gaze, kept a hand on his ear. The lingering touch felt warm, soft so right. Both Katsuki and Izuku stared down at his hand, fingers spread over the Alpha's ear, right over his heart. Then, Izuku drew away, and their eyes met. You're starting to... The world kept swaying. As if those words didn't mean as much as they did. As if they shouldn't have stopped the world by their utterance. The world kept dancing, and Katsuki was amazed at how that could happen. Even his own heart felt a little fluttering, as if it were going to stop. But then the Omega turned away. Thanks for dinner. It was good, I guess. Then his nose wrinkled. Actually dinner kind of SCKD. But the dancing was nice. Izuku started back toward the table and Katsuki followed, growling lowly. Well, guess I'll take what I can. He paused as Izuku went to take a sip of his drink. Izuku, do you really want to do this? The Omega blinked. Do what? This, Katsuki gestured to the table, to the half-eaten food. If it's too soon, too fast, too much, we don't have to do this. Realization dawned in Izuku's eyes. He glared down at the table, ran his thumb along the side of his mug. Then he nodded. No, it's fine. You want to make that uphill battle, be my guest. But you know I won't make it easy for you. There was something of a challenge in his voice. Something that made Katsuki's stomach flutter, his blood burn, every part of him shiver in anticipation. He smirked, was met with a bit of a smile from the Omega. Wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku nodded once, sharp, but with a smile. I can't promise it'll be easy for me to let you in. It's strong. Remembering what happened. Knowing what you did before. That was a different person. Katsuki began stacking the dishes on the table, caught a raised eyebrow from Izuku. I'm different. Probably noticed by now. I'll introduce you to the new and improved me. For as wide as his smirk was, he was met with an equally unimpressed look from the Omega, who gave a wry sip of his tea. You know, you haven't changed completely. There's still some of the old you in there. Good. Katsuki leaned a little closer, felt a bit of excitement in his limbs when the Omega didn't lean away, when he stood up to the challenge. Remember all the things about me that you loved and that annoyed you. You let me know what parts of those are still around. I'll let you know what's the same about you, and here's the first thing. He leaned away, let his smirk fade, faced the Omega as seriously as he could with dishes stacked in his arms. Luckily, he didn't think Izuku was paying much attention to them. You're still the strongest Omega I know. You still give me a run for my money. And I'm sure as hell happy to see that. Incredulousness clearly flickered through the Omega's eyes, but he shrugged. You're still arrogant as hell. Don't think that will ever change. Nope. He stepped toward the kitchen. Be ready. I'll have your second gift soon. Lunch in the park. Izuku joked. Trust that it's going to be more of a traditional courting gift. Though lunch isn't off the table. Izuku followed him, chuckled, moved with a surety that had Katsuki relaxing, had him allowing a smile. After washing up, they sat and they talked, but it quickly became clear that both of them were absolutely exhausted, Katsuki from his long day and Izuku from his emotional outburst. The Alpha skirted him back up the stairs, to Uraraka's room, the Omega dozing with the pups curled up in her bed. She woke quickly, smiled, didn't ask about their evening. Instead, she simply told them good night, let Izuku approach her bed and pick a sleeping Kazue from the pile the three pups had snuggled into, Katsuki lingering in the doorway. Kazue whined quietly as Izuku brought him away, though he settled quickly as the scent of his Omega washed over him. Izuku paused to let Katsuki say good night to the pup, lingered another moment longer to gaze briefly at him. Thanks for tonight. Good night. Katsuki nodded. No problem. Sleep well. The Omega didn't move. Katsuki waited, unsure what to do, but eventually he nodded, turned away. He watched until Izuku slipped into his room, then he trudged back to his own room, stripped off all of his clothes, and threw himself into bed. He hadn't quite made the bed before he was fast asleep. 3 days later, Katsuki found Izuku sitting with Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tsu in the gardens. Kazue was playing in the flower bed nearby, probably searching for worms, which he'd grown a fascination with ever since Tsu had shown him one earlier in the week. He was already completely filthy, covered in dirt and grime, as any normal pup should be. It was perhaps the most normal Katsuki had seen him, a bittersweet feeling blooming in his issy at the thought that it had taken this long for Kazue to just play so thoughtlessly and happily made his skin feel uneven, as if there was something crawling along it. As much as he wanted to be angry, he let himself just enjoy the sight of his pup playing instead. Izuku turned as Katsuki approached, the first to see him, noticing immediately the present he carried. There was a clear question in his eyes, Katsuki simply handing the package to him in response. This is for you. Izuku considered him carefully, took the gift. Have to admit, it's a bit bigger than your first one. With a huff, Katsuki collapsed into the chair beside him, leaning into the seat. His back was aching in a way he didn't particularly like, a consequence of the added patrols he'd taken on to help track down Yokoyama. He hoped that pink-haired freak would get his upgraded costume to him soon. Giving no voice to that thought, Katsuki shrugged, told you it'd be more like what you'd normally expect. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, glanced nervously up at the others, set the box aside. A little bit of hurt, maybe even of anger, made Katsuki's hand twitch, though that settled when Izuku instead reached for his arm, pulling it up to examine the gauntlet currently attached to his wrist. What's this? The Omega turned his hand over, trying to see all the different angles of his gear. It collects my sweat, stores it in that pod there. Need a good sample to send to the lab to get the results back on its composition. Oh. Izuku ran his hand over the single container attached to the gauntlet, then into the empty slots beside it. You were being serious about that the other day? You weren't. No, I was. He let the Alpha's arm go, glaring at him, a strange light to his eyes. Katsuki wasn't exactly what that light meant, until the Omega smiled brightly. It'll be good to do some real work, but I don't really know how I'm going to help you much. Not like I have a workshop or a lab or anything. Don't worry about that. We can arrange something. He had to admit, it was nice to see the Omega looking so happy at the thought. Anyway, what were you for talking about anyway? Oh, nothing much, Yaoyorozu waved her hand. Just discussing potentially doing some shopping later. Yeah, we were trying to convince Midoriya to come with us. Sue was watching Kazue, but she glanced over as she spoke. He's being stubborn. It's not stubbornness. Izuku wrinkled his nose, crossed his arms. You even admitted that Kazue needs some new clothes and shoes? Uraraka interjected. Come on. It'll be fun. Yeah, I know he does, I'm working on it. A little defensiveness had crept into the Omega's tone, a clear line drawn in the sand. Katsuki glared at him, somehow knowing exactly what was going on in his mind. Given everything, he certainly wasn't afraid to cross right over that line. He reached into his pocket, drew out his wallet, and pulled out a card. Here, he handed it to Izuku. Kazue needs something, I'll pitch in. Get him anything he needs. Izuku did not move. Katsuki knew he wasn't going to either, not without some prompting, so he wiggled the card under his nose, smirked deeply. You said it was for Kazue, didn't you? You can't deny me wanting to help my pup now, can you? The Omega focused in on him, glared, but eventually snatched the card away. Fine. But just this once. It was a small victory maybe, but Katsuki still leaned back, feeling quite satisfied with himself. Uraraka made a little noise of joy, pumped her arms into the air. Oh yes. Shopping time. Sue riveted happily and Yaoyorozu giggled. If I'm being honest, I think we could all use a shopping trip. Yeah, Katsuki growled. Just make sure you stay close to Izuku. It'll be fine, Bakugo. We'll all be right there. Uraraka still looked excited, missed the worried look that crossed Izuku's face. Katsuki reached across to the Omega, ran his fingers soothingly over his hand, felt the Omega relax under his touch. This time, the other Omega definitely noticed, smiling at the two. You seem happy. Katsuki snapped his jaw. You lose Izuku and I'll kill you dead. Seems counterproductive, Sue deadpanned, earning a growl from the Alpha. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat to cut the tension. Anyway, we want to go look for new things for the pups, maybe look for some new things for ourselves. Anything else we want to do? Well, Uraraka leaned back, I could actually use a trip to a nesting store. Need to stock up on a couple things, especially if Shinso is going to be coming by for his heat soon. Sounds like a plan. Yaoyorozu smiled at Izuku. We can pick up anything you might need to help make your nest feel a bit more comfortable here. Oh, that's not necessary, Izuku said, but Uraraka immediately shook her head. Nope. You're not getting out of this one. You haven't mentioned needing anything for your nest and you've been here for like 2 weeks. There's got to be something you're missing. Well, Izuku paused as Kazue gave a delighted shriek, plucking a worm high into the air. Mommy, look. It's squirmy. The Omega looked a little resigned. Kazue, please put that back. But it's so cool, Mommy. Izuku sighed deeply, paused when Sue said, You were saying? The Omega laughed nervously, prompting Katsuki to look up for the first time. He'd been enjoying the sun on his face, just listening to the conversation happen around him, but the sudden awkwardness of the Omega beside him drew his attention, looking for anything that might be bothering him, though there was nothing obvious. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, shook his head, said, Well, actually, I don't have a nest. Everyone stared at him. Even Katsuki wasn't really sure what to say. The silence obviously made Izuku uncomfortable, the Omega eventually clearing his throat and saying, don't usually have a permanent nest. Typically just build one for my heats. Otherwise, it's not really a thing I've ever had. Really? Uraraka collapsed backward into her seat. I couldn't imagine living without a nest to hide in. Every now and then I just need the space away from everyone, especially Ida. It's, not really a male Omega thing, Izuku explained carefully. Oh, I see. Sue pressed a finger thoughtfully to her cheek. Let me guess. You did have one when you were P-Argin in T. Yeah, I did. Izuku glanced to Kazue, Katsuki following his gaze to see the pup poking at the dirt. And even for a while after he was born. But after that, I just didn't feel the need to maintain it. Uraraka tilted her head thoughtfully. How weird. Never realized just how different male Omegas are. Well, this is the first time we're living with a male Omega. It's only natural that we're all learning new things. I personally find it perfectly fine, Yaoyorozu said simply, Izuku smiling gratefully at her. Yeah, of course. Uraraka held up her hands. Never meant to make you feel like you were wrong or anything. It's just new. I don't maintain a big nest either, Midoriya, Sue said plainly. You and I can go do something else while Uraraka shops. Izuku had been smiling between the three, relaxing back in his seat, though he tensed slightly when Sue addressed him, gave another nervous laugh. Actually, I wouldn't mind browsing a little. Been a while since I've picked anything up. Get anything you need, Katsuki growled without moving. Don't feel like you have to ask first. You need something, just get it and let me know later. Katsuki, you don't have to, just think of it as another courting gift if you really want to. Izuku thied at his cheeks, but sat back, played with his fingers, thinking. Eventually, the conversation moved on, the four trying to line their schedules up, figuring out who would watch the pups while they were gone, thinking of anyone else they wanted to ask to join them. As they did, Katsuki stared up at the sky, thoughts strong on what Izuku had said. He hadn't known about male Omegas not typically having nests. Something else that he'd had no idea about had to be told by Izuku himself, despite having known him for so long. Just what else did he not know about male Omegas? What else was he missing? What else could there be that could affect how their courting went or any of their other interactions? He didn't want to pick Izuku's brain for those answers. The Omega had clearly been uncomfortable trying to explain it to the others, even if they had more or less accepted his explanation. So he needed another option. Someone else who would know the difference between male and female Omega behaviors and habits. A sudden idea had Katsuki pulling out his phone, opening a new conversation with Kaminari and Shinso. We need to talk. Both the Beta and Omega were on patrol, so he wasn't expecting to hear back from them. But if anyone could answer his questions, it would be those two. Whether Shinso would be willing to talk to him was another issue, but if nothing else, he could get Kaminari to squeal about it. It would be better coming from the Omega himself, but Katsuki knew he'd have to take what he could get. Plus, there was one other male Omega he knew. One that just so happened to be planning a visit soon. Though the thought of sitting down and talking to him and his mate about this subject made his toes curl. Still, if things didn't work with Shinso and Kaminari, it was an option he had. Something he'd have to consider to make sure he got what he needed to know. He put his phone away, caught a curious look from Izuku. Instead of saying anything, Katsuki checked his gauntlet, saw the container was nearly full. Still needed a few minutes. So he laid back, closed his eyes, let the conversation continue. Instead, he organized his thoughts, trying to think of exactly what he wanted to know, what he needed to ask. Whether he got to talk to Shinso or someone else, he wouldn't have a lot of time to get the information he needed, and whether he liked it or not, he'd have to be somewhat tactful about how he asked his questions. Even as distracted as he was, he didn't miss when his pack members rose, saying their goodbyes to Izuku and Kazue. He wondered where they were going, realized they probably had patrol soon, simply closed his eyes again, until he felt Izuku shift toward him, then he met the Omega's curious look. Do you have patrol today? Katsuki shook his head. Nah, day off today, but I'll have a bit of a weird schedule over the next few days. I can give you my full schedule if you want. Oh, you don't have to. I was just curious. The Alpha growled lowly. I'll give it to you. Izuku didn't say anything else, so Katsuki checked his gauntlet again, so it still wasn't quite full. When he looked back up, Izuku met his gaze, reached beside him for the courting gift. Okay, if I open this now. Your gift. You can open it whenever you want. Could have opened it in front of those extras. At that, the Omega snorted shortly. This is a bit personal to just be opening in front of a bunch of people, don't you think? Not like they don't know we're courting now. Kirishima and Mina exchange gifts all the time, no matter who's around to see it. Alright, but still. Katsuki sat up in his chair, nodded to the package. Just open it. Izuku ducked his head slightly. Alright. He pulled carefully at the paper, summoning Kazue immediately to his side, as if the pup was drawn to the sound of a potential gift. He watched, transfixed, as Izuku pulled the paper off, revealed a simple white box, which he opened, and paused when he saw what was within it. Kazue, however, made a gasping noise. Mommy, that's so cool. Is that for you? Izuku didn't say anything at first, running his hand over the new jacket folded neatly in the box. Katsuki watched him carefully, judging his reaction, though the Omega seemed more shocked than anything else. So your old jacket was getting ragged. Thought it was time for an upgrade. Whether Izuku heard him or not, Katsuki didn't really know. The Omega focused on carefully pulling the jacket out so he could really look at it. It was detailed into All Might's Silver Age costume, one of Izuku's favorites, he knew. Or at least, it had been one of his favorites when they'd been kids. He hoped that was still the case. At first, he wasn't sure if the Omega liked the jacket, but as Kazue ran his hands over it, standing up on his toes to try to see it a little more clearly, the Omega pressed the jacket to his nose, breathed in deeply. He pulled away, his face unreadable, set the jacket back into the box. It's wonderful. Thank you, Katsuki. Immediately, Katsuki's alpha brain snapped to life, growling contently that his second gift had been received so well. After their half-disastrous dinner, he'd felt a bit off, a bit like his ego had been kicked in the teeth, but this was a nice renewal of his spirit, even if he didn't particularly like acknowledging that part of himself. At least a jacket was a lot less complicated than an entire dinner. And it made Izuku happy. That was still all that mattered. Katsuki laid back, tilted his head up, closed his eyes. Glad you like it. Get used to it. Told you I'd spoil you rotten. You don't have to do that, you know. Even with his eyes closed, Katsuki could hear the Omega smiling dryly at him. Don't have to, but want to. So get used to it. Izuku laughed, the box rustling as he set the jacket more securely back inside. Well, thank you anyway. How come I don't get anything? Likewise, Katsuki could hear the pout in Kazue's voice. Your mom's the Omega here. He gets the gifts, Katsuki said simply. That doesn't make any sense. Kazue stomped his foot, earning a sharp look from Katsuki. Undeterred, the pup crossed his arms, glaring at the alpha. How come mommy gets to eat in bed and gets a present? Katsuki glanced to Izuku, who was watching him expectantly, wanting an answer himself. This one, at least, was easy to explain. Izuku's an Omega. That means he's pretty special. It's my job as an alpha to make sure he's happy and safe. That means he gets to eat in bed when he wants and he gets some gifts sometimes. Kazue snorted. You didn't do that before. Katsuki almost flinched, managed just to clench his hand. Yeah, I know. But I'm trying to fix that now. You didn't give Yurika and Tsu gifts. They're Omegas too. The alpha blinked at the pup, both a bit lost for an explanation but also feeling a bit of heat rising in his face when he heard Izuku chuckle under his breath beside him. The Omega brushed his hand along the pup's head, pulling his attention away from Katsuki. Alphas only choose one Omega to give gifts like that. And it doesn't have to be an Omega. Sometimes alphas choose betas or even other alphas. Do you understand, firecracker? Kazue wrinkled his nose slightly, rocked back and forth on his heels as if thinking. When he settled, he asked, what if I'm an Omega? Do I get to eat in bed? Oh, you're still a pup. Kazue puffed his cheeks out. That's not fair. All right, Izuku went to pick Kazue up, but paused when Katsuki made a short grunt, a reprimand for nearly breaking his weight limit. The Omega glared at him, but pulled away from the pup, who crawled up into his lap anyway. Mommy, am I an Omega? Izuku ran a finger over the pup's nose, Kazue giggling. I don't think that matters. Whatever you present as, you'll still be Kazuha. Yeah, but if I'm an Omega I get to eat in bed? Not until you're older. The pup groaned, flopped over in the Omega's lap. Mommy. Izuku laughed, stroked the pup's nose again, then tickled his stomach, the pup doubling over and laughing. With pup and Omega content with themselves, Katsuki sat back, checked his gauntlet one more time. This time, he saw that the container was full. With a short growl, he rose. I'll be right back, he said, turning toward the house, only half listening as Kazue and Izuku continued playing behind him. He was still trying to organize his thoughts somewhat around the question of what being a male Omega meant, categorizing the things he needed to know right now versus anything else he might need to know later. He was also trying to think back to their childhood, trying to pick out those things that seemed off from what he'd come to know about Omega behavior from living with Uraraka, Jiro, and Tsu. Tsu was a bit weird as an Omega, having a Herm deficiency that meant her behavior was already pretty atypical, but even against her, there were a few things he could pick out that were different that Izuku had done and the others didn't. And he was still basking in the thought that Izuku had accepted his second gift so readily. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but it felt really good to know the Omega was still happy to continue their courting. One step at a time, for however long it took. He was okay with that as long as they were moving forward. All his thinking meant he was somewhat distracted as he pulled the container of his sweat from his gauntlet, packed it away to be sent to the lab the agency often used. This was admittedly the first time they had requested something like this from them, but they'd been consistent in their work so far, so Katsuki felt fairly confident in getting the results back quickly and accurately. All that left was to do was talk to that pink-haired freak about Izuku potentially using her workshop. With the Omega out of school and work, the Alpha had finally decided it would be a good idea for him to introduce the two after all, if only to give him an outlet. Hopefully they'd hit it off and everything would be fine. And if they didn't, Katsuki would be right there to make sure Izuku didn't become too overwhelmed by the pink-haired engineer. Once everything was packed away, he took up the case, intending to put it out at the door to be taken to the lab in the morning, made his way back down the hall. He'd only made it a few steps when he heard a sudden shriek. Even if the voice was muffled, between walls and over a distance, Katsuki knew that scream. He knew the voice, knew the panic and terror in it. The sound of it made him drop the case, forgetting about the potential explosive risk within it. Felt his body filling up with something hot and furious and terrified. Kazuha. He didn't have time to go all the way back down the stairs. Instead, he raced toward the balcony, hardly paused long enough to get the door open, before he focused in on the garden, on the fire pit, on the place he'd last left the pup and his Omega. He found them immediately, not having moved from their seat by the empty fire pit. Both were staring at something beyond the garden, Kazue clutching his Omega tightly, shivering slightly. Izuku was as still as stone, frozen, and from such a distance, Katsuki could have been convinced he was just a statue for how unmoving he seemed. The hell is going on? Katsuki followed the Omega's gaze, stared into the bushes just at the packhouse property line, just within the fences that surrounded the estate. Saw a cruel smile. Jagged teeth. A sight that haunted him. A man that smiled and silently laughed at Omega and Pup only a few feet away. At first, Katsuki couldn't believe what he was seeing. But the more he stared, the more he realized that yes, that was exactly what he thought it was. Yokoyama was at the packhouse. He was right in front of him. He was there, and he was reaching for Izuku and Kazue. There had been times that Katsuki's vision had gone red, when his alpha brain had taken over and steered him onward. Never before had his vision tunneled, never before had he embraced the roaring, raging part of him, the part that had him storming onto the balcony railing, had him howling in fury. He pet his hands back, and launched forward. From one second to the next, Katsuki had torn across the garden, landing with a spectacular fireball. Just over the sounds of his explosion, he heard Kazue screaming again, along with a snarl, a sound that had his nostrils flaring. Immediately, he was overwhelmed with the most horrible, sickly smell he'd ever had the displeasure of tasting. Yokoyama, as he had before, smelled of rot and decay and unhinged lust. He smelled of primal things, of depths and fury, of something that had Katsuki's mouth and nose burning. When the light and sound faded, Katsuki faced Yokoyama, saw a burn rippling up the other alpha's arm, saw the line of teeth had turned into a snarl. Yokoyama growled and Katsuki returned it, his jaw hanging loose, snarling as he'd never done before. Behind him, Kazue was crying now. The sound of his pup in such distress had Katsuki's snarl fading, had his teeth clenching, his mouth turning up in a smile that could be called anything but. "I'm going to kill you," he told Yokoyama, and move his hands forward. "Die." His second blast nearly rocked him off his feet, Katsuki having to dig his heels in to keep from blowing back. Kazue screamed at the force of the explosion and Katsuki became very aware very suddenly that Izuku was deathly silent. But he didn't have time to check on the Omega. He had to make sure the other alpha was dead first. A twinge of pain along his back had Katsuki hunching slightly as the fire died away, as the result of his explosion came into view. The entire side of the fencing had been demolished, a mangled wreck of heated iron. The bushes were gone. The grass still smoking. In his wake, everything had been destroyed. And Yokoyama was gone. For a moment, Katsuki didn't know what he was looking at. The gardens, destroyed, the fence, obliterated. But no trace of the alpha. Even though that couldn't be right. He'd been there, hadn't he? Katsuki had seen him. Izuku and Kazue had seen him. And yes, he could still smell the other alpha's scent on the air, could remember seeing the burns he'd put on that BSTRD with his explosion. It had been real. Yokoyama had been there. Right outside their garden. And now, in the smoking ruin of the bushes, there was nothing left. The alpha had disappeared right from under him. He'd let the alpha get away. A scream widened his vision, had him snapping up, stopping his useless growling to spin toward the garden. Scorch marks lined the side of the house from where Katsuki had thrown himself forward off the balcony, some of Tsu's flower beds burned away. In the wreckage, Izuku had collapsed out of his chair, his hands pressed to either side of his face, gasping for breath, eyes distant and unseeing. Kazue was pulling at the Omega, crying and screaming for his mom. Beyond them, shouting rose up from the house as the pack came to investigate what was going on. Kazue's screaming and Izuku's desperate gasping made all 10 of Katsuki's fingers prickle, had smoke rising from both his palms. One glance around and he knew Yokoyama was gone. Somehow, he'd gotten away. Somehow, he'd found Izuku and Kazue at the pack house. Somehow, he seemed to know right where to go. What would have happened if Katsuki hadn't been around? What would have happened if Yokoyama had gotten to the Omega or Pup? I left them alone. The thought chilled all of the fire in Katsuki's BLD. With his other pack members gone to get ready for patrol, they had been completely alone. Kazue had been playing in the flower beds not too far from where the alpha had been standing. He'd been so close. So close. Bakugo! A voice cut through the fog of fear and frustration and fury. Suddenly, heralded by a rush of wind, Ida was standing beside him, nostrils flared as he picked up on the scent of the invading alpha. He shared a look with Katsuki. "Is this?" Katsuki growled. "That BSTRD alpha. He was here. Were you able to wound him?" He nodded. "Yeah. Got at least one good hit on him. He got away, but I don't know how." Ida glared forward, seemed to think, but both he and Katsuki turned quickly when there was a screech from over their shoulders. Most of the pack had tried to surround Izuku, to protect him, to make him feel safe, but the Omega's eyes had blown wide in his fear and he had grabbed onto Kazue, holding the pup tightly against his fist and hissing at anyone who dared come close. When Yaoyorozu tried to say something, the Omega shrieked, hissed, shook horribly. Katsuki knew that look very well. It was very near what Izuku had been like when he'd gone feral in the hospital. He was teetering on the edge of that again, about to fall over the edge. If he did, Katsuki didn't think they would be as lucky as to only come away with a few stitches this time. Deku. He raced toward the Omega, hoping the old pet name would jolt him into awareness. If nothing else, the Omega jerked upright, spotted Katsuki, his eyes turning to slits. He shuddered deeply, tried to rise to his feet, unsteady and unsure. His snarl fell away, his hissing replaced with a sob. "Kaken," he called as Katsuki reached him. "It's all right." The alpha wasn't exactly sure what to do, what Izuku would allow, but he opened his arms when the Omega hurried to meet him, happily pulled him and Kazue tightly to his ist when Izuku accepted his embrace. When the Omega sobbed again, then began crying, Katsuki tightened his arms around the two, lowered his chin to rest at Izuku's scent gland, crooned lowly in his ear. It felt a little strange, crooning to the Omega in that moment. But he did it without thinking, without knowing what it would do. He just hoped if nothing else Izuku knew he was safe here with him. That he wouldn't let anyone hurt him, no matter what. Movement had him snapping to attention, baring his teeth threateningly, though he paused when he saw it was Kirishima. The beta waited until he stopped growling, then cautiously approached. He reached for the crying Omega, but Katsuki bore his teeth, unwilling to let anyone else close until Izuku calmed down. Still the beta smiled. It's all right. We've got things handled. He's long gone and he can't hurt you here. Izuku buried his face into Katsuki's ist, rubbed against his pup, seeking any form of comfort he could find. Why? He shivered as Katsuki rubbed his back, tried to soothe him in any way he could think to try. Why did he come back? Why me? They were questions that couldn't possibly be answered. Not in that moment anyway. Nor were they the questions Katsuki was most interested in. Instead, the ones he'd heard run through his mind were on repeat, growing increasingly demanding of answers as he stood there, holding his pup and the Omega. How had Yokoyama known where to find them? How had he gotten so close without anyone noticing? How had this happened? Katsuki thought about scenting the two, perhaps to try to help calm them, perhaps to help calm himself, but refrained. Instead, he pressed his lips to Izuku's forehead, whispered to him, "It's all right. I won't let that BSTRD hurt you again." Izuku shivered, didn't otherwise react. Another alpha scent approaching had Katsuki raising his head, even though he knew it was only Ida. The pack alpha kept a respectable distance, but he still dared to approach even as Katsuki's lip flinched toward a snarl. Seemingly not having noticed or cared, the pack alpha's eyes swept through the crowd, seemed to tally them up in his head, nodded once. "Bakugo, you should take Midoriya and Kazue inside. Uraraka, Kirishima, why don't you go with him and make sure they're okay? The rest of you, we need to sweep our perimeter. Kaminari, contact Tsukachi and let him know what's happened. He'll want to come investigate for himself." Right? When given orders, the pack knew what to do. Even Katsuki, who didn't typically like to listen to any orders given to him, by Ida or anyone else, nodded, acquiesced to his pack alpha's demands. "Come on," he whispered to Izuku, "let's go inside. Can you walk?" Izuku sighed, kept his face buried in the alpha's eye. After a moment, he glanced up, eyes still watery, though clearer now, pupils no longer dilated as much as they had been. "Of course I can walk," the Omega seemed to want to growl, but the words came out as a bit of a whimper instead. Katsuki didn't comment on it, simply kept an arm around him, guided him back into the pack house with Uraraka at his heels and Kirishima hurrying ahead. The beta opened the door and swept the inside quickly before holding the door for Katsuki, Izuku, and Kazu. The pup was very quiet, but when Katsuki looked down at him, his eyes were very wide, his nails dug into his Omega's shirt. A miserable look had overtaken Izuku, something tired and agonized, something so very scared and unsure what to do about it. He rubbed small circles in Izuku's arm, guided him toward the staircase. "Come on. Let's go to your room." "No," Izuku shuddered, stopped in his tracks when Katsuki tried to pull him forward. Realizing he wasn't going to be able to make the Omega do anything he didn't want to, Katsuki tried, "All right, where do you want to go?" For a moment, the Omega didn't seem to really know, but then, as if in a daze, he muttered, "Your pack room." Katsuki blinked, unsure that he'd heard the Omega correctly. It wasn't until he caught the surprised looks on both Uraraka's and Kirishima's face that he realized he had. With Izuku so distressed, it wasn't worth asking him why, though Katsuki thought he had an idea. Even if Izuku wasn't part of the pack room smelled strongly of the entire pack, of people who had come to mean safety for the Omega. It only made sense that in that moment when he was feeling most vulnerable, he'd want to be in the one place that smelled the safest to him. So he nodded, said, "All right. Come on." Kirishima again went up the stairs first, casting a cautious look around before opening the door to the pack room for them. Izuku stumbled on the last step, Katsuki holding him up and Uraraka hurrying to support him. He didn't even seem to notice them. "Come on in," Kirishima gestured them inside, offered a smile when Izuku glanced at him. "Best room in the house if you ask me." The Omega didn't return the Beta smile, but he also didn't react negatively to him, accepting his presence as Katsuki and Uraraka led him into the room. Once inside, Katsuki cautiously reached for Kazuo. "Let me take him so you can sit down." When the Omega didn't react, Katsuki pressed, "It's bad for your arm to hold him. Just sit down." At first, Izuku moved Kazuo a little away from Katsuki's hands, though when the pup reached for the alpha he relented, carefully hanging him over. Kazuo immediately crawled up to huddle onto his scent gland, rubbing his cheek against him, trying to douse himself in the alpha's smell. Katsuki kept the pup pressed to his neck while also keeping an arm on Izuku as Uraraka helped the Omega sink into a cushion. Once he was somewhat settled, Katsuki tried to hand Kazuo over to him, but the pup kept his grip on the alpha's shirt. "Let go, Kaz." The pup whined deeply. "Kaken." "It's all right." Katsuki gently put the pup into Izuku's arms, but he still wouldn't let go, even as he curled against the Omega's ear. "Let me go." "Stay with your Omega." "No." No. Kazuo whined, tugged at Katsuki's shirt. "Stay. I have to go talk with the police." The pup bore his teeth and growled lowly. It was such a noise that Katsuki paused, unsure of how to react, immediately knowing that he not only had been chastised but also challenged by his pup. His alpha brain was almost too much in shock to want to growl back, though any thought of that was quickly abandoned when Kazuo's growling turned to sniffling. The pup clawed for Katsuki's neck, trying to drag him closer, muttered, "Alpha, stay. You're supposed to keep us safe. You promised." There were a couple of things that kept Katsuki from rising, from moving at all. First was the pup's acknowledgement of him being the alpha. It was the first time Kazuo had called him alpha, the first time he'd said the word without shivering in fear or contempt. Then there was Katsuki's promise. He had said he would protect the pup and Omega no matter what. He'd told Kazuo that weeks earlier. That the pup remembered and that he was thinking of that now, after having to face the alpha that had hurt him and his Omega, was more than a little painful, a hand running over raw skin. How could he say no? As torn as he was, he still bristled somewhat when Uraraka placed a hand on his shoulder. She offered him a smile despite his lip lifting in a growl. "Stay with them. We'll handle everything. They need you, Katsuki." She was right, of course. One look at Kazuo's tearful face and the dazed, vacant look on Izuku's, and Katsuki knew this was right where he needed to be. Comforting them and keeping his promise to protect them. That he had to choose that over hunting down the BSRD that had done this to them made his palms itch, but it was easier to relent with his pup still tugging at his shirt. "You keep me informed. And if you find that BSRD, I want to know," he growled. Uraraka nodded. "Don't worry, I will." She stood, hurried over to Kirishima, who was lingering by the door as if keeping guard. Having the Beta nearby was a comfort, even if Katsuki knew he wasn't Izuku's favorite person. He trusted Kirishima to have his back if something happened, and he knew no matter what the Beta would defend the Omega and pup with his life. He was good backup to have. He always had been. So Katsuki allowed himself to be pulled closer by the pup, to lean into Sent Kazuo despite his earlier reservations. A shiver went over the pup's body and he fell limply against Izuku's ear, whining quietly. Even with his pup in his arms and Katsuki's alpha scent in the air, Izuku still seemed far away, only vaguely aware of what was going on around him. It wasn't until Katsuki carefully raised a hand and moved a lock of hair from his face that his eyes focused in on the alpha, searching him carefully, then turning to the rest of the room, the sprawling, empty pseudonest, Kirishima and Uraraka speaking in hushed tones at the door. He rubbed his cheek against Kazuo, purred quietly when the pup whimpered. "Are you hurt?" Katsuki asked the Omega. A hint of that vague look returned to Izuku's face, but he in a breath, held it, and let it out slowly, but shakily. "Not physically." Katsuki nodded. "Good." He sat back for a moment, saw that the Omega was becoming increasingly distant again, trying to fade away from the reality of what had happened. Or maybe he was being sucked into memories of his past. The last thing he needed was to be reminded of what had happened the last time he'd seen that BSTRD Alpha, and Katsuki knew it. So he took the Omega's hand, messaged it, tried to pull him back from whatever non-reality he kept fading into. Do you want to try some of those breathing exercises the doctor gave you? Almost immediately, the Omega blinked, snapping back into himself, a light coming back to his eyes as a look of incredulousness overtook him. But he still listened as Katsuki talked, he still breathed as the Alpha did, allowed himself to be led through the exercises. Despite not having either Omega or Alpha speaking directly to him, Katsuki did notice that Kazue was trying to follow along with the breathing exercises as well. As silly as it made Katsuki feel, sitting there, walking through how to breathe with Izuku, he did notice the Omega settling the more they breathed. He settled back into this reality, back into the room, back into himself, so much so that his eyes began tearing up as the full weight of what had happened hit him. He sniffled, Kazue whimpering at his Omega's sorrow, and Katsuki reached to wipe his tears away. Just listen to my voice. The Omega nodded, followed patiently along as Katsuki told him how to breathe, his tears never fully going away, but never growing any worse either. Eventually, Katsuki became aware of Ida at the door to the pack room, along with Yayorozu and some of the rest of the pack. Beyond the familiar collective of their pack scent, he was also aware of new scents in the air, invaders, police no doubt. Tsukachi was probably among them, though none of them, especially any alphas, would be eager to enter the pack room. Even if they were on the job and just doing what they needed to, going into a pack room of a pack you were not a part of was never a good idea, nor was it very comfortable for any of those involved. Especially with a grieving, terrified Omega and pup being guarded within. So it didn't surprise Katsuki much when Ida carefully came over, still pausing at a respectful distance from the three. The inspector would like to speak with you and Midoriya. Katsuki growled shortly, glanced down at Izuku. He had curled up around Kazue, had been humming a lullaby as the pup tried to drift off to sleep, though upon hearing Ida approach, he had gone quiet. The request had Izuku sighing, clearly exhausted by the thought of speaking to the police, though he sat up anyway. Here, Katsuki gently took Kazue from the Omega, offering his hand to help him stand. When Izuku struggled, Ida came over and offered his help as well. The Omega smiled gratefully at the pack alpha, but stuck close to Katsuki's side. Let's get this over with, right? They stepped out of the pack room, Katsuki taking stock of most of the pack being there, along with Tsukachi, Sansa, and some other officers. Notably, he saw that Ito wasn't among them, wondered where the detective was. If he wanted to help heroes so much and be an advocate for them, then he should have wanted to be there for this moment, shouldn't he have? Even as he wondered this, he was distracted by a sudden wave of other, familiar scents. Just at the bottom of the stairs, he could see the rest of their honorary pack members gathered. Half of them dressed in their hero costumes. Most of them looking furious or sorrowful. All casting a curious eye at the green-haired Omega beside Katsuki and the blonde-haired pup in his arms. Standing amongst the crowd, with Kaminari at his side, Shinso peered up at him, fiddling with the straps on his mask. His gaze flickered to Izuku, lingering as the Omega tensed, no doubt knowing just how many eyes were on him. Part of Katsuki wanted to step in front of Izuku, to growl until the others left him alone. But this was hardly the time to give in to possessive impulses. So he turned his attention to Kazue, saw the pup had curled up in the presence of so many people, especially the alphas. Katsuki readjusted him to be closer to Izuku and farther up on his neck, toward his scent gland. When he whimpered, Izuku immediately ran a hand over his back and Katsuki rubbed the pup's head comfortingly. Inspector, Ida had already started the conversation with Tsukachi. Midoriya has agreed to speak with you. I only ask you keep your distance. Your being an alpha could be distressing for him and Kazue at the present moment. The inspector lowered his chin. I understand. There were no gentle smiles, no jokes this time. The inspector was as serious as Katsuki had ever seen him, a fierce look about him, one of frustration and determination. When he faced Izuku, he did so with a hand to his heart. My deepest apologies for what has happened. We should have found and stopped Yokoyama before this point. Were either you or your pup hurt? Izuku wrung his hands together, not seeming to know what else to do with them. No. Katsuki stopped him before he got too close. I see. Tsukachi turned to the Alpha, met him with that same, serious look. And you, Ground Zero. Were you hurt? It's Bakugo here, Katsuki growled as his pup stirred at the name. He began tracing a pattern on the Alpha's finger traveling a winding path, though one that seemed somewhat familiar. No way that BSTRD was going to get one up on me. Only one who got hurt was that a-hole. Who do you mean? Katsuki snapped his jaws. Yokoyama. Who else? I have to ask. Tsukachi seemed to pull a pen and notepad out of thin air. Can you describe his injuries? We can give them along with his description to the area hospitals. Might turn up. Doubt it. Katsuki paused to glance down at Kazue, though the pup seemed too much in a daze to be paying much attention to what was going on around him. Burns up his right arm. Maybe from the wrist to a little past the elbow. Bad burns. Peeling and charred at the edges. For as serious as the situation was, Katsuki let a snarl ripple along his teeth, enjoyed the feeling of it. Made sure that BSRD knew exactly who he was messing with. Katsuki, the exhausted sigh from Izuku gave him pause. Air hissed between his teeth as he let his snarl fade, stepping closer to him as Tsukachi politely ignored the exchange. If I may, Ida took another step closer to the inspector, another step between him and the Omega. I'd like to know how Yokoyama knew where to find Midoriya and Kazue. We were under the impression that their location was being protected as confidential information. It was. Tsukachi clicked his pen more than once over. I'd actually like to know how he found out as well. It seems. When the inspector paused, Ida suggested suspicious. Convenient. Everyone around him stopped, struck, confused by the word, but the inspector said nothing more on the subject, turning over his shoulder. Sansa, check on the team examining the perimeter. I want to know immediately if anything is found. Sir, the detective nodded, left without another word. Once he was gone, Tsukachi clicked his pen one more time. Midoriya, can you please describe what you saw, what happened? The Omega sunk a little, as if deflating at the question, sinking under the weight of the dread that swelled within him. He stole a quick look at Katsuki, or maybe just at Kazue, before speaking. I was in the garden with Kazue and I just looked up and there he was. In the bushes. Just staring at us. He swallowed, glanced around as if looking for any signs of the Alpha. When he caught the eyes of the pack members standing nearby, he looked away. Kazue saw him and screamed and Katsuki just appeared. And just like that he was gone. You didn't see him climb the fence? Tsukachi pressed. Izuku shook his head. Oh. He was just there one moment, then gone the next. I didn't see anything else. The inspector frowned at his notepad, asked without looking up, and you, Bakugo. Anything else to report? Oh. He used the cover of one of my explosions to get away. But he shouldn't have survived it in the first place. Somehow he must have dodged it. Some sort of warping quirk? Ida had a hand pressed to his chin thoughtfully. The inspector shrugged, his frown deepening. We just don't know yet. Yokoyama had no registered quirk. He's been able to appear and disappear seemingly at will. Perhaps it's an answer to some of our questions. In a sense, Katsuki knew that was a reasonable solution. That Yokoyama had a quirk that allowed him to stay out of the police's eyes and come and go as he pleased. But he also couldn't forget the strange reaction both Izuku and Kazue had had to the Alpha's bite. That Katsuki's bite had seemingly overridden his claim on Izuku and ultimately helped to wake the Omega from his coma. Something wasn't adding up. He just didn't know where the math was falling short. As he mulled over everything, Ida picked up the conversation with Tsukachi. Our pack house doesn't have any additional safety measures around the outside fencing. The number of our pack who are active heroes deters most from attempting any devious behavior against us. Well, with recent events, and the fact that part of your fence has been destroyed, I would strongly suggest some more security be put into place. Unfortunately, all our resources are focused on finding Yokoyama at the current time. We can't really afford to lose anyone to patrolling the house. Worry not. We can certainly spare some manpower at our agency. In any case, my pack is eager to protect our home. We do have two young pups here in addition to Kazue. Izuku stiffened suddenly, standing straight upward, as if shocked to his senses. Katsuki couldn't quite tell what had shifted, but he suspected the Omega had come to some sort of realization. Maybe about the pack, maybe about Yakakiyama or himself or Kazue. In any case, he did curl inward slightly, a painfully guarded expression pulled tightly over his true emotions, which boiled under twitching lips and a scent that thinned considerably, as if the Omega were trying to force himself to feel nothing at all. Katsuki watched him only. Half listening as Ida and Tsukachi continued, I would highly recommend anyone you can spare start performing regular patrols around the area. We don't know for certain, nor can we confirm anything, but we do suspect Yokoyama may be a danger to the pups you have here in addition to Midoriya and Kazue. His motivations are still unclear. Ida nodded, once, sharp. Understood. We will set up our own patrols as necessary. I'm sure more of the pack would be willing to volunteer their time to trying to find and stop this criminal as well. Think you could use some extra hands on your team? Tsukachi reciprocated his nod. Of course. We'll take all the help we can get. The pack alpha wrinkled his nose, looked around at his pack, all gathered there, all poised like springs, all set on a razor's edge. Because this wasn't just about Katsuki and the Omega anymore. Yokoyama had infringed on their territory, had presented himself as a threat to them all. They had been on the defensive before, determined to keep Izuku and Kazue safe while also providing a warm, comforting place they could heal. Now, everyone was clearly ready to go on the attack, to end this, once and for all. Even as the pack rallied around them, as they drew even closer to the Omega and pup, Katsuki stayed right where he had been since day one. At Izuku's side, always right there if he needed anything. And he knew, now more than ever, the Omega would need him to step up. That if he was serious about protecting and providing for them, now was the time to prove it. So as Ida organized everything around them, as he ordered and reordered the volunteers that immediately stepped up to help defend the packhouse as well as join Tsukachi's team, Katsuki took Izuku's hand. Pulled it to his lips, to embrace his knuckles. The Omega startled at the gesture, but eventually he just shook his head. Let Katsuki embrace him again, to trail his hand up the Omega's palm and wrist and arm and neck, to slide his face and draw him a bit closer. I'm here, he promised. Izuku didn't melt into his touch. But perhaps it would have been strange if he had. Instead, he settled, not quite completely, but enough for Katsuki to know it was enough. I know, he said, and somehow, the Alpha knew he meant it. That night, once all the police were gone and the heroes had organized themselves to start keeping patrols in the area, the packhouse somehow quieting, going back to a thin veneer of normal, Izuku pulled at Katsuki's arm, didn't quite meet his gaze. Stay with us tonight? He asked. The Alpha nodded. Yeah, sure. Just let me get changed. He went toward his room, Kazue still in his arms, though he carefully deposited the pup on his bed, aware that Izuku had followed him in. He shucked off his shirt, grabbed for the shirt he'd worn the previous night. Thought about just sleeping in his jeans, but eventually pulled those off too in favor of something more comfortable. He never did look to see what Izuku was doing as he changed, nor did he acknowledge the Omega there, though they were both clearly aware of the other's presence. Once he was dressed, he turned, saw Izuku stroking Kazue's back, the pup curled up where Katsuki had set him down. The Alpha carefully picked him back up, followed the Omega back to his room. Izuku changed much the same way Katsuki had, with the Alpha very deliberately focusing his attention on Kazue and not the Omega. And once they were both in something a little more comfortable, Izuku got into bed and Katsuki set Kazue in his arms. The two curled up around each other, and Katsuki slid in beside them. This time, when the Omega pressed himself into the space between his arms, when they fell into a familiar, long-forgotten pattern from times past too long ago to remember anymore, everyone settled, despite all that had happened. Good night, Izuku muttered. Katsuki didn't shut his eyes. Night. Kazue said nothing. Eventually, Izuku drifted to sleep, but more than once during the night, he was racked with nightmares that Katsuki gently shook him from, coaxing him back to a reality where he was safe and warm and no longer alone. For his part, the Alpha never did find any meaningful sleep that night. While Katsuki never did find that deep void of restfulness, he did drift in and out of a dozing sort of sleep, constantly aware of the Omega and pup beside him, of any movements in the room, of the heater clicking on and off at regular intervals. Eventually, he found he couldn't quite stay in that place of rest anymore, rising up out of it and into the reality of their world. The reality that last night had happened, that he was laying in Izuku's bed because the Omega was terrified. The reality that he'd nearly lost him and their pup again, that he nearly hadn't been there for them again. During the night, Izuku had tucked himself against the Alpha's tea, with Kazue cradled between them. He seemed to finally be sleeping soundly, as did the pup, neither reacting as Katsuki stirred. He rubbed at his eyes, yawned, growled in dissatisfaction of the world, thought about getting up but didn't want to disturb either Omega or pup, so he reached for his phone. He found several messages on it, mostly from pack members wishing him and Izuku well, telling him they'd be there for him, along with a single update from Tsukachi that simply read, "Nothing more of note found." That particular message made Katsuki's alpha brain howl in fury. He clicked his tongue, scrolled back through his messages. Found one from Kaminari that surprised him. "Hope you are doing okay. Did you still want to talk to us? Anything we can do to help, we're there, man." Shinso had not commented, but Katsuki remembered the other Omega taking note of him, Izuku, and Kazue the previous night. He was aware of the situation, and he'd no doubt seen the message. He was just choosing to ignore it, which was pretty much what Katsuki had been expecting. He messaged back, "Yeah, I have some questions for you too. Need a few minutes alone." He wasn't really expecting a response back. After all, there was no way Kaminari was awake this early, and although Shinso probably was still awake from his patrol, he didn't think the Omega would be interested in taking up the dialogue. So he was mildly surprised when he did just that moments later, responding, "Denki and I have a half-hour lunch today." "You're buying?" Katsuki growled, checked the time. It would be awkward with his schedule to make a lunch time, but it was likely the only time he was going to get without putting up a huge fight, and he honestly didn't have the time to argue with them on it. So he just wrote back, "Fine. Tell me where to meet you." The Omega sent the address of a cafe some of the pack enjoyed, Katsuki knowing it was close to the agency. That would work out. With that taken care of, he tossed his phone aside, wrapped his arms around Izuku, holding him a little closer. It was strange to be in bed with the Omega, to actually be holding him again. Even if it was familiar, in some vague, distant way, there was the added awkwardness of Kazue's presence. He'd never had a chance to see where the pup fit between them, had never had the chance to develop a place for Kazue to sit and sleep with them in comfort. So it was a bit more awkward on top of it being strange to begin with. But it did feel nice. Izuku was warm and soft in all the places he'd been before, though Katsuki could also feel the definitions of muscles in his back and shoulders that hadn't been there once upon a time. He ran his fingers over these new features to the Omega's body, but quickly stopped when he realized that was probably going too far. Even if they were courting now, the Omega still hadn't told him where the boundary was for things like that. Better to assume he wouldn't be okay with Katsuki exploring his body like that at the moment. Hopefully that would come. He'd just have to wait a bit longer. He laid with the two for a few minutes longer before decided he had to get up, to start the day. Maybe he could convince the Omega to let him make him breakfast in bed again. Or maybe he'd just do it and ask forgiveness later. Yeah, that was probably going to be easier, especially if it meant the Omega could continue sleeping soundly for a little while longer. With that in mind, Katsuki slowly began slipping himself out of the Omega's grasp. He wasn't quite expecting when Izuku dug into his grip, when he wrinkled his nose and grunted unhappily at Katsuki moving. The Alpha paused, watching him closely. "You're awake?" he asked. Izuku growled, sighed, but found no intelligible words to say. "I'm going to bring you breakfast. Let me get up." The Omega growled, dug his fingers in more. "Stay. Kazue needs to eat. And so do you." "Stay. I need to get up and get the day started." Izuku growled, buried himself closer to the Alpha, as if trying to dig himself under him. He grumbled something, Katsuki leaning in a little, not quite catching what he said. He waited, and eventually the Omega growled, "Don't leave me." There was something in the Omega's tone. Some small plea. A familiar ring. The words bitterly mirroring what the Omega had said years ago. It all had chills racing through Katsuki's body, claws crawling up his spine. A long-buried pain burrowed its way to the surface, smacking of angry moments and debilitating regrets. Maybe that pain came from himself. Maybe he felt it snaking its way under the Omega's skin. But he felt it, he knew it was real, and he even knew where it would be coming from. For as long as they had been apart, there was still a lot of shared emotions between them. Things they had experienced separate and alone yet of similar origin. He knew why Izuku was asking him to stay. He knew the Omega was scared, for more than just the reason of Yokoyama's sudden appearance. There was so much more to everything than just Yokoyama. Which just made the Alpha's intrusion into their lives so much worse. Unfortunately, Katsuki knew there wasn't much he could do. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't just make Yokoyama go away. He was already doing everything he could to hunt down the Alpha and stop him. And he was doing his best to try to convince Izuku that he was safe here, that he wasn't going to leave again. There wasn't much else he could do. But he could still try. So he curled around Izuku and Kazuo, nuzzled into the crook of the Omega's neck, against his scent gland, growling lowly. "I'm not leaving you. I'm just going to make breakfast." The Omega was quiet, shifting a little closer to the Alpha. He tilted his chin up and muttered, "You didn't scent my jacket?" Katsuki blinked. "What? My jacket?" he grumbled. "The one you gifted me. You didn't scent it." The sudden shift in topic, plus the actual content of the conversation, gave the Alpha pause. "Was I supposed to?" Izuku groaned. "You're such a dumb Alpha sometimes, you know." Katsuki snapped his jaws. "And you're a pushy Omega?" Before Izuku could stop him, he got out of bed, marched over to where his gift had been thrown onto a dresser. Very aware that Izuku had risen up to watch him, he tore the jacket out of the box, pressed it to his scent gland, letting out as much of a calm scent as he could, doing his best to get it all over, but especially where the Omega's scent glands would be while wearing it, then tossed it toward the bed. "Better." Instead of responding, Izuku purred, curled up with the jacket wrapped around himself and Kazuo. "I'm going to make breakfast. I'll bring you some." "No breakfast in bed." The Omega grumbled. Katsuki rolled his eyes, shut the door behind him. Walking out into the pack house, Katsuki carried the tension of the previous night's encounter. As much as he had felt it laying next to Izuku and Kazuo, the rest of the house rung with it. Although, the more he walked, the more he thought there was something different about this tension. Around Izuku, it was a sound, a strained string pulled long and low, a somber noise of exhaustion and fear. Out with the pack, it was an oppressive force. A jittering energy of wild fury and apprehension. A focused thought, a resolute belief, proof of the entire pack's involvement in the event. Katsuki hadn't felt such energy around the house since the loss of Yaoyorozu's pup, and that had been a decidedly more sorrowful tone. This was as serious as it got. And everyone knew it. The urgency to act, to find this BSRD Alpha, to stop him before he could try something again, was as palpable as a clenched fist, a readied stance, a palmful of sparks. For as invigorating as the feeling was, Katsuki knew it was only going to stress Izuku out. No doubt the Omega would pick up on the energy and who knew exactly how he would react, but Katsuki knew it wouldn't be good. There wasn't much he could do to change that, nothing he could do to single-handedly change the entire atmosphere of the pack, and he knew it, which just set him off. He stomped down the stairs, found several of his pack gathered in the living room, muttering to each other in secretive tones, stolen glances between them. Seeing them, Katsuki growled, caught their attention for how loud he was in comparison to their conversation. "Hey, you're going to stress Izuku out with how much you guys are freaking out. Just take a FANG breath already and get it together." Everyone had paused when he approached and they all stared at him after his words. He considered sticking around to drive his point home, but knew both Izuku and Kazuo were waiting on him for breakfast, so he snapped at the group and spun away, stomping into the kitchen to get cooking. He found Todoroki there, standing in front of the coffee pot, waiting for it to fill. The other Alpha didn't acknowledge him at all, and there was something very normal and comforting in that fact. So Katsuki ignored him as well, went about getting breakfast ready. Eventually, Todoroki poured a mug, then wandered the kitchen searching for the sugar and cream. In the end, Katsuki had to get them for him. "The hell you doing drinking coffee?" he growled as Todoroki dumped an egregious amount of sugar into the mug. He peered into it, then wisely poured it out and tried again. Momo wanted some, which only begged the question, why did she want coffee so suddenly? Tea was typically both her and Todoroki's beverage of choice, so what had changed? Something to do with what had happened last night. The tension that morning. Just the accumulating stress of everything. Something else. It was a peculiarity, but once Todoroki had finally gotten an acceptable mug ready and left to deliver it, Katsuki turned his focus back to breakfast. When everything was done, he packed it all up on the tea tray and took it back up the stairs. In Izuku's room, he found the Omega still cuddled with his new jacket in bed, but Kazue was sitting up, playing with figures of Togata and Amajiki. The pup chirped happily at the smell of food, quickly abandoning his toys to rush over to Katsuki. "Breakfast?" he demanded. "What do you say?" "Katsuki." The pup pouted. "Please." Katsuki handed him his bowl, Kazue sinking to the floor before he could give the pup his options. As Kazue dug into his food, Katsuki offered Izuku a mug of coffee only to realize the Omega was sleeping. It was more than a little surprising to know that he had slept through Katsuki entering the room and Kazue leaving his side. Perhaps it spoke to his complete exhaustion, but perhaps it also spoke to his comfort with Katsuki's scent, to the fact that he hadn't reacted when the alpha had entered the room. The former seemed more likely, and for as much as Katsuki knew Izuku needed the rest, he needed food just as much to keep his strength up. So he set the tray down and brushed a hand over Izuku's cheek, the Omega stirring at the touch. "Hey," he said, "wake up. Got breakfast ready." The Omega groaned. "No breakfast in bed." "Then get up and let's go downstairs." Izuku didn't move until Kazue said, "Mommy, it's so yummy. You have to try it." It seemed the urging of his pup was his weakness. With one more groan, he sat up, rubbed his eyes, yawned widely. Katsuki had seen this before, of course, as he had seen the Omega's broken tooth when he yawned, but the sight still tore at his nerves, had his skin prickling uncomfortably. Somehow, he knew it would always have this effect on him. When Izuku looked blearily up at him, Katsuki handed him the coffee. "How are you feeling?" "Tired." The Omega took a huge gulp of coffee, then another. "Did you sleep any?" "Some." It wasn't a lie. "Not really. I have patrol later. You going to be okay here?" At first, Izuku didn't say anything, staring into his mug. Then, he threw back the rest of the coffee, handed the empty mug back to Katsuki. "Do you know who's going to be here today?" "I can find out." He offered his own mug to the Omega, who took it without a thought. "I can stay if you want." Izuku swirled the mug, stared into it. "Is this black?" "Yeah." He scoffed, handing it back. "You're a monster. Don't need that sugary CRP. Language. And all the sugary stuff is what makes it good. Why drink it if you just want sugar and cream? It's more societally acceptable to have some coffee with your sugar and cream." Katsuki just shook his head. "I'll get you another cup." The Omega waved him closer. "Stay and eat with us for a moment before you go running off." "All right." He handed over a bowl to Izuku, then sunk to the floor. He picked up Kazue and set him in his lap before reaching for his own bowl. As he began eating, Kazue leaned back against him, munching happily at his food. Izuku watched the two, then slid off the bed and joined them on the floor. While Katsuki raised an eyebrow at him, Kazue chirped and kicked his legs out, Izuku reaching across to slide the pup's nose. They sat and they ate together on that floor, and maybe it was a little strange, but maybe it was also a moment Katsuki knew he would remember fondly for a long, long time. The cafe was one Katsuki had been to before, with Kaminari even, though he found walking up to it now was an unnerving experience. Knowing what was going to take place, the conversation he was about to have, had him grinding his teeth in some unplaced feeling he didn't particularly want to name. Even with the unease tittering around his mind, when he spotted Shinso and Kaminari sitting at a table tucked at the back of the room, steel settled in his nerves. He approached the table, sat without announcing himself, and said, "I want to talk about what being a male Omega is like." Kaminari's jaw immediately dropped and Shinso snorted out a laugh. Was that supposed to be a joke? Because it was only mildly amusing. Which, to be fair, is an improvement for you. Ignoring his comment, Katsuki continued, I'm sure you've heard by now I'm courting Izuku. Need to know the things that make courting a male Omega different from courting a female Omega. Things people wouldn't normally think about or know. So you came to us? Kaminari still sounded dumbfounded. Who else would know this sheet? Katsuki snapped. The beta drew back a little, but Shinso only leaned a little closer. Color me intrigued. If only to see what the hell you think is so special about being a male Omega that made you track me down to talk with. I know there are things that are different, Katsuki growled. For one, Izuku said he doesn't usually keep a permanent nest. Shinso shrugged. Yeah. So, Katsuki already knew this had been a bad idea. Shinso was just toying with him and enjoying the hell out of it. But he needed to know whatever the Omega could tell him. So he grit his teeth as much as he could, said, things like that could really influence how this courting goes. Like how it maybe wouldn't have been such a good idea to get him nesting materials for a gift. Well, that depends on the person. Shinso sat back, kicked one leg up over the other. He glanced to Kaminari, but the beta was still looking quite confused and shell-shocked. Denki's gotten me things for when I do make a nest and it's appreciated. Maybe, I don't know, you should have asked him what his preferences are instead of assuming we're the same as male Omegas. Katsuki found that he could only grit his teeth so much before they started to hurt. Thanks for that. The Omega shrugged. Sometimes you need to be led to water and sometimes you need your face shoved into the trough. There were several things Katsuki wanted to say, none of them appropriate in a public setting, all of them things he wouldn't really mind screaming despite said public setting. Shinso was spared that when the waiter came by to take their orders. Katsuki had dressed in his usual sunglasses and beanie, both Shinso and Kaminari donning similar disguises, meaning they weren't recognized and would have to wait for the normal service time, but at least they wouldn't be interrupted. Once their orders had been taken, Kaminari rubbed the back of his head. Are you being for real right now, Bakugo? You think this is a joke to me? 'Cause it's not. Katsuki snapped his jaws. I'm serious in trying to court Izuku. Either you can help me or you're wasting my time. All right. Shinso raised a hand, not in surrender, more like acknowledgement of the alpha. You are paying for lunch, so I guess I owe you some answers. What do you want to know? All our male Omega dirty secrets. Which side of the bed we prefer. It was strong keeping his palms from smoking, though they did spark dangerously. Shinso noticed, and he smiled in some small victory. There was some part of Katsuki that was just about done with talking to the Omega, slowly resigning himself to the fact that he was going to have to go with Plan B, but things shifted quite suddenly when Kaminari laid a hand on Shinso's thigh. Babe, I think we should hear him out. I'm listening, Denki. The real question, is he? Yes, I am. Katsuki growled. You think I didn't know this was going to go this way? That you wouldn't just make it FANG easy for me? I'm dead FING serious. So much so I'm willing to put up with your bullshit to get the information I want. So either talk to me or get the F out of my face, 'cause now I'm getting said. Clearly. The Omega again paused when Kaminari squeezed his knee. All right, fine. I've had my fun. He planted his feet on the ground, shoved his hands into his pockets. With how at ease he had been moments before, there came a sudden wariness to the Omega, revealing a bit of the reluctance under his bravado. Katsuki didn't doubt it was awkward for him to talk about this stuff with him, an alpha he didn't particularly like, even if it was with his mate next to him, but he hadn't known Shinso to back down from confrontation and the Omega certainly didn't give any indication he was going to start at that moment. In fact, he squared his shoulders to Katsuki, leaned back to feign calm and said, You're courting him right now, right? So what do you need to know? What should I expect from Izuku that I wouldn't have if I was courting a female Omega? How can I cater to his needs? Again, you could just ask him, Shinso sighed. But if you really want me to spell it out, the only real difference between a male and a female Omega is our herm levels are different. Less estrone, more testosterone. That's why we don't typically keep nests all the time, why we're a little rougher, why you're unlikely to see much SBMSN from him, no matter what you do. As the Omega spoke, Katsuki had been thinking over the fact that yes, it did make sense Izuku's hormones would be inherently different from a female Omega, that it made complete sense the things he'd seen could be related in large degrees to just that simple fact, but the last part Shinso said caught his attention. What do you mean? The Omega lowered his chin slightly. What do you mean? What do I mean? Izuku was always SBMSSV to me when we were kids. The hell are you talking about? Surprise lit up Shinso's eyes, followed by a familiar and annoying amused grin. He placed his chin in his palm. Ah, I see. You weren't the one catering to him. He was the one catering to your massive, fragile ego. This time, Katsuki couldn't help the smoke that trailed up from between his fingers, nor the sudden snap of his jaw. Spit it out already. Shinso shared a look with Kaminari, who was still clearly lost in the conversation. Let's just say, there's a reason most male Omegas actually tend to end up with betas. Different herm levels means we don't like rolling over and submitting to just any old alpha. We sometimes like being the top dog in the relationship. In every sense of that word. There was a beat of silence between them. Then Katsuki glared at Kaminari. Seriously, you bottom for this loser. Hey wait. The beta snapped. It's not about just, that. You gotta be okay with not having a SBMSSV Omega all the time. And most people, especially guys like you, aren't. Guys like me. Kaminari shook his hand. You know what I mean. Big alphas. Scary alphas. You're used to people just doing what you want. Well, mostly any. The beta leaned toward Shinso, grinned at him in what was more than a little suggestive. You gotta know when to let your partner take the reins. Just go with the flow. After all, it's super hot being with someone who's not afraid to take the lead. Shinso rolled his eyes. Really blowing me away here? Thanks, I know, babe, but try to keep your breathes on for now. I'll do my best. The Omega tilted his chin toward Katsuki. Anyway, my guess is if your little Omega wasn't putting up a challenge for you at any point, you really should consider if he was all that into the relationship to begin with. It was easy to feel the initial spike of fury and indignation. Would have been simple to snap his jaw and tell Shinso he had no idea what he was talking about. What was less easy was to hear his words, to consider them, to actually wonder if he was right. When they had been kids, Izuku had always acted subservient to him, like any other Omega Katsuki had known. In their most recent interactions, he had been anything but. What did that mean about their previous relationship? Their current one? What if Shinso was right? Through the fog of his racing thoughts, Katsuki realized he had leaned forward, half a snarl on his face. Shinso looked unimpressed and Kaminari was halfway lifted from his seat, as if he thought he was going to have to keep the alpha from his mate. But Katsuki leaned back, snapped his teeth together, biting down on the growl that had been in his throat. That's beside the point and not something for you to judge in our relationship, he said. What I need to know is if there is anything else you can think of that I might want to know going into this courtship. Some things most people wouldn't know. Rather than immediately mocking him, Shinso paused. His expression hadn't changed, but Katsuki got the impression that the Omega was judging him, picking him apart piece by piece, whether he liked it or not. Kaminari was still hovering just over his seat, seemingly unsure of what to do in the situation, though he slowly lowered back down as his mate shrugged an arm around him. There's nothing general I can tell you about male Omegas that hasn't been said already. No, most male Omegas don't keep nests all the time. We tend to be less SBMSSV than female Omegas, though that's not across the board. You have a kid, so I assume you already know about all the intricacies of our genitalia. He paused, seemed to roll a thought around his head for a moment, then shrugged. Everything else is basically the same. Basically, there are going to be differences between Omega to Omega, but that's not necessarily because of our primary gender. That's just to do with the kind of person they are. Katsuki paused, chewed at the inside of his cheek, hoped neither the beta nor Omega noticed. What about pups? Shinso and Kaminari shared a look. What about them? What's different from a male Omega having a pup to a female? That, Shinso pointed a finger at Katsuki, which he didn't particularly like but kept his annoyance to a slight raise in his upper lip, is not a question I can answer. I don't have pups nor do I intend to have any. All I know is our CNCPTN rate is low. Something to do with hormones again. But that's all I've got for you. Something about the conversation left Katsuki dissatisfied with it all. It didn't feel like Shinso had told him a lot. Essentially, all he'd done was question his relationship with Izuku and mock him for asking the questions to begin with. But at least he'd given him something to go off of. A question for him to ponder. If Izuku hadn't stood up to him, if he'd let Katsuki walk all over him when they were kids, what had that meant about their former relationship? Had the Omega felt anything at all? Did he feel anything now? Had it just been convenient before, that the Omega had known him for so long that it felt like the thing to do to be with him? Was it just convenient now? Did Izuku really care at all for him? While Katsuki stewed over that question, another realization was slowly creeping up in his mind. Specifically, that Shinso hadn't been able to answer some of the more pressing questions he'd had. That he'd have to look to someone else to answer those. Someone with pups. And it was going to be awful. He snapped his jaws, pulled out his wallet, set several bills on the table. I have to go. Give the rest as a tip to the wait staff. While Shinso seemed somewhat relieved for the conversation to be over, Kaminari blinked at him. You're leaving. Our food hasn't even gotten here yet. Got what I wanted and I'm not hungry. See you at the pack house. He paused, glared at Shinso, who stared back, waiting for something. Eventually, the Alpha snapped his jaws. I'm not going to say thanks for what you said, but thanks for being willing to talk in the first place. Now don't effing you talk to me. For a while. Deal? Shinso reached into his jacket and pulled out his phone. Before you go, give me the Omega's number. Izuku. Yeah, him. No. The other Omega glared at him, but put his phone away. Fine. Give him my number. Tell him he can reach out if he needs anything. Fine. Katsuki spun on his heels. I'll tell him, but if you do anything to hurt him, I'll effing kill you. He didn't have to look to know the Omega was smirking. I'd like to see you try. It wasn't worth the effort to rise to his challenge. Katsuki just snapped his jaw and walked away. 3 days later, Katsuki was practically pacing in front of the front door, knowing who was about to walk through it. If he was going to do this, he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible, so he could say he had patrol and just leave before he died from embarrassment. But first, he had to get his answers. One way or another. When there came a cheery knock at the door, he was right there, pulling it forcefully open. He was met by a grinning face. Hey, good to see you. You're looking well. I want to talk to you and your mate. There was an awkward pause. Despite it, Katsuki refused to back down, waiting for the answer. Until, that is, he smelled Ida at his back. Bakugo, let our guests in this instant. And stop being so aggressive. I'm not. Katsuki snapped at the pack alpha, though he still allowed himself to be led aside, Ida opening their door a little more. Please come in. You are all welcome here. After another moment's pause, 3 pups barreled into the house first, all 3 of them already shouting for Takahiro and Fumiko. After them came their Alpha and Omega, Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki, respectively. While Togata kept his cheerful demeanor, Amajiki watched Katsuki suspiciously, though he didn't seem any more or less nervous than usual. Remembering what Shinso had said about male Omegas, Katsuki couldn't see Amajiki not being completely SBMSSV to Togata. Then again, he couldn't see the Alpha being all that dominating to begin with. As the pups ran rampant and Katsuki glared at the Alpha and Omega, Ida gestured into the house. You are both welcome to make yourself at home, but as you know, we are currently providing a home to an Omega and pup who've fallen on some strong times. I'm not really sure if either will make an appearance, but if they do, I would ask you to please be mindful of them. Togata laughed. Oh, don't worry. We'll be sure to be extra respectful. Amajiki gave him a flat look. I'll be sure to keep Mirio reined in as much as I can. Togata just laughed again. Katsuki opened his mouth, intending to tell them there was something they could do to help Izuku out if they wanted, when a sudden, loud, and familiar gasp had him whipping over his shoulder. Kazue was standing in the archway from the kitchen, mouth agape, staring at Togata and Amajiki. Spotting the pup, Ida smiled and went to speak, but was cut off when he shrieked out. It's Mommy, it's Lemillion and Sun Eater. Mommy. The pup raced toward the two, all starry-eyed and awestruck, but when he got within 10 feet of them, he skidded to a sudden halt. Both Togata and Amajiki, smiling and prepared to say hello to the small pup, paused, confused by the reaction. But Katsuki knew exactly what had happened, and he caught Ida casting him a worried look as well. Kazue stared at the two, at Togata for several long moments, before racing to Katsuki and hiding behind his leg, wrapping his arm around the alpha with a whimper. It's all right, Katsuki ran his hand along the pup's head. This is Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki. They're friends. They won't hurt you. Kazue shivered, dug himself closer to Katsuki. Alpha, he hissed. All at once, a string of tension pulled tight between everyone. With Kazue's reaction and the sudden realization of the situation for everyone else, there was a long pause, a moment where nobody was quite sure how to remedy the moment, how to move past or address the pup's anxieties. That moment came to an end when Togata smiled, lowered himself to the ground, trying to be as near to Kazue's level as he could be. Hey there. The hero's voice was still cheerful, still upbeat, but drawn in, soft and reassuring. Even Kazue paused to listen to that voice. My name's Mirio. What's yours? Kazue glared at the alpha, unmoving. Togata continued as if he hadn't noticed. How old are you? You're so big. I bet you're 8. Kazue blinked, wrinkled his nose when Togata continued, 7. 6. The pup pouted, leaned a little away from Katsuki to glare at Togata. The hero hummed, then snapped his fingers. I bet you're 5. No. Kazue growled, clearly unimpressed. No. Togata crossed his arms, seemed to think. Well, I'm not giving up yet. If you're not 5, you've got to be 4. The pup nodded once, sharp, a motion Katsuki somehow knew. He stepped a little away from Katsuki again while still keeping a hand on his leg. I'm Kazue. Kazue. Good to meet you. The pup glared at the hero, then put a hand on his hip. You're Lemillion. The number 1 hero. Who me? Togata rocked back on his heels. Sounds pretty fancy. I'm just Mirio. My alpha's the number 4 hero, Kazue proclaimed, a little puff to his tea. He's almost the number 1. He's super strong too. Nobody heard the last part of what Kazue said, because as soon as he had mentioned the number 4 hero, both Togata and Amajiki snapped toward Katsuki. It didn't occur to him that the two maybe hadn't heard the full story of why Izuku and Kazue were staying at the pack house, but he didn't get the chance to speak before a voice from behind him called out, Kazue. The pup immediately raced away from Katsuki to glomp onto Izuku, who had come through the archway. He went to pick the pup up, but stopped, spying their guests for the first time. A strained line of tension wound up his shoulders as he took Kazue's hand and stepped to be at Katsuki's side. Hello. He shifted, buzzing with a nervous energy that was both distantly familiar and utterly brand new. Sorry, I heard Kazue shouting and anyway, he cleared his throat, cut a glance to Katsuki. The alpha snapped his jaws as Togata rose, examining them with a careful eye. Perhaps it wasn't quite judging, but the other hero was certainly looking at the three of them and lining up the puzzle pieces. Katsuki gestured to Izuku. This is Izuku Midoriya. He and I were childhood friends. He thought about mentioning their courting, but decided against it for now. Kazue's our child? Amajiki blinked. That, seems like something more than what just friends would do. Observant, Katsuki growled, though his voice was drowned out by Togata's sudden peal of laughter. Wow. Never thought I'd see the day. I'm Mirio Togata and this is my mate, Tamaki Amajiki. It's good to meet you, Midoriya. Yeah. Super good. That nervous energy was seeping into his voice, into the Omega's jerky movement, was making Katsuki's skin itch uncomfortably. Sorry if Kazue was being rude. We're still working on. The fading of his voice, the draining off of that excited energy made all the hair on Katsuki's body prickle. When he cut a glance at the Omega, he saw that Izuku was looking anywhere but where someone was standing, that he was clenching Kazue's hand tightly. Without thinking, without really even realizing what he was doing, snaking an arm around his shoulders, drawing both him and Kazue closer to him. He caught another one of those surprised looks from Togata and Amajiki and ignored them. It was Togata who broke the silence, first with a smile, then with a dismissive wave. He wasn't being rude. He was perfectly fine. Izuku didn't say anything immediately, but eventually he took a breath and braved a small smile. You must be mistaking my pup for someone else. He is Katsuki's, after all. It was strange, Katsuki could admit, to not be insulted by the teasing. That he was okay with everything everyone had been saying. Because both Kazue and Izuku had acknowledged him as the pup's alpha, as his father. And nobody seemed to really be thinking much more about it. The facts had been said. Nobody was pushing against the idea. Not even Kazue. The recognition, as small as it might have seemed, was like a drain being pulled free, a dam of swelled emotions cracking for the first time. It was less difficult to not react to the teasing than it was to not react to the overwhelming joy that was filling him up. It was such a joy that he could taste, something stronger than any scent he'd known, any food he'd ever eaten, something that made him feel both incredibly powerful and completely impotent. Because now he was in that position, he was now that alpha, the father, the role model to look up to, the one to guide their little family, to be there for both of them. He had what he wanted, at least at the most base level. Now he had to maintain an exceptional standard. To prove he was worthy of the titles given to him. No small feat through his own internal dialogue, he was aware of Togata laughing fully and Izuku allowing himself a small chuckle with him, of Amajiki watching them all, taking them all in. The Omega had always been more obviously observant of things around him. Togata was well versed in keeping an eye on everything, but he'd also grown up on the theatrics of hero work, meaning he always had that smile on his face, always had something to say, even at the worst of times. As if to prove that to everyone, he picked up the conversation once again when the laughter started to die away. We have our littlest one, Hikaru, who's just turned 4 last month. And our older twins, Keiji and Miyari, are 6. So might be good playmates for Kazue, if you wouldn't mind them playing together. No, I think that would be great. Izuku lifted Kazue's hand to gain his attention. Would you like to meet some new pups to play with? Kazue seemed to weigh his options carefully, then proclaimed, I want new friends. Well, be sure to be nice to them and maybe they'll be your friends back. As Izuku talked to Kazue about the pups, currently playing in one of the offices they'd recently had to convert to an entire playroom to accommodate the 3 pups, he saw an opportunity. A moment he had to take advantage of. Because if he was going to do this, he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible so he could go off somewhere for the rest of the time the Alpha and Omega were there if need be. So he lifted his chin, caught Ida's eye as the Pack Alpha watched over everyone's interactions. Take Izuku and Kazue to meet the pups. Maybe he could have said please. Or something more to explain what he really needed. But he didn't really want Izuku catching wind of what he was doing. Maybe the Omega was just thinking he needed to talk to them about hero things. If he was lucky, that was all he'd think this was. Because he already could see the look Izuku was giving him out of the corner of his eye, the curious, almost knowing glare. Ida, meanwhile, didn't really seem to get what he was trying to do at first, though he did eventually nod and say, oh of course. I'll introduce you. The Amajikis are very sweet pups. You'll like them a lot. But he leaned in close to Izuku, Keiji is an alpha. Ah. Izuku only seemed to be half paying attention to the Pack Alpha, still trying to search Katsuki for what he wasn't saying. It'll be fine. Come on, firecracker. Kaken. The pup reached for Katsuki. I'll come play later, cuz I have some business to take care of. The pup pouted, but allowed Izuku and Ida to lead him away. Amajiki went to follow them, but Katsuki stepped in his way. I want to talk. Even as he spoke, he didn't miss that Togata immediately stepped to be at his mate's side. With that motion, there came a clear line in the sand. They were co-workers. Acquaintances. But Togata didn't trust him with Amajiki. For whatever reason. And let them keep their reason. Katsuki didn't care. What he cared about was getting his answers. Before he could say anything though, Togata had crossed his arms, his smile gone. We'd heard about the case Tsukachi is working on, he said, glaring after where Izuku had gone. That there's a potential serial killer in the city. That one of his victims had been found alive. That said victim was in the care of heroes. But we didn't know he was the mother of your child. Yeah, well, it's a long story. Katsuki nodded toward the dining room. We should sit down. Surprise lit both the Alpha's and Omega's eyes, the two sharing a similar look. Neither had obviously expected Katsuki to agree to talk. But here they were, with the Alpha inviting them to sit and hear him out. But it was only because they didn't realize the motivations with which Katsuki moved. This was going to be easier if they knew the full story anyway, so best just to get it over with. Luckily, they followed him without much of a fuss, nor did they say anything when he began talking, when he explained his and Izuku's past, how he had left the Omega not knowing he was PRNT, how he had found them, how he had been trying to care for them ever since. The more he spoke, the more both Alpha and Omega grew bewildered and horrified. Though Katsuki couldn't quite place their emotions, he hoped it was on what Yokoyama had done to the Omega and Pup and not on anything he'd done. He still needed them to trust him, to be willing to help him, after all. He explained everything, including the fact that he had started courting Izuku properly and that Yokoyama had made a surprise appearance at the pack house just a few nights earlier, that despite him having been there and having been injured in the ensuing confrontation, he still hadn't been found by the police. That somehow, life was going on with everything happening around them. Once that was out of the way, he let the information sink into both Alpha and Omega, who, professional heroes as they were, looked absolutely sickened. Togata put a hand to his chin. I'd heard about the case some, but not all this. This is serious. I'm sorry this happened to your family, Bakugo. It sounds like this guy's really got it out for Midoriya. But why? Katsuki snapped his teeth. He's a sick freak. Do we need a better explanation? Even if we know that for a fact, there's almost always more to the story. Togata reached, maybe subconsciously, to take his mate's hand. Did you want to ask us to help in the case? Hell no, Katsuki growled, much to the shock of the two heroes. I've got that handled. He can't hide forever. Soon enough, I'll smoke him out. But if you hear anything about where he might be hiding, I'll take all the information I can get. The shock meant the two lagged slightly on responding, though Togata did eventually clear his throat. Yes, we'll absolutely let Tsukachi know if we hear anything. I'm sure Tamaki can pull a few contacts to see if they've heard anything about this guy. Katsuki heard what he had said, but he mostly heard that the Alpha would tell Tsukachi and not him. Which was probably smart, but it still set him off. He refrained from snapping his jaw, sliding his feet out along the floor slightly, taking up as much space as he could in his seat, some small way of dispelling the frustrated energy. Anyway, that's not why I wanted to talk to you too. I've got some questions I need answered. Oh, of course. Togata actually leaned forward. Anything we can do to help. I need to know what's the difference with male Omegas raising pups than with female Omegas. For a moment, neither Togata nor Amajiki reacted. Then, the Omega's jaw slacked open and he, quite intelligently, said, what? You're raising 3 pups right now. Izuku's been raising Kazue on his own for a long time. I know it's a bit different for male Omegas. Different herm levels and behaviors, I'm told. So I'd like to know what I can do to help Izuku with Kazue that would be different from helping someone who is a female Omega. Still, neither moved. They were silent and still so long that Katsuki eventually snorted, closed his eyes, tried to deny the warmth that was seeping into his face. Look, if you don't want to say anything then fine, but at least let me know so I can stop wasting my time. You really want to know what it's like raising pups as a male Omega? Amajiki was, by nature, shy, unconfident, liable to sit back and let Togata take all the spotlight, because it was easier for him. To hear his voice speak loud and firm, to see the spark in his eyes, to recognize that the Omega was just as serious as Katsuki was. There wasn't much more he could ask for in that moment. So he nodded. Tell me everything. Amajiki turned a glance to Togata, who shook himself out of his shock, shrugged, and sat back, letting the Omega lean toward Katsuki. When he started talking, Katsuki wasn't really sure what to do with himself. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. Especially after his conversation with Shinso. But Amajiki began talking and he didn't hardly stop, allowing small interjections from Togata from time to time. So Katsuki listened and he learned, and he made sure to remember every word. Eventually, after an exhausting lecture and many questions from Katsuki on the finer points he hadn't thought about, realizing that Amajiki had simply walked him through normal pup rearing with some smaller details about different behaviors that male omegas sometimes, but not always, exhibited, Katsuki finally stood up from the table, the conversation over. Togata, who had been watching most of the exchange, smiled brightly, told him he was proud of Katsuki for some unfathomable reason, and Katsuki did his best to thank him for letting him talk to his mate. "Oh, I didn't do anything," Togata grinned. "That's the secret. I couldn't get Tamaki to do anything he didn't want to, nor could I stop him once he sets his mind to something." "Stop," the Omega whined, brushing a hand over his face. "You make me sound overbearing." "What? Come on, Tamaki. You're the most giving person ever. You just sat here for 45 minutes talking about pup rearing with Bakugo of all people." "Yeah?" Amajiki twisted a piece of hair in his face. "That was a little weird, not going to lie." "I needed it," Katsuki growled. "But now the conversation's over and I'm going to leave now." "Okay," Togata raised a hand as if offering him a high five. "Don't worry. You're out the gate late, but if I know you, you'll catch up in no time." He would have liked to tell the other alpha that he'd already caught up, that he didn't need his support. But that wasn't the truth. He was still so far behind. And he had needed both Togata's and Amajiki's help to do this. But he still brushed past the other alpha without lifting his hand. "Thanks or whatever. Your pups are in the corner office. You'll know it when you hear it." He didn't turn to see if the two had left or if they lingered in the dining room, going immediately into the kitchen and to the coffee pot. He didn't even really know why he ended up standing there, staring at the empty pot. Ida didn't like it when people brewed coffee too late in the day. It was unhealthy, he'd say. So of course, he started making a pot, giving no thought to what time it was. As the pot brewed, Katsuki leaned his hands against the counter, glaring at it, turning over all the information Amajiki and Shinso had said. There was a realization slowly dawning on him that maybe he hadn't known as little as he thought he did. That the behaviors they talked about Izuku either didn't show or he'd always shown, and Katsuki had just assumed that was part of him as a person. And maybe it was that simple. That the Omega was influenced by Herm levels or whatever, but that in the end, they didn't define him as a person. That maybe he'd gone about this the wrong way. That maybe he'd screwed up. A soft, lingering touch drew up his back, dragging with it a line of warmth. It was like someone was undoing a zipper at his spine, opening him up and allowing the emotions building within to slip out. A shudder traveled up his body with the touch, until a palm settled along his shoulder, and Izuku stepped to his side. Nobody else could have made him feel like that. So he wasn't surprised. Not at all. What gave him pause was the wrinkled brow and thin-lipped look on the Omega's face. He searched Katsuki, stared deep at him, deep into him, turning over things even the Alpha didn't really know much about. Then once that was over, he smiled. "Hey. Yes. Did you need something?" "No." Izuku actually leaned toward him, leaned against him, fit right in that place under Katsuki's arm. Right where he always had fit. And maybe it was still strange. But it felt right. "I, heard what you and Amajiki were talking about." The words themselves were innocent enough. But somehow, they still made all the hair on Katsuki's arm stand on end. "Yeah. I had some questions. About raising pups. And male omegas." "Yeah." Katsuki pressed a hand over the back of his neck, trying to keep the hairs there from standing up as well. "Something like that?" Izuku gave him a breath to continue, but he didn't really know what else to say or do. He knew what he wanted. He wanted to wrap Izuku up, to promise him again that he was safe, that he'd do anything to provide him and Kazue everything they should have had before. But he hesitated, didn't really know what to do as the Omega leaned against him. "I wasn't trying to go behind your back," he eventually growled. The Omega hummed, the vibrations ringing to some deep, unsettled part of him. "I know. I get what you were trying to do. It's sweet." The moment hung between them, unmoving, poised at the edge of either an abyss or an open sky. It lingered until Katsuki dared to reach down, to take Izuku's hand, to intertwine their fingers, one at a time, to feel the Omega wrap his hand around the Alpha's, to accept the moment. Katsuki took that moment to bring Izuku's hand to his mouth, to embrace his knuckles, to let the touch linger for however long he wanted, somehow knowing he wouldn't pull away. As he did, Izuku leaned closer, their bodies lining up in familiar places. Even after all these years, he still fit like a missing puzzle piece at Katsuki's side. "Kazue called me his alpha earlier," he said. "Still can't quite believe it? He can take a little while to warm up to people, plus I imagine it was a shock when he first met. But I think he can believe it now." Katsuki shook his head. "Still feels strange." Izuku just laughed. "You'll get used to it. He is your fault after all." "Make it sound like a bad thing, why don't you?" The Omega hummed. "You got to skip some of the messy parts. Those parts are directly your fault." Even if he kept his tone light, the words still stung. Katsuki stared into the sink, felt a wave of heat roll up his back, of regret and sorrow to wrinkle into every muscle it traveled. The heat was there for only a moment, as Izuku smoothed it all away, his hand somehow following the exact same path the anxiety had taken. How he knew, Katsuki couldn't say, but he enjoyed the moment, sunk into the touch. But it didn't change what he was thinking. "Sorry. That wasn't fair to you." "It is what it is," Izuku sighed. "One step forward at a time. That's all we can do." That saying was one Katsuki sensed the Omega had cultivated over the years, a mechanism to cope with what had happened and what was happening at the time. Despite its origin, he had to admit it was a good way to go through life. A way to wade through the bad days to reach the good ones, whenever they may come. He squeezed the Omega's hand, ran his thumb along his skin. There were words he wanted to say, but before he could gather them, a ring sounded, and Katsuki couldn't help the growl that escaped his throat. He dug his phone out of his pocket and reluctantly released Izuku's hand. He checked who was calling. Then he paused. Immediately, Izuku perked up, as if sensing a change in him. "Something wrong?" "Dunno." Katsuki accepted the call, brought the phone to his ear. "Yeah, what?" "Ground Zero." It was the first time Katsuki had heard defeat in the inspector's voice. It was a final tone, one not only resigned but resolved, to whatever had happened. It was his tone that kept the Alpha from growling his response. "What's happened?" Tsukachi was very quiet. The silence was a heavy one that had Katsuki seeking solace in Izuku's slightly befuddled look, in the innocence of his expression, in his not realizing that something terrible was happening. Then, the inspector said, "We need you to come down to a crime scene. Urgently." The room smelled of BLD fresh. BLD run like rivers. BLD smeared into the ground. BLD stolen from a life far too soon. Death had a very distinct smell. Anyone who had smelled death before, truly smelled death, could pick it out as soon as they walked into a room. Amongst the BLD, Katsuki could very clearly smell death. The cloyingly sweet smell of decay, the stagnant air, the tastes of agony and fear. It was an unnerving smell. One that nobody could get used to. The room itself was somewhat large, though it felt so small, standing there. Tsukachi had led him there, was waiting patiently for him to regain his bearings. Ito was there as well, his back to Katsuki, knelt over something on the ground. Strewn over the floor, BLD, bits of flesh, and 3 no longer pristinely white sheets. It was a horrible sight. A terrible moment. And yet, Katsuki couldn't quite get himself to feel anything. The inspector waited for him to approach, waited for him to meet his gaze, waited for the right moment to lower himself to the floor, hand hovering over the first of the white sheets. Ready? There was no way he could ever be ready for this. But he nodded, watched carefully as Tsukachi drew the sheet back, revealed what was underneath. Katsuki would know that face anywhere. Even without a gnarl of grinning teeth, he knew the face of the Alpha who had hurt Izuku and Kazue. There was a surprised look on Yokoyama's face. As if he still couldn't quite believe that he was dead. But there was no mistaking it. The hole in the Alpha's forehead, the spatter of brain across the floor. The BSRD had died, surprised, confused, unable to comprehend his own end. Nothing more. "Yeah," he eventually muttered, "that's him. That's Ryo Yokoyama." Tsukachi nodded, drew the sheet down a little more. Revealed bandages up the Alpha's arm. Katsuki knew what would be under them. "This will be your doing?" the inspector asked. The burns, nothing more. It wasn't the end Katsuki had been hoping for. No, he didn't mind that Yokoyama was dead. But he would have preferred the alpha be locked up like the animal he was for the rest of his life. Or, at least, for him to have suffered while he died. But this had been clean. Clinical. Without thinking or feeling. It had been an execution. You should take a look at the others. See if you recognize them. Tsukachi was pulling the sheet over Yokoyama, moving on. Katsuki lingered in the moment. Saw, as if time itself had slowed just for him, just for this moment, as the alpha's wide, unseeing, surprised eyes stared up at the ceiling, regretting nothing, having no remorse for what he had done. But, gone. So very gone. Gone from his life. Gone from Kazue's. Gone from Izuku's. He was gone. He wasn't coming back. Never again. The white sheet fell over the body, the only thing marking it as Yokoyama's the distinct circle of BLD seeping from the top of the sheet. While the inspector moved to the next body, Katsuki stood over Yokoyama. Waited. For what he wasn't sure. Perhaps to make sure the alpha didn't get back up. To make sure he was gone forever. To make sure he would never haunt or hurt Izuku again. And, of course, he didn't move. Because he was gone. And it was over. With a sour taste swishing in his mouth, Katsuki stepped away, following the inspector to the second sheet, which was placed over a body on a mattress. When it slid away, it revealed a pretty Omega woman, her face shocked and in horror. The agony was clearly written on her face. She had died screaming. She was still screaming, even if her voice no longer cried out in the land of the living. She was a mess. Worse than any of the other Omegas in the case. It looked like Yokoyama had almost literally torn her to shreds. A knife lay nearby, the BLD on it dark and thick and clotting. Like Izuku, she had been tied up with some sort of improvised cloth. The bindings sunk deep into her wrists and ankles. It looked like she had fought as strong as she could. And it hadn't been enough. Tsukachi was gazing down at her, his lips in a thin line. A line of regret. And sorrow. And failings. They hadn't stopped Yokoyama in time. He had kidnapped and killed again. One final time. And this Omega had suffered. She had suffered greatly. Katsuki stared down at her, and he imagined Izuku, staring up at him, the horror and pain permanently twisting his face. The image made him feel weak, like he was going to collapse off his feet. But then he blinked and it was the woman again, not Izuku. Because Izuku was okay. He was still alive. But this could have so easily been his fate. Do you recognize her? The inspector's question snapped at Katsuki, despite the soft tone he had used. It took the alpha a moment to organize his thoughts, to move past the obviously horrifying nature of what lay in front of him, to really look at her, to think if she was smiling, if she had been alive and happy, would he know her? He thought for a long time, carefully sifted through anyone he knew who might be this Omega, and eventually shook his head. Oh, don't know her. Tsukachi nodded, replaced the sheet with much more care than he had with Yokoyama. And he moved to the last sheet. You ready? Of course he knew what was under that sheet. The inspector had told him already. But knowing and being confronted with it were two very different things. Still, he nodded, braced himself as Tsukachi drew the sheet back. She was appealing. It was really the only thing Katsuki could think of. She was appealing and young and so tragic. If he had to guess, she was probably a little younger than Kazue. Maybe 3. But she could have been 4. She could have been a classmate of his. Instead, she was laying under that sheet, her eyes closed as if sleeping, her arms drawn over her as if in prayer. Somehow, she looked peaceful. Besides the horribleness of her mother's death and the strange confusion on Yokoyama's, she looked as if she were simply napping. Like this was all just a game to her, a game where she could spring back up and laugh and tell them all that she tricked them. And of course, she never would. How? Was all Katsuki could say. He couldn't see any obvious injuries. No BLD on her body. No signs she had been abused at all. Not even bruising. Tsukachi sighed. Broken neck. Looks like she might have been tossed around, dropped, something. He shook his head. It almost looks like it was an accident. An accident. This little pup had died. And it was an accident. Her mother's death hadn't been an accident. Yokoyama's neither. But hers. This innocent pup. She had been the accident. Katsuki wanted so badly to be sick. He'd seen a lot of terrible things in his job. Somehow, he knew he never would quite see something more horrible than this. Not even finding Izuku had been this awful. At least Izuku had been alive. This was just madness. I don't know her, he said, and Tsukachi quickly covered her, stood, stepped away. It seemed he didn't want to be anywhere near the body either. Again he sighed, placed a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry you had to see this, but, he shook his head, at least now you can tell Midoriya that Yokoyama is gone. If there could ever be a silver lining to this, then that was it. The fact that Izuku was no longer in any danger. That he and Kazue could go and live their lives without having to look over their shoulders. At least, this was an end. But he also knew that this was the beginning. The beginning of something much greater than just Yokoyama. Who did it? Katsuki asked Tsukachi. He waited, but the inspector just stared. Who killed Yokoyama? Without thinking, the inspector's eyes went to the first sheet, to the perfect little circle of red. We don't know. A tip came in that someone had heard what they thought was a gunshot. By the time we got here, whoever did this was long gone. But why? Katsuki hissed. Why kill him? If it was to defend the Omega, then why did they leave? If they knew about the murder, then why kill him in the first place? Why did any of this happen? Tsukachi shook his head. It's going to take some time before we have those answers. What we know now is Ryo Yokoyama is dead. Other answers will come. But for now, just focus on that. Katsuki nodded, something stirring in his stomach. He was keenly aware of the communication device in his ear, its direct connection to the cell tower, its ability to contact any phone he wanted. There were only two people he really wanted to talk to in that moment, but he stayed with the inspector, glaring at him. Is this the end of your investigation, then? Will I hear from you after this? Tsukachi glared forward, at nothing, at something Katsuki couldn't see. I'm afraid we will have more dealings in the future on this, Ground Zero. Somehow, Katsuki had known he was going to say that. The inspector put his hand on the Alpha's shoulder again. You've done what you can for us. Go home. Tell Midoriya that Yokoyama is dead. I don't think I need to tell you any other information is confidential, including how he died. Yeah, I know, Katsuki growled. Tsukachi didn't seem to hear him. It'll be good for him to know Yokoyama is gone. Please tell him that I wish him the best, that I wish we could have brought him in so he could pay for his crimes in a more justiciable way. Right? Katsuki stomped off, letting Tsukachi's hand fall from his shoulder. He didn't want to be there anymore. He wanted to be home with his pup and the Omega. To hold them and tell them everything was going to be okay now. He was halfway to the door when for the first time, Ito turned, saw him, and more importantly, Katsuki saw him. He stopped in his tracks, glared at the huge black eye on the detective's face. For a moment, he tried to decide whether it was even worth asking in this moment. However, something had made him pause. Something had made him stop when he saw Ito's injury. Something that made him remember the detective hadn't been at the pack house the day Yokoyama had shown up. The hell happened to you? Katsuki growled. Ito didn't smile. Not that time. Instead, he grimaced. My old man's a mean drunk, what can I say? Your dad did that to you? The detective shrugged. Can't say I was ever his biggest fan. Hey, by the way, he nodded behind him, to Yokoyama's body. You suggested Yokoyama's quirk might have something to do with enhanced alpha senses, right? Yeah. What about it? Ito tried to smile, but it felt fake. Fake and wrong. Thought you might want to know you were pretty close? Oh. Yeah, Ito pulled out a notebook, flipped to one of the pages, scanned it. It seems his quirk is related to increased alpha hormones. He can tolerate more of the hormones than most people can nowadays, giving him characteristics of what we might have once upon a time called a prime alpha. Though, of course, that's not a thing nowadays. It did give him greater strength, enhanced senses, and an insane amount of paralytic hormones in his saliva. Which is how we think he subdued all the Omegas, including Midoriya. For more than just a moment, Katsuki stared strong at Ito, listening to everything he said, and everything he didn't. When he was finished speaking, the alpha clicked his tongue. How the hell do you know what his quirk is? I thought he was unregistered. He is, but that's my quirk. Ito puffed out his izzy proudly. It's called identify. When I get within eyesight of someone, I can tell what their quirk is, what its function is. For example, on the surface yours seems to be just the ability to create explosions. In reality, you excrete a specialized sweat with explosive components and additionally have sparkers in your hands that allow you to ignite your sweat. Again, Katsuki only listened to half of what he said. After all, he didn't need an in-depth explanation of how his own quirk worked. He'd already known all of that. But hearing Ito's own quirk did strike a chord in him. Ito had wanted to become a hero. With a quirk like his, he'd had the potential to be a very powerful hero. Knowing such details of someone's quirk, especially in a society where both heroes and villains overly relied on their quirks, could have turned the tide of battle in Ito's favor. But he'd still flunked out. The question was how and why. For as interesting a thought as that was, Katsuki wasn't at all invested in continuing it. In fact, his mind was already turning back toward Izuku, toward hearing the Omega's voice, needing to, if just to reassure himself that he was still okay. That Izuku and Kazue were safe and they were going to be safe. The monster was dead. It was over. At the thought, he walked past Ito, the detective still talking. Anyway, sorry I missed coming to back you up the other. It must have been scary for you and Midoriya and your pack to realize that, hey, where are you going? He didn't answer, stepping outside and letting the door shut behind him. It was very quiet outside. Despite the numerous police cars at the scene, blocking off the abandoned building. It was a seedier part of town. A little worse than the part of town he'd found Izuku in. But still an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere. In the quiet of this place, in the apathy that this place continued its existence on, Katsuki stepped away, slipped into an alleyway, pressed the comms button on his wrist. Call Izuku Midoriya, he said, and almost immediately he heard a dial tone. The tone itself was painfully long, stretching into eternity as he waited for the Omega to pick up. For a long time, he thought this was going to be his purgatory. Standing in that alley, waiting for the phone to stop ringing. But it rang on, and on, and on, and on. Hello, Izuku. The pause. Then, what's wrong? Where are you? Are you hurt? It was almost laughable that the Omega was worried about him. He ran a hand over his face. No, I'm fine, I'm fine. Stop freaking out. You don't sound fine. For the Omega to be able to pick that up over the phone was impressive. But Izuku had always been fairly good at noticing those things. What happened? Yokoyama is dead. Another pause. This one longer, less finite. Like it, too, could stretch on for eternity, a somehow worser purgatory than the DM and dial tone. Then Izuku muttered, Are you sure? I just identified his body. He lowered his voice, imagined the Omega in front of him, reached out to the nothing that was there instead. Yokoyama is dead. He's gone. It's over. Another pause. Another silence. Another moment, waiting for what would come next. Then, in a quiet voice, Did you do it? No. Katsuki ran a hand over his chin. No, it wasn't me. Oh. Did you want me to kill him? I thought you might. Well, I won't say I'm sad he's dead. Hey, Deku. Yeah. You okay? Can you come back soon? Yeah. Have a couple things to take care of and I'll be home. Okay. It's all right, you know. You don't have to worry anymore. It's over, that. How did he die? I can't say until the police make their report. Did he hurt anyone else? I see. Go hug Kazuo. Sounds like you need it. I'll be home soon. But, Katsuki. Yeah. Thank you, but please don't call me by that name. Katsuki flinched. Sorry. Old habits. Does it make you feel better? What? That name? Yeah. Something like that. Guess I just wish. He rubbed his chin. Never mind. I'll be home soon. Wait for me, Izuku. Yeah. I will. He swallowed. Shifted. I'm thinking of you. Yeah. I'm thinking of you too. I'll see you soon. Okay. The line clicked dead. Katsuki leaned against the nearby wall. He twisted his gauntlet, cursed under his breath, pushed off the wall, made his way away from the building, away from the crime scene, away from everything that had happened. His phone rang. It felt like it rang for a long time. Then, Sano. She was silent, but only for a heartbeat. What's going on? Where are you? Jing. The call of Sano's alpha's name made Izuku's body shake. He didn't want to think about the alpha. He didn't want to think about any alpha. He didn't really want to think at all. Izuku, where are you? Are you hurt? No, Izuku gasped, tried to hold himself together, only to shiver violently. No, I'm not hurt. I'm okay, he bit down on his tongue, didn't want to say anything else. Sano was quiet, waiting for him to say something, pausing for a moment to mutter something to her alpha. Okay, listen to me, babe. Jean can come get you if you need him. No questions asked. Doesn't matter what's going on. You say the word and he'll come get you. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, he growled, sniffled. I don't need Jean to come get me. Then tell me what's going on. Why are you upset? Where's Kazue? Please, Sano. Again she went quiet, taking a breath. Another. Then she lowered her voice, almost whispered. Please, I need to know what's going on. I need to know you and Kazue are safe. We're safe, it's just... He didn't want to say it. He didn't even really know why he didn't want to say it. But the words felt prickly, liable to catch in his throat, to choke him, to hurt him. So he took in a breath, held it, let it out slowly. Wiped at his face. Katsuki called. He said that, the alpha who attacked me and Kazue, that he's dead? Again Sano was quiet. Izuku didn't even hear her talking to Jean. But she, too, seemed to take a breath, eventually said, okay. So, the guy who kidnapped you is dead. Yeah, he's dead. Well, babe, I don't mean to sound callous, but I don't know why you're crying and upset about that. I don't really know either. Whatever it was, the realization sinking in, the words he had said, the emotions he was feeling, something boiled over, and at the very end of his last word, he gasped again, and began sobbing. He pressed his hand to his face, already felt tears rushing down his cheeks. Sano sighed, softened her voice, whispered, "Oh, babe. It's all right. It's all right." She went quiet and listened as Izuku caught a sob in his throat, tried to wrestle it under control only for the next to barrel over the first. "Babe, I just want to hug you so badly now. I know. I miss you." He managed to laugh, though perhaps nobody else would call it that. "I guess now that he's dead, I don't need to be in protective custody anymore. Maybe I can actually come see you." "Well, we can worry about that later. Just want to make sure you're okay first, babe. Everything else we can handle afterward." "No, I'm okay. Just a little overwhelmed." "Yeah, I get that." Sano let the conversation trail off, listening as Izuku took several deep breaths, as his sobbing died down. With her silence, the Omega looked out over the balcony he'd run away to the garden, to the broken fence, to the scorch marks where Katsuki had so suddenly appeared when he had rescued him and Kazue. At the time Izuku had needed him most, laying half dead in some abandoned building, like a miracle, he'd appeared. And now, he'd done it again, as if to prove miracles really could happen. Katsuki had appeared and protected them. And now, he'd delivered the news that the man who had hurt him so much was dead. That some small part of this was finally over. Yokoyama couldn't find him or Kazue again. He was dead. It was over. But, somehow he couldn't quite believe it. After all that had happened, to just have it be over, just like that. It didn't feel real at all. They were quiet, Izuku calming himself as much as he could, Sano listening, a presence even in her silence. But knowing Sano, he should have known it wouldn't last forever. He should have known the moment was coming when she cleared her throat and said, "So, you feeling a little better? Calm down a bit." Izuku sniffled, ran a hand under his nose. "Why? Yeah, I'm doing a little better." "Okay, good. Because I have to ask," there was a big of a skip in her voice, something that set Izuku on edge. "So, Katsuki, huh?" For a moment, His brain didn't register the name properly. What? Earlier you said Katsuki called? So, who's Katsuki? Again, Izuku's brain couldn't quite tell what was exchanged between them. Whatever it was, Kirishima stepped fully from the pantry to be at the Alpha's side as she pressed a hand to her heart and smiled warmly. Is it about what Inspector Tsukwachi said? About our pups being in danger? Her words shocked Izuku so much that he didn't know how to respond. How did they know? How could they know his exact fears, the things weighing so much on his mind? They didn't give him time to think, to try to figure out how they could have known. As Yaoyorozu went on, we don't blame you for what's happened. Yeah man, Kirishima added, it's not your fault. This is that crazy guy's doing, not yours. We know you would never put Takahiro and Fumiko in danger on purpose. Nor would we do anything different knowing what's happened now. Hell yeah. Kirishima pumped a fist in the air, grinned widely. We're going to keep doing our thing, supporting you and Kazue. And we'll find this guy and put a stop to him. Yaoyorozu nodded as he spoke, her energy returning with a little bounce of determination. Their words, while sweet and appreciated, slid off Izuku's back, piled up at his feet on the floor. He tried to smile at them, couldn't quite manage to do so. Thank you. But it doesn't really matter anymore, does it? The Alpha and Beta paused, glanced at each other. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu asked. It occurred very suddenly to Izuku that he was the only one in the pack house who knew. That it seemed Katsuki had just received the news himself and had only told him. And suddenly here he was, facing down the thought of having to tell the two himself what had happened. He swallowed, took a breath, and heard the front door open, his heart shuddering when Katsuki's voice called out, I'm home. Izuku. His feet carried him toward the Alpha before his brain could think to move. Katsuki was kicking off his shoes, a duffel bag of his gear slung over his shoulder, though he quickly tossed it aside and opened his arms, scooping Izuku up into an embrace before the Omega could really think about what had just happened. What he did know was that, in that moment, he let out a shuddering breath, felt himself melting, his knees growing weak. He might have fallen if the Alpha hadn't been there to hold him up. But Katsuki's arms were strong, wound tightly around him, his breath hot at his neck, his mouth set in a strong line pressed against Izuku's shoulder. He smelled so nice. So warm and safe. Izuku buried his nose into the Alpha's shirt, unabashedly breathed in slowly and deeply, shuddered again as the Alpha's scent washed over him. I'm here, Katsuki said. It's all right now. Izuku shook his head, buried himself a little deeper into the Alpha's embrace. There, it was easy to forget about what all had happened. It was easy to just lose himself in the moment. It was easy to pretend the world wasn't nearly as complex and big as he had found it to be. Ida made an announcement to the pack at dinner that night. He told everyone that they expected Shinso to arrive at the pack house for his heat in 3 days' time, and that Yokoyama had been found dead that afternoon. Yaoyorozu and Kirishima already knew, of course, Katsuki having explained it to them when they'd asked after Izuku's behavior. But the rest of the pack gave mixed reactions. Some seemed relieved. Others puzzled. Some gave no outward reaction, though Katsuki sensed something untrusting crawling up their arms. He couldn't blame them. He didn't quite trust the news himself. Because something just didn't feel right. Even if the Alpha who had been vexing them so much was gone, it didn't feel like an end. It just didn't feel like this was all over. Izuku sat at the table with Kazue curled up in his arms, the pup a bit cranky, glaring at anyone who came near his Omega. It seemed he was more reacting to Izuku's emotions than his own, though the Omega didn't seem to realize this. Even when Katsuki tried to comfort the pup, he turned away, whined and growled until the Alpha left him alone. Izuku stroked his back and played with his hair, absent, distant, but still trying his best. The announcement was made right before dinner, meaning nobody had much of an appetite. Katsuki ate as much as he could, though he spent most of the time encouraging Izuku and Kazue to eat. The Omega did so, but a bit numb, though luckily Kazue ate with an enthusiasm only shared by Kirishima, whom Katsuki knew could stress eat through their entire fridge if allowed. It seemed the news didn't quite settle anyone down, which only reaffirmed to Katsuki that something wasn't quite right. Still, he didn't dare say anything to Izuku, focused instead of making sure the Omega was taking care of himself. After dinner, the Omega announced he was going to bed. Kazue objected to the early evening, so Katsuki agreed to stay up with him. You want me to send him in when it's bedtime? Yeah, the Omega sighed, rubbed his face. That'll be fine. Alright. Good night. Let me know if you need anything. Izuku chewed at his lip, wouldn't look at him. Finally crouched down to embrace the crown of Kazue's head. Yoga. Good night, firecracker. Night, mommy. Good night, Katsuki. Night. As the Omega went off to bed, Katsuki watched after him, resisting the urge to click his tongue. It wasn't until Kazue pulled at his hand that he looked away, followed the pup as he demanded they play before bed. It was, admittedly, nice to get some time with Kazue, just the two of them. Since Izuku had come to live at the pack house, they hadn't been afforded that, the Omega typically either playing with them or at least in the room, watching over it. It was different not having him there, getting to focus just on the pup. They played, Kazue trying to wrestle him under control only for Katsuki to scoop him up and hold him high in the air, the pup squealing in delight. Then, it was bath time, then they got ready for bed, and suddenly it was time for Katsuki to deposit the pup back into Izuku's arms. He was expecting the Omega to only be dozing when he opened the door. Izuku had only ever gotten deep into sleep when he knew Kazue was at his side, some instinct keeping half his brain working, listening for the pup's return. So he opened the door very quietly, hoping not to fully wake the Omega. When he did, he saw Izuku shivering under the blankets, flinching in his sleep, whining in distress. Immediately, Katsuki set Kazue on the ground behind him, trying to hide the Omega from the pup. Kaz, go get Uraraka for me. The pup stared up at him with half-lidded eyes. Why? Just do it. He tried not to hiss it, quickly stepping into the room, closing the door, and crossing to Izuku. He tried to touch the Omega, but when he did, Izuku screeched out, flailed, twisting up in the sheets. Hey, it's me. Izuku, it's me. Wake up. The Omega didn't react. It wasn't until Uraraka and eventually even Jiro and Tsu joined them that they got Izuku awake, the Omega opening his eyes with a gasp, a wild look about him. He seemed to realize all at once that he had been dreaming, that he was in bed, safe with Katsuki and the Omegas nearby, and he immediately collapsed backward, as if all his strength had been stolen. Sorry, he kept saying, still gasping desperately for air. Realizing he was starting to go into a panic attack, Uraraka patiently sat in front of him, Katsuki helping to pull the Omega upright, and they worked on his breathing together. Eventually he calmed, without as much of a spectacle as his first night terror. But he was still sweaty and exhausted, leaning against Katsuki for support. Once he was calm, the Omegas said they would change the sheets again for him, and Izuku nodded, getting to his feet. Katsuki kept a grip on his hand, though the Omega slipped it away from him. I want to take a shower, he muttered. All right, Katsuki offered his hand. Do you need help? No, I'm fine. He didn't sound convincing, but Katsuki didn't want to push him. While the Omegas got his bed ready, the Alpha followed Izuku out into the hallway, toward the bathroom. He only paused when he saw Kirishima with Kazue in his arms. The little pup leaned against the Beta-Z, looking so very tired. Izuku slipped away toward the bathroom, but Katsuki paused to rub the pup's back, to move a bit of hair from his face. Here, put him in my room for now. Let him get a little sleep while Izuku cleans up. Sounds good. Kirishima kept up his positivity, despite everything. That was his way though. His small contribution to the pack. A light amongst the dread and the sorrow. The Beta nodded to Mina, who followed him with a curious glance at Katsuki first. Katsuki didn't react, so she went with him toward his room, cooing to the little pup. Once they had disappeared into his room with Kazue, Katsuki went over to the bathroom. He paused at the door, went to knock, intending just to make sure Izuku hadn't fallen asleep in the shower. He could hear the water running. But over the water, he heard something else. Sobbing, deep, horrible sobbing, pulled from a roiling pit of tangled emotions. He probably should have knocked, but something drew him into that bathroom, had him hurrying over to the shower, which had a curtain pulled over it, hiding the Omega inside. Izuku! He called, and the Omega groaned between his sobs. Are you okay? I'm fine. Would people please stop asking me? Katsuki paused, felt a bit of a bristling at his neck. He put a hand on his hip, shifted his weight as he stood in front of the shower. You don't sound fine. I know, Izuku sobbed. From how his voice was traveling in the small space, Katsuki wondered if he was crouched down, maybe sitting with his back against the wall. Why, Katsuki? Why can't I just be happy? He's dead. It's over. Why can't I just enjoy that? Truth be told, it was the question Katsuki had been wrestling with since receiving the news himself. Something he'd thought about for a while now. He sat down, leaned against the wall next to the shower, sighed. Just because he's gone, doesn't mean the things he did are gone too. It just means he can't hurt you again. Izuku sobbed, said nothing for a few moments. Then he sniffled and groaned. This is bullshit. Katsuki would have laughed if it wasn't so tragic. Instead, he pulled out his phone. I'm texting Mai. Don't you dare. You need to talk with her. I see her in a few days. If nothing else, she might be able to call you tomorrow. He pocketed the phone once he'd sent the message out. It's all right to not be all right, you know? Izuku sniffled again. But at least he wasn't sobbing anymore. Yeah, I know. The sound of the water running, of it dripping off the Omega, filled what would have otherwise been a strange silence between them. When it was clear the Omega had calmed down somewhat, Katsuki pushed off the wall, stood. I'm going to go stand outside. You let me know if you need anything. Fine. Katsuki did just as he said he would. He went to stand outside the bathroom door, taking just a moment to peek into his room, finding Kirishima and Mina had fallen asleep with Kazue sprawled between them. The pup seemed comfortable enough and the two betas were snoring loudly, so Katsuki left them to it. He waited outside for Izuku, listened as eventually the water snapped off, waited until the door opened and the Omega stumbled out. His head drooped in exhaustion and his thin scent spoke to a complete draining of his emotions. Without saying a word, Katsuki took his arm and put it over his shoulder. You want me to carry you? No, the Omega growled. Then keep up. He helped Izuku back down the hallway into his room. The Omegas had changed the bedsheets and left for the night, their lingering scents the only proof that they'd been in the room at all recently. Katsuki pulled the fresh sheets back, Izuku collapsing into them. The Alpha then pulled the sheets up over his body, rose, only for Izuku to take his hand. Stay, he muttered. I have to go get Kazue. The Omega paused, lifted his head. Alarm tightened his fingers on the Alpha's wrist. Where's my pup? It was asked in a deathly quiet whisper. Katsuki placed his hand over Izuku's. In my room. With Kirishima and Mina. Kazue was falling asleep, so I told them to put him down in there. Oh. Izuku shifted. Loosened his grip, but only slightly. You're sure? Yes. I checked in on them. Betas were snoring so loud I can't believe you couldn't hear them over the shower. Oh. The Omega paused again. Tugged at Katsuki's wrist. Stay. Katsuki paused. Waited for what he wasn't sure. What about Kazue? Izuku growled. Stay. He wasn't exactly sure why the Omega wanted him to stay. Why he wanted the Alpha over his pup. But the grip on his wrist tightened the longer he paused, so eventually he crawled into the bed, wrapped his arm around the Omega, Izuku settling immediately. He pressed against Katsuki's suggestee, purred happily. You sure you're okay with this? Katsuki asked. The Omega grumbled, shifted. It's good for pups to learn to sleep away from their Omegas eventually. And Kirishima would die before letting anyone hurt him. This time, Katsuki couldn't help but chuckle. That's quite a change from when you first met him. Just because I don't particularly like him at the moment doesn't mean I don't recognize he's a good person. He just irks me. But I know he'd do anything to keep Kazue safe. You're right. Katsuki tucked Izuku closer to him. Found himself nestling into the crook of the Omega's neck, protecting his scent gland. Maybe just as Kazue had not so long ago. Good night. Good night. Izuku buried himself a little more under the Alpha. And, thank you, Katsuki. The Alpha grumbled out a satisfied growl. Katsuki wasn't expecting to sleep through the night, but when he peeled his eyes open, he found the clock read that they'd slept a full 7 hours somehow. Izuku had buried himself more under Katsuki, meaning the Omega was practically beneath the Alpha, the two tangled up in familiar ways. It was admittedly still strange waking up with the Omega beside him, but Katsuki would never say it was unwelcome. He rubbed against the Omega, hoping to wake him. Izuku stubbornly slept on. Hey, time to get up. Izuku flinched, his upper lip lifting toward a growl. Come on. We should check in on Kazue. That had Izuku stirring immediately. He pushed himself out from under Katsuki, looked around as if startled the pup wasn't there. Luckily, he didn't panic, instead just quickly getting out of bed and throwing on some clothes. Katsuki, having done nothing more than simply pulling his shirt off during the night, retrieved said shirt and slipped it back on before following the Omega's quick steps out of the room and down the hall. Katsuki's door was still open, the betas piled up on top of each other in a strange tangle of limbs that would put even Katsuki's and Izuku's sleeping patterns to shame. On top of both of them, curled up as if having conquered both of them, Kazue only stirred when Izuku approached and he got a whiff of his Omega's scent. Hey, firecracker, Izuku whispered, picking him up and pressing him to his seat, the pup whining until he was settled against him. Time to get up. You want some breakfast? The pup grumbled something unintelligible as Katsuki also entered the room. He stared down at the two betas, half tempted to scream at them to get the hell out. He settled for flicking Kirishima in the forehead, the head beta jerking awake at the contact. Oi, get up and get out of my room, would you? The beta blinked at Katsuki, eyes roaming around, clearly piecing together where he was and what had happened. With a groan, he sat up, nudging Mina awake as well. As the two betas slowly got up, Katsuki snapped his jaws. Wash those sheets, he said, and stomped away, aware that Izuku followed him. Halfway to the staircase, he paused, held out his arms. Weight limit. Izuku blinked, his eyebrows slowly scrunching together. With a sigh, he gave Kazue over to Katsuki, the pup not reacting to the change of arms he found himself in, especially when Izuku tickled his nose affectionately. As they made their way downstairs, a nagging feeling started to spread in Katsuki's. The thought of Izuku's weight limit had sprung other ideas in his head. Namely, that now that Yokoyama was gone and there was potentially no active threats against the Omega's life, that once he was out of that cast and without a weight limit, he would be ready to go home. He would be ready to leave. Katsuki tightened his grip on Kazue, shifted the pup to hide his discomfort, but still caught a strange glance from Izuku. In the kitchen, they found Uraraka scrambling some eggs while Fumiko rocked back and forth on her heels, talking on and on about something, though Katsuki couldn't quite tell what. When she spotted Kazue, she squealed, Come play. Kazue glared down at the younger pup. Breakfast? He grumbled. Fumiko stomped her feet. Play first, breakfast later. Breakfast? Play. The pups glared at each other, neither willing to give up their stance. As they did, Katsuki saw Izuku and Uraraka share a look, though he wasn't sure why. He set Kazue down. Go play while we cook breakfast. We'll call you when it's done. The pup wrinkled his nose up at Katsuki, but was stopped when Fumiko leaped forward to grab his arm and yank him out of the room, still jabbering on and on about either everything or nothing at all. While the pups went off to play, Uraraka giggled. Good morning, you two. Did you sleep okay after your shower? Yeah, Izuku scratched at his back, yawned fully, Katsuki again catching sight of that dead broken tooth. Kazue slept in Katsuki's room with Kirishima and Mina. That was weird. I've never slept away from him. Except, well, being in the hospital. Oh yeah, I wouldn't think about you not being away from Kazue so much. Ida and I pretty much split being with Fumiko. It's kind of rare for both of us to sleep in the same bed at night with our hero schedules. As the Omegas continued the conversation, Katsuki went to start cooking breakfast for the three of them. That must be strong, Izuku said. Uraraka shrugged, moving over slightly to accommodate Katsuki. Not really. You get used to it pretty quickly. Plus, I've got Ida and he really is fantastic with Fumiko. So that does help. Oh yeah, I guess it would. Katsuki swore he felt holes being burned into his back, but that might have just been his paranoia. Well, anyway, it is something I need to start doing soon. Kazue is 4 now and he can't sleep in my bed forever. Sorry to say I don't have many tips on that. I think Togata and Amajiki have separate rooms of their little ones. Maybe they'd know some tricks. Yeah, maybe. Amajiki was very nice. He's shy, but super sweet. He'd be willing to talk with you. Yeah, I got that impression of him. There was a secret smile in Izuku's voice that Katsuki pointedly ignored. Anyway, I was wondering if you… Oh, good morning. The new voice, a groan from Yaoyorozu, interrupted the two Omegas, though just as Katsuki sensed Uraraka turn to greet her, all three of them in the room shifted, tensed, all their muscles tightening in a short spasm. All at once, they turned toward Yaoyorozu, who had also gone rigid, but only in response to the sudden tension in the room. Her pupils were pinpoints, trying to trace the source of the disturbance in the three of them, though unable to find it, even as they all turned to face her. What's wrong? She asked sharply, quickly, alarm flooding her voice. Katsuki didn't say anything. It wasn't his place to. Instead, he waited, watched as Uraraka slowly came forward. The Omega reached for Yaoyorozu's hands, cupped them between hers, smiled at the Alpha, who was clearly on edge, not quite having figured out what was happening. Momo, the Omega, spoke softly, her voice wavering as if on the verge of tears. But she still smiled up at the Alpha. Your P-Argin-T. The female Alpha went very still, eyes darting between the two Omegas and the other Alpha in the room. She couldn't smell it herself, but there was no denying the new pup scent about her. It was a distinct smell, one that no doubt had been building for a couple of weeks now. Her scent changed only a little compared to when Uraraka had been P-Argin-T, but it was still there, that taste of milk and sugar, a small deviation from her normally bubbly and focused scent. Slowly, Yaoyorozu's hands drifted to her stomach, to press against it. Though still flat, she would be carrying the start of a new life under her fingers. Another small miracle granted to their pack. Uraraka stepped back, still smiling brightly. I'll go get Todoroki up. You just wait right here. Yaoyorozu didn't seem to notice as the Omega hurried off. She just kept staring down at her stomach, as if expecting to see some sign of what Uraraka had said. As she stared, Izuku carefully came forward. The Alpha startled at his approach, so he paused a few feet from her, also smiling, a little tilt to his head. Congratulations, Yaoyorozu. I'm so happy for you. The female Alpha still didn't react. Somehow, Katsuki knew what she was thinking. She was thinking about Takahiro. But she was also thinking about the pup she'd never gotten to meet. She was thinking about the small life blossoming between her hands, wondering if she'd ever get a chance to welcome them into the world. Those thoughts were cut short as Todoroki skidded into the room, alarm paling his face, already talking even before he'd come to a stop. What happened? Momo, what's going? He stopped just as suddenly as the others, as his mate's new scent washed over him, as he understood exactly what was going on. Yaoyorozu didn't say anything. In fact, she curled in on herself a little tremble to her lips. That tremble vanished when Todoroki took her hand, when he pulled her close. When he gave her a rare and meaningful smile. Good morning, Momo, he said as if it was just that simple. His mate paused, took in his words and smiled back. Good morning, Shoto. It was a quiet moment, but an appealing one. Katsuki remembered when they'd been P-Argin-T with Takahiro, the female Alpha had cried and panicked, convinced she was going to lose her second child as well. That memory had been burned into the pack, a moment of upheaval and worry and directionless panic. What he wanted to remember, instead, was this quiet moment, this joyful exchange, two mates reaffirming each other in so little words. An arm wrapped around him as Izuku slid next to him, watching the two, a satisfied smile on his lips. In that moment, he wasn't thinking about Yokoyama. He wasn't thinking about his hurt. He wasn't thinking about anything, maybe. He was just in the moment with them, watching as Yaoyorozu and Todoroki held each other, reveled in the realization of what had happened. Without thinking much about it, Katsuki pressed an embrace to Izuku's head, heard the Omega purr in response. It truly was an appealing moment. It wasn't even spoiled when Ida eventually appeared and began announcing the news with tears in his eyes and with a pitched scream to his voice, as the pack rallied around their alpha pair, as they celebrated a life to come. As the pack pulled both him and Izuku in, as they accepted Izuku as much as Izuku accepted them in that moment of pure bliss. In the bliss of the moment, he didn't think anything could ever spoil this wonderful mood. 3 hours later, Katsuki received a text from Tsukachi. It was short, to the point, but it still made a shiver crawl up his spine. Report for duty tomorrow morning, 7 sharp. New details. We believe Yokoyama wasn't working alone. Katsuki slept in his own room, by himself, so not to disturb Izuku and Kazue with having to get up for the early meeting. In truth, he knew he wasn't going to sleep much and didn't want to keep Izuku up. The Omega was still floating off the amazing news, still caught in the uplifted atmosphere of the pack. The last thing he wanted to do was change that for him. So he said nothing, and he stayed in his own bed that night. Arriving at the police station that early was a first, but Katsuki was eager to get it over with. Whatever information Tsukachi had, he wanted it all. He needed to know just how serious this was, just how big of a threat was still out there. But mostly, he needed to know if Izuku and Kazue were still in danger. He needed the confirmation one way or the other before he decided on a thought that had been stewing in his head for weeks now, ever since the news that Yokoyama had visited Aoki's store. Hell, maybe he'd been thinking about it beforehand, upon first entering the Omega's apartment. But first, he needed to know just how serious of a situation they were in. Upon entering the building, he didn't pause at the front desk, and the heavily mascaraed receptionist didn't bat an eye at him. He went straight past the bustling desks of the detectives and officers and went immediately to the conference room that had become so familiar to him in recent weeks. Tsukachi was already there, skimming through a police file. Ito was there as well, along with several other officers who had been a part of the investigation. As always, a quiet murmur ran through those gathered at Katsuki's appearance, alerting both Tsukachi and Ito to his arrival. The detective gave him a little smile, maybe a smirk, while the inspector snapped his file shut and crossed the room to greet him. Ground Zero. Thanks for coming on such short notice. He held out his hand. Katsuki lifted his lip in a growl. What did you find? Tsukachi let his hand drop, nodded toward the table at the center of the room. We'll get started in a moment. Without saying another word, Katsuki dropped into one of the chairs. He was unsurprised when soon after, Ito took the one next to him. Hello again. How are you holding up? Katsuki stared forward, but never one to be deterred that easily. The detective continued, How's Midoriya? Katsuki snapped his teeth together. What's it to you? Well, I do want to see him recover from all of this. Ito sat back, watched as the others took spots at the table around them, as Tsukachi stood at the head of the room, file open again, reading through it. A sudden gleam entered the detective's eyes and Katsuki swore he could hear the click of his teeth. Nobody deserves to have this happen to them. Katsuki rolled the words over slowly, piecing through each of them. Eventually, he growled, What really happened to your face? Not surprised by his question, Ito chuckled. Can't believe I have one mean of an old man. If you did, you wouldn't be admitting that to your law enforcement coworkers. It was something that had been bothering Katsuki since the previous day. The fact that Ito had so openly condemned his own father for the attack. He didn't really know why the thought had been circling his head. But it had. Would have been simpler to just say it happened on the job. Which means you got that as a result of something really bad. You're just hoping the story about your dad is bad enough that nobody will question it. Ito listened to him, never losing his half-smirk. When Katsuki finished, he nodded, laughed. Not bad for a hero. You don't have a bad mind behind all the screaming and explosions. Wouldn't make a bad detective yourself if you could stop being so angry all the time. Katsuki felt his face flinch toward a snarl. You going to deflect some more or answer my question? Deflect, unfortunately. It happened in the course of my personal life and I don't feel the need to share any more than I already have. But I do appreciate the concern. The detective's smirk remained, but Katsuki could see something hidden just underneath it. Perhaps it was nervousness. Perhaps something else. Whatever it was hidden enough that he couldn't quite tell what to make of it, nor did he have time to question Ito further, as Tsukachi cleared his throat to call everyone's attention. Then, Katsuki didn't care what Ito had to say anymore. All he cared about was when the inspector lifted his chin and said, We're all here. Let's begin. After all was said and done, Katsuki opted to change out of his costume at the police station and take the train directly home. It gave him a chance to just stand there, clasping the handhold over his head, thinking over what had been said. First and foremost, what Katsuki thought over most was Tsukachi's assessment of the risk against Izuku. The truth was, they couldn't say there was no risk. With Yokoyama dead, the known threat was gone, which only meant there was an unknown risk from whoever his partner was. While it was unclear whether this partner had ever been involved with what had happened to Izuku, they couldn't ignore the fact that the Omega was the only one who'd gotten away. He and Kazue were the only loose threads. For that fact alone, they would remain in danger until the Alpha's partner was found and caught. That being said, Tsukachi did say he expected Izuku to be fairly safe enough to go out in public places alone, so long as he remained in crowded area. Whoever this partner was seemed to be more cautious and less likely to be as bold as Yokoyama had been. So the threat wasn't as present, but it wasn't completely gone. The inspector had said it was probably not a smart idea for Izuku to return to his apartment alone yet. But given some time, and if they could find Yokoyama's partner, he would probably be able to go back eventually. It wasn't fantastic news, but it was something. As for Yokoyama's partner, they had almost nothing. The speculation was that the partner had been the one to kill Yokoyama, maybe during a spat. Ito had suggested it had to do with the pup. Yokoyama had shown very little interest in Kazue, but he had tossed the pup around when he'd tried to interfere. It was plausible he'd accidentally killed the pup and his partner had killed him for it in return. Ito's second theory was the one that had Katsuki's teeth grinding. The detective had suggested that Yokoyama hadn't been the one to kill the Omega. While little was known about her yet, the results had come in, she hadn't been raped. And the Alpha had never used a weapon such as the knife before. Ito's thought was that Yokoyama had killed the pup, his partner had killed him in return, then they had murdered the Omega. What didn't quite sit right with Katsuki was how she had been killed. The Omega had been hacked nearly to pieces. There was rage in the killing, meaning whoever Yokoyama's partner was did have a stake in what happened to the Omegas, at least to some degree. They weren't completely ambivalent. There were parts of his theories that Katsuki ascribed to, mostly doing with the pups. Yokoyama's behavior had always suggested a strange detachment from the pups despite their being seemingly integral to his operations. But if he was handling the pups to the benefit of his partner, it made a lot more sense. It also explained why nobody had been able to locate the pups yet. Whoever this partner was must have them squirreled away somewhere. Although their ultimate fate was unknown, the fact that the partner was seemingly upset enough at Yokoyama for killing one to murder him in return was good news. It seemed the partner wanted them alive. And that was good. Or at least as good as this effed-up situation got. Tsukachi's theories were similar to Ito's, though the inspector thought that Yokoyama was part of a larger organization, that he was killed for being too public. After all, the news had recently picked up on the attack at a prominent hero pack house. They'd managed to keep Izuku and Kazue out of the news, but Tsukachi had taken the opportunity to plaster Yokoyama's face over every news network that would listen to him. If Yokoyama was part of a larger organization, then he would be a liability to them with so much publicity. Despite their differing ideas, Tsukachi did agree with Ito on Yokoyama's partner or partners being the ones interested in the pups. The Omegas were just a means to an end, a way to get what they really wanted, and Yokoyama's interest in them was just another convenience to the larger group. So it had worked out. Until Yokoyama's missteps. Katsuki wasn't really sure which theory he believed most. It was difficult for him to put much thought one way or the other, because in the end, it didn't really matter to him who Yokoyama's partner or partners were. He only wanted them stopped, no matter the cost. He thought maybe his priorities with Izuku and Kazue might be getting in his way of how he was thinking about the case. But he also knew that he'd had biases since the beginning. He'd be fooling himself to say otherwise. Nor did he really think he wanted to change it or could change it. His priority would always be the Omega and pup. Nothing could get anywhere close to the importance of their health and safety. An announcement went over the train, calling out his station. Katsuki took stock of those around him, checked his phone. There was a new message from Izuku saying he was still planning on going to the mall with the Omegas, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu in a few hours, asking if he was sure it was okay for him to pick up a couple of things for Kazue with his credit card. Katsuki responded saying yes, it was fine, and letting him know he'd be home soon. Then, the doors opened and he stepped off onto the station. It was still a bit of a walk from the station to the pack house, but Katsuki kept his eyes forward and his mind turning over what had been said during the meeting. As much as he thought about it though, there wasn't much more he could add to what had already been said. For as much as he didn't like to admit it, he was little more than a soldier in this. A dog pointed in a direction to sniff out the monsters. He wasn't out there collecting the information or digging into it. He was just being told what he needed to be done. So no, there wasn't much more he could do with the information given. What he could do was use it to keep Izuku and Kazue safe. He doubted the Omega would wander into unfamiliar or uncrowded areas, nor did he think for a second that the pack would let him go out alone, but it would be good to make sure he understood that even though Yokoyama was gone, the threat was still present. He just really didn't know how he was going to break that news. A simple phone call wasn't going to work this time. Once he'd digested everything that had been said, he set it away, let it start to stew in the back of his mind. Even if he wasn't thinking about it in that moment, there was no way he wasn't going to be completely unaware of it, and maybe something would come of that. Obsessing wasn't going to help any. And besides, there was something else that had started to creep into the front of his mind. A drawer with a single key in it. It had remained closed for longer than he cared to admit. Like a tomb sealed away. Maybe it was time to kick open that tomb. Maybe now was the right moment to face it. Another text came through. Katsuki thought about ignoring it, but picked his phone up. It was a photo of Izuku and Kazue, the pup smushing his cheeks between his hands in a goofy face with the Omega smiling and laughing, trying to take the photo. For some reason, the sight alone caught Katsuki off guard, had him coming to a stop in the middle of the sidewalk. They looked so happy, so carefree. They were just in the moment, having fun with one another. It felt unreal that this photo had been taken after all that had happened. After the attack and nearly dying and coming to live at the pack house. Katsuki could almost imagine the wall behind them was not from the pack house, but from Izuku's tiny apartment. That this photo captured a happy moment in simpler times. Times before all of this. Times before Katsuki had re-entered their life. He didn't know why that thought occurred to him in that moment, but it did, and it crashed onto him like the sky had fallen onto his back. The thought that Izuku and Kazue had been happier without him. That things had been better before he showed up. Then, another text came through. Kazue said this is his Kaken angry face. And somehow, those words were even more perfect than the photo of the Omega and pup. Katsuki stared at his phone until the screen went black. Then he kept walking home. Upon opening the front door, Katsuki was immediately assailed by a loud shriek just before something leaped at him. On reflex, he went to knock it away, realized it was Kazue, screamed, F-, and scrambled to catch the pup. While he successfully wrapped Kazue up, he did trip in the process and ended up sprawled out on his back, the pup curled in his arms. Panic had his heart racing just as Kazue dug his way out, a grin on his face. He pressed a finger to the alpha's nose. Kaken, you said a bad word again. Oh, you know what we call that? Kirishima's voice was not a welcome sound in this moment. The beta was grinning at him from the couch. It's called pup instincts. I've seen both Ida and Todoroki do the exact same thing. Except, without your signature profanity. Katsuki growled, laying his head back, until he felt Kazue crawl off him and someone loomed over him. When he opened his eyes, he found Izuku leaned over him, offering a hand. Good catch. But seriously, you need to work on your language. Yeah. Katsuki reached for the Omega's hand, froze suddenly. Izuku blinked, recoiling. What? Katsuki didn't really know what to say. There probably weren't words for what he wanted to say. So he just reached out, past Izuku's hand, up to his neck. To the bandages now missing, Katsuki realizing they had been so present since he'd reunited with the Omega that he'd stopped noticing them there. Or maybe he just hadn't wanted to see them. Hadn't wanted to be reminded of what was under them. And now, his fingers brushed over unbroken skin, a small mark left as the only remainder of the horrific injuries Izuku had suffered. As Katsuki's fingers trailed over his neck, Izuku tensed, flinched away. So Katsuki drew back, took the Omega's hand, pushed himself off the ground. After a pause, Izuku helped him. Once back on his feet, Kazue wrapped his arms around the Alpha's leg, laughing. "Mommy says we're going to play today." Katsuki gave Izuku a questioning look, the Omega shrugging. "I thought I'd leave Kazue here while I went shopping." Katsuki still paused, looking the Omega up and down. It would be the first time he would be away from Kazue since the hospital. Sleeping apart had been one thing. After all, they'd only been a hallway away. Now he was thinking about leaving Kazue and going out in public without him. "Are you sure?" The Omega's lips pulled into a thin line. "I'll feel okay if he's with you." Still unconvinced, he searched Izuku for any signs of too much stress. While he seemed uncomfortable, he wasn't overly upset. And while Katsuki didn't particularly like seeing him like this, he recognized that this was Izuku trying, stretching outside his comfort zone, towing the line of comfort and safety he'd been keeping behind since waking up in the hospital. That he needed this moment to just try doing something, anything, that could feel a little like normal. So he reached down, ruffled the pup's hair. "We'll have lots of fun, pup." Kazue yipped at him, grabbing his hand and tugging at him. The Alpha caught a smile spreading over Izuku's face. "When are you leaving?" That smile caught, turned into a bit of a smirk. "What? Can't wait to get rid of me." Katsuki flinched. Izuku did as well, seemed to catch himself, glancing around the room. Kirishima, who had been watching, quickly looked away, shifting awkwardly. Even Kazue stopped tugging at his arm, his head tilted to the side. Sorry," the Omega muttered. "I didn't mean it like that." Katsuki ran a hand over the back of his neck. "When are you leaving?" "Hour or two." He nodded. "Come talk to me in the dining room." Izuku blinked. "No. Give me a few minutes." Katsuki turned to Kazue, pulling him into his arms, the pup giggling. "Get a cup of coffee or something and meet me there. I have something I want to talk about." "Okay." Izuku seemed to search him, for clues, for answers, for something. "Everything okay?" "Fine." Katsuki went over to the couch and dropped Kazue into the beta's lap, Kazue growling playfully until Kirishima began tickling him, the pup breaking out into uncontrollable laughter. With the pup settled, Katsuki passed by Izuku, brushing a hand over his shoulder. "I'll meet you in the dining room." "All right." Izuku didn't flinch at his touch this time, but Katsuki knew not to press his luck. He went immediately upstairs and to his room. And when he got there, he found he couldn't move anymore. The reality of what he was about to do was pressing down on him, keeping him in that spot. But it was something he wanted to do. For as painful as it might be, it still took him a moment to breathe, to steel himself, to steady his resolve, to cross that room and grab the handle of the tomb long since sealed in his dresser. It took him even longer to finally pull the drawer open. When he did, he didn't look inside. He just grabbed the key, shoved it into his pocket, and shut it again. The key was cold in his palm. It didn't quite fit there. It was too small. It felt fragile. He imagined he felt it breaking between his fingers. He went back downstairs without thinking about that anymore. Izuku was alone in the dining room, nursing a cup of coffee and scrolling through something on his phone, though he set it down when Katsuki walked in the room. He offered the Alpha a cup of his own, which Katsuki took only to set aside, dropping into the seat next to him. "I'm going to say something that's going to pisses you off." For a moment, Izuku just stared. Then, his eyebrows creased, coming together to form a V, or you could not. "I hate that apartment you were living in." Immediately, he saw the Omega bristling. Saw the anger and indignation written plainly on his face. Knew that if given the opportunity, he would lay into Katsuki. So Katsuki didn't give him that opportunity. "It's too small for the two of you, it's in a weird place in the city, and it's really far from the pack house. That last point is selfish of me, I know, but it's been bothering me." "Katsuki, do you really want to?" Katsuki slammed the key onto the table between them, lifted his palm so the Omega could see it. Izuku glared down at it, then up at him. Somehow, the Alpha found he couldn't meet his gaze. "It's going to take a little time, but if you decide to leave the pack house, then I want you to go live at my parents' house." Izuku stared down at the key, thin-lipped, skeptical. "Is this a joke?" "No. Why would?" First of all, why did you just? He pinched the bridge of his nose, took a deep breath. Okay, why would I go live at your parents' house? Have you been talking with them about this? You hadn't mentioned them, so I thought you weren't on speaking terms after school. My parents are dead. The words slipped out, those 4 words he never really let himself think about. He'd felt them crawling around his stomach before he'd promptly vomited them out. And now that they'd been said, he wasn't sure how to follow them up, wasn't sure how to explain it away, wasn't sure what else there really was left to say. Izuku, too, was stunned, half frozen in the middle of this sentence, realization slowly dawning on him. Katsuki ran a hand over the back of his neck. Car crash? Some drunk a-hole. Oh, Izuku's voice shook slightly, more than a hint of grief in his voice. He reached for Katsuki, seemingly without thinking, took his hand. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Katsuki shrugged. It's not like I've said anything about it. Yeah, but you knew about my mom, and I didn't. He stared at their hands, paused, hesitantly began intertwining them, one finger sliding together at a time. When did they? About 3 years ago. Another bell of realization immediately went off in Izuku's eyes. Right around the time you fell out of the ranks? Yeah. Though that was mostly unrelated. Didn't help any though. Katsuki paused, flicked the key closer to Izuku. Anyway, the house has been mostly abandoned since then. So it needs some attention before you and Kazue could move in. But it's in a safe neighborhood, good schools for Kazue, it's a place you know. And it's not too far from the pack house. So I'd rather you and Kazue go live there than your old apartment. Even as he talked, he was aware that Izuku was still caught up in the revelation of what had happened, still trying to process everything. He stared at the key, a strange light in his eyes, though he kept his and Katsuki's hands intertwined. The silence between them made his skin crawl, so Katsuki found himself talking again. I know you worked strong for what you have. I get there's some pride in that. But I'd feel better if you two were somewhere a little more, well, more. Immediately, Izuku snapped out of his trance. Yeah, thanks for that. Katsuki growled. It's what I feel. The Omega glared strong at him, then turned his attention back to the key. He chewed at his lip, returned his glare to Katsuki. Well, what would your plan be? I can call contractors today to check out any, no. I mean, if Kazue and I went to live at the house, or even back at my apartment, then where would you go? Would you stay here? Would you want to come with us? It was a question Katsuki was surprised he didn't have an answer for. He'd been so focused on getting the Omega and Pup somewhere safe, he'd never considered where he would be. And not to mention, he wasn't really sure what Izuku was asking. Did he want Katsuki to come with them? Was it an invitation? Something to gauge his commitment? But what about the pack? He was second in command. It couldn't be possible for him to just leave and move into an entirely different house, right? Well, Katsuki struggled to find the right words for a moment before eventually saying, I think that would have to be a conversation we would have later. Izuku rolled those words around long enough that the Alpha was convinced they must be the wrong ones to say. He was so convinced that he was absolutely shocked when the Omega eventually asked, You're not going to pawn this off as being a courting gift, right? No. He felt assured at least in saying that. I may not know a whole lot about courting, but I'm pretty confident offering an entire house falls outside of normal court gifting rituals. Well, I'm glad we at least agree on that, Izuku laughed. Besides, I've got your next gift ready already. The Omega looked a little shocked. Already? Yeah. But you just gave me that jacket. And you told me to consider this shopping trip a courting gift too. Yeah, so I wanted to get you something else. Izuku shook his head. All right, but you know I don't need a bunch of gifts. How many times do I have to tell you I intend to spoil you completely rotten? A grin slowly spread over the Omega's lips. As many times as it takes to sink in. Katsuki sat back with a groan. Guess I'll be saying it for the rest of my life. The Omega laughed, caught up in the moment. And that moment was a good moment, a happy one. Even if the key was still laid between them, a question mark, a reminder, something neither of them could ignore forever. Even if in that moment, they made sure to keep their hands from touching it. As much as Katsuki knew he was going to worry about Izuku being out of the house and out in public and without him there, he turned all that anxiety into focusing on playing with Kazue. The pup had endless energy, which he knew but was ever shocked by. Hours later, Katsuki found himself laid on the couch, Kazue sitting on his settee, playing absently with two of the hero figures from his and Izuku's room. He played mostly by himself, though every now and then, he would poke at Katsuki's face to make sure the alpha was still awake, earning a growl in return every time he did. It was in this state that the group found them when they returned, laughing amongst themselves. Kazue. Izuku's voice had the pup leaping up, Katsuki groaning at the sudden weight change on his body. Mommy. The pup leaped off the back of the couch, Izuku immediately throwing his arms out to catch him. Firecracker, you can't do that. Kazue squirmed to be higher in his Omega's arms, then poked at his nose. Mommy, I missed you. Through the fog of his initial panic, something satisfied settled into Izuku's body and he sighed. I missed you too. But please don't jump off the furniture anymore. The pup chirped, but whether it was an agreement or just a happy noise remained unclear. Did you have fun with Katsuki? Even at his name, Katsuki did not feel any immediate need to rise up from the couch. Kaken sleepy, the pup replied, matter-of-factly. Oh. Katsuki felt someone coming to stand over him, opened his eyes to find Izuku there with Kazue in his arms. He groaned, sat up, reached to take the pup. Weight limit. The Omega frowned deeply, but relinquished Kazue without a fight. So I'm guessing today went well for you too. Katsuki growled shortly, paused as Kazue tried to climb up onto his head, pulling the pup away in response. Yeah. It was fun. Izuku laughed as Katsuki gently set Kazue back down on the couch, the pup leaping off and going straight back to Izuku, tugging at his breathes with a whine, though the Omega only reached down to slide his head. How was shopping? Good. I can get the receipts from the bags. Kaminari brought my stuff in. Well, at least someone's watching out for your weight limit, Katsuki growled as Izuku led him upstairs, toward where the others had disappeared to. Oh, they took very good care of me. Despite having Kazue still hanging from his leg, Izuku somehow managed to keep walking forward, even if his pace was slowed somewhat. The pup was having quite a bit of a fun trying to keep him from moving at all, though he stopped when they reached the staircase and Izuku gave him a sharp look. He settled for grabbing Izuku's hand, then Katsuki's, the three slowly climbing the stairs together. At the top, Kazue shook his hands free and raced back toward their room, flinging the door open and leaping onto the bed, already rifling through the bags Kaminari had left there. To Katsuki's surprise, there was only a couple. He'd expected Izuku would pick up several things for Kazue and himself while out, though it seemed he hadn't, either through guilt of using Katsuki's card or because he was still in the old habits of just getting the essentials. It was going to be tough breaking him of those habits. But this was a start. As they entered the room, Kazue began yanking a large, green, fluffy blanket from inside the larger of the bags, though Izuku quickly grabbed it and stopped him. Mommy, what's that? It's for me, Firecracker. It's soft. Yup, the Omega pulled out a slip of paper, then another, and a final one, all of which he handed to Katsuki. I hope it wasn't too much. One glance at the totals told Katsuki the Omega had primarily shopped in the clearance section, which wasn't a bad thing. But it still irked some small part of his brain, some strange pride that felt a little squashed by Izuku's carefulness with his shopping. The two most expensive things, by far, were a new pair of shoes for Kazue and a single item from a heat shop. It seemed Izuku had gotten a high-quality nesting blanket. Katsuki was happy he'd at least splurged a little during the trip. While he inspected the receipts, Izuku pulled out the box of shoes and showed Kazue, who ran his hand over the detailing on the sides. Mommy, I love them. I'm glad you do, Firecracker. You want to put them on and make sure they fit? Yes. Izuku helped Kazue put the shoes on, made sure they fit, then told him to go walk around in them to see how they felt. When the pup immediately sprinted out of the room, he sighed, watching him race down the entire length of the pack house from the hallway. He did glance at Katsuki while Kazue tested out his new shoes. Is everything okay? Yes. Katsuki folded the receipts, pocketed them. You could have gotten more. Well, you didn't give me a budget, so I wasn't sure. Rest assured Izuku shopped me into bankruptcy in one day, I'd be impressed. Don't tempt me. The joke actually cracked a smile on both their lips. Then Kazue came crashing back into the room, jumping up and down and talking about how much he loved his new shoes. While Izuku and Kazue got things unpacked and settled in their room, Katsuki went back downstairs to make coffee for the two of them. Ida's afternoon coffee rule be demanded. He sure as hell needed one after spending so much time with Kazue, and he thought it might be nice to share a cup with Izuku after being apart for the day. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he hadn't particularly liked the Omega going out in public without him, even if his very capable pack members had been with him. The case was still crawling at his spine, the facts of Yokoyama having at least one partner and what the partner had done to their last victim made him want to break something. But nothing had happened, and from what he could tell, Izuku had enjoyed his time out shopping. It had been a good experience, a good step forward, and Katsuki had gotten to spend some time alone with Kazue, an opportunity he wouldn't have passed up for the world even if it had been absolutely exhausting. So no, this hadn't been a terrible thing. Even if his skin still didn't feel quite right. As much as he was distracted by his thoughts and the noise of the coffee pot, he didn't miss the soft footsteps entering the kitchen, turning over his shoulder to find Izuku carefully making his way over. In the light streaming through the windows, he looked a bit ethereal. Like Katsuki had imagined all that had happened, like he was simply a mirage from a past life. But when he stepped out of the light, he remained solid, present, though he was buzzing with a nervous energy that didn't help the feeling crawling up his arms. What's wrong? Nothing, the Omega shook his head. Why do you assume something is wrong every time I come to see you? Katsuki paused, tried to think back to the times Izuku had come to see him, how he had at almost every time asked him that exact question. He turned back to the coffee pot. Habit, I guess. You going to ask me now if I need something? Do you? Oh, I would ask if I did. The Omega leaned against the counter nearby, tilted his head toward the Alpha. I wanted to thank you for the courting gift. Katsuki paused, trying to remember if he'd already given Izuku his third gift, heard a laugh from his side. You know, the shopping trip. You did try to make the excuse that it was just a courting gift. Oh. Katsuki hid his fidgetiness by reaching for the coffee mugs. Right? You want a cup? Sure. Izuku shifted slightly. The growing nervousness between them was just irritating Katsuki, and he wasn't really sure how to itch. He glared at the coffee pot, wishing it would work faster. That nesting blanket looked nice. Oh yeah. I've, never really gotten a dedicated nesting blanket before. Really? Oh. I just used some old blankets and clothes. Baby clothes are nice and soft, and Kazue grew out of them so quickly, they were either going into my nest or get thrown away. He shrugged. It was fine. Like I said before, I don't keep a nest very often anyway. Still, Katsuki growled, scratched his jaw to keep from snapping. Well, whatever. You have some real nesting stuff now. And we can get you some more later. Why, Izuku played with his fingers, stared down at them. Katsuki wanted to ask him what was wrong, but he wasn't quite sure how to ask that question. So he glared forward at the coffee pot, feeling the tension rising between them until the Omega snapped it with a few words. Katsuki? Yeah. I was, thinking. He shifted, Katsuki looking to meet his gaze, though he was staring resolutely at the floor. I know it's been, a little rocky during this courting. He paused, and in that pause, Katsuki felt his stomach dropping. He somehow knew the words were coming, the rejection he'd long been fearing, and standing here before it, he didn't know how to react, how to cope, with it finally having come true. But Izuku kept playing with his hands, and he smiled, and it made Katsuki pause, made him hold his breath, and even though it's been a bit strange, I've, really enjoyed it. Hanging out with you again. The jacket. Dancing was nice. You're really trying, and I see that, and I appreciate it. He fell silent, and in that silence, Katsuki felt the expectation of his response. For as unsure as he was very certain in what he said next. I told you I was serious about wanting to court you. We never did do that right when we were kids. Maybe if we had, things would have turned out different. He paused as the coffee pot dinged. His hands kept busy by preparing their coffees as he spoke. I don't intend to make those mistakes again. I don't know if it's too late for us or if it's just not meant to be, but I wanted to try again and I wanted to try to do it right. Well, despite everything, I think you've done a good job of it. Izuku accepted the coffee when Katsuki offered it, but almost immediately set it back down. Thank you for what you've done. It hasn't gone unappreciated. Anything, Izuku. Anything, anytime. It was easier to focus on his coffee. The Omega's nervousness and his discomfort were making his palms itch. The warmth of the mug helped a little. I know you've done a lot for me already, but I wanted to ask for something. He wasn't really sure why a task was what helped to ease the tension, helped him to meet the Omega's gaze, though Izuku was still staring at his hands. Of course. What do you need? He swallowed. Shifted. Katsuki wasn't sure what it was, but as they stood there, something changed. Izuku stopped playing his hands, let them drop to his side. He frowned deeply, then looked up, met Katsuki's eyes, something steely and determined in him. It was such a sudden change that Katsuki stiffened, unsure what was going to happen next, halfway convinced the Omega might still want to break up with him. And then, Katsuki, I'd like you to send me. A new silence crept between them. A heart-pounding, not-so-quiet silence. Katsuki found himself unsure how to react, unsure what to do. It seemed like such a simple request. But he knew what it really meant. That the Omega was asking for a progression in their relationship. That he was asking for more. And he wasn't really sure what to do now. The longer he just stood there, the more that steely look started to fade from Izuku's eyes. That is, if you're comfortable with that. I mean, if you're not ready, no, it's not that, Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck, searched for the words that always seemed to escape him. Are you sure about this, Izuku? Izuku snorted, shook his head. Somehow, his words helped the Omega to relax, had him leaning back slightly, a little, familiar slump to his posture. You know, I know that consent is CC and all that, but seriously, Katsuki, if I say yes the first time, you don't need to keep asking. Kind of kills the mood if you're too busy just making sure I want what I've already told you I do. I'll tell you if I want you to stop. But if you want this, then I'm telling you it's okay. When they'd been kids, it had always been a teasing sort of exchange. A hint, a little nudge, and a joke to lead the way. And he supposed things hadn't changed. That this was still their song and dance. And it was familiar. And it was comforting. But what was different was when the Omega stepped closer, when he took the cup from Katsuki's hands to set aside. When he reached to make the first touch, a few fingers along the Alpha's jawline. I want this if you do too. Maybe he was overreacting. Maybe he was thinking way too much about it. Izuku just said it was okay for him to send him. But somehow he knew it meant so much more than just that. This was the first step they were taking together. And maybe they were a little behind. Maybe most people started mutual scenting right after courting started. But this felt like so much more than just that. And it was what Katsuki wanted. Even if he had scented the Omega before, many times before, he knew this was different. So he moved slowly but with purpose. Brushing hair back from the Omega's neck, moving forward, claiming a space that was his, no theirs. Izuku stayed where he was, let Katsuki take up their space, let him move close enough that the Alpha could feel breath on his neck. You going to embrace me? There was a smile and a laugh in his question. I want to. Izuku laughed. Rested his arms on the Alpha's shoulders. Well, you going to beg for it? A growl rose up Katsuki's throat before he could stop it. For as much as he might have been afraid that the Omega would react badly to that, he felt a shiver go up Izuku's spine, a slight quiver in his fingertips, something that drew him closer, like a magnet, until their lips pressed together. It was not their first embrace, but it felt a bit like it. There was a moment of learning, a moment of hesitation between both of them, before Izuku pressed forward and Katsuki returned in kind, growling at the back of his throat. The embrace itself didn't last very long, a small noise breaking between them when they pulled away. As much as Katsuki wanted to focus just on those lips, he was drawn to the Omega's neck, to the scent that was dripping along him, the pull of how sweet he tasted. It had always been his favorite to tease the Omega's scent gland when they'd been kids. Now it wasn't quite the same. He folded his lips over that small part of his neck with a hunger he didn't know he had, sated only when Izuku shivered again, when his breathing shook and his fingers dug into his skin. He smelled like summer nights. He still tasted like honey. Katsuki trailed an embrace over Izuku's scent gland, found the little spots left from Yokoyama's bite, pulled back. He hesitated, remembering very vividly the horrible wounds that had decorated the Omega not so long ago, remembering the BLD and the smell of fear and revolting lust. Katsuki. The Omega's voice was quiet. But it was a beacon. A light through the horrible memories. The pull back to this moment, their moment. This was only theirs. Nothing anyone else had done before could spoil it. He wouldn't allow it. So he embraced those spots, rubbed against it, mixed his scent with the Omega's, felt a little more at ease, felt the Omega melting in his arms, felt the hum that vibrated through Izuku's ear. And, very suddenly, he felt the tension returning. It came as a zing, as the Omega straightening up, so much so that he nearly knocked into Katsuki's teeth. The Alpha growled, spun over his shoulder, and saw Kazue standing there. There was nothing but sheer horror on the pup's face. He stood with his hands outstretched toward them, shivering, his scent soured so much that the moment Katsuki caught a whiff of it, he wanted to be sick. He couldn't really understand why the pup looked so horrified, until he reached again, said, "Alpha. Mommy." It all made sense very suddenly and very sickeningly. The last time Kazue had seen an Alpha in Izuku's space as he had been Yokoyama, when he'd been assaulting the Omega. The last time he might have smelled the scent of arsenic in the air would have been during the attack. It all made so much sense. Kazue looked at what was happening, and he thought Katsuki was attacking his mom all over again. "Kazue, listen." Izuku pushed Katsuki aside and Katsuki let him, but they both froze when Kazue shrieked. "Stop!" He screamed, his hands still reaching forward. "Don't hurt my mommy." Somehow, in the moments that followed, Katsuki knew what was happening. He could have never predicted it. But he knew. He knew when he saw the little sparks race across Kazue's palms, felt the sudden shifting of air in the room, felt as heat began expanding around him. He couldn't reach the pup in time. But he did manage to grab Izuku, to curl around him, to protect him, as an explosion ripped through the kitchen, searing up and along his back, as his pup shrieked and Izuku screamed and everything began crumbling around them. For a moment, Katsuki only knew what had happened previously. He was only aware of the events that had transpired. Of Kazue walking into the kitchen. Of the pup's absolute horror. Of the sparks that lit up on his palms. The present didn't catch up to him until he felt Izuku grab him and try to hold him up as his knees gave way under him. "Katsuki, are you okay?" Katsuki growled, tried to get back on his feet, tried to move his arm, only for searing pain to race up his side. "What? Where are you hurt? Let me see." A hand brushed over his shoulder, Katsuki nearly howling at the second wave of pain that overcame him. He caught Izuku's face paling. "Katsuki, you have to go to the hospital." "No." "What happened? What was that?" The shout came from the other room, maybe from the other floor. "Call for help. Katsuki's hurt. The kitchen's on fire." "Fire? What happened to Bakugo?" "Hit the sprinklers." The shouting overcame the house just as an alarm started blaring. Ida had installed sprinklers a couple years previously after a spat between Katsuki and Todoroki. They'd remained unused until that moment, as a torrent of water crashed onto his back. This time, he couldn't hold back a howl, arching away from the pain in his body. Over his own pain, he heard another voice, a small one, shriek and start to sob. "Kazue." Despite the pain, despite the fact that his vision was tunneling, Katsuki tried to look for the pup, saw only Izuku, saw BLD streaming down his arm, running from a jagged wound near his shoulder. The Omega was hurt too. He hadn't been able to protect him. And now Kazue was crying too. Was he hurt as well? Had Katsuki failed him just as badly? "Kaz," he called, "it's all right?" "Why yeah, firecracker. It'll be okay. We're going to." Izuku froze as if struck by lightning. And Katsuki knew why. A new, powerful scent was flooding the room, over the rushing water and the smell of ash and burning wood and dust. A new alpha scent. It was distinct, a campfire set in a pine forest. Burning wood. Charcoal. Embers nestled in fresh kindling. And an inferno. A roaring, consuming, burning fire. The scent rushed over all of them, holding them in place. Although Katsuki had never smelled it before, he knew that scent. And he knew Izuku did as well. They both looked at Kazue, saw his little form shaking, staring at blistered hands, the scent rolling off of him in palpable waves. Instinct drew Katsuki and Izuku both toward the strong scent of their pup's distress. Without the dampening, sweet pup scent, the real force of his terror hit them, had even Katsuki, as injured as he was, reaching for him. Izuku got there first, grabbed onto him, wrapped him up, tried to quash his new alpha scent with his more calming omega scent. Shoo, 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 firecracker. Fish. It's okay. It's okay. Mommy. Shoo. Katsuki had nearly reached the two, but the pain found its way through the pole to comfort them, had Katsuki stumbling, caught by strong arms that held him up. He glimpsed a flash of red, saw as someone else wrapped around Izuku and Kazu, added their scent to the omegas. Kirishima and Uraraka. The hell happened? The beta sounded shaky. No doubt he was under the effect of Kazue's new scent as well. Kazue Katsuki could hear the tears in Izuku's voice. He didn't mean to. It was an accident. The omega and beta paused, caught in the realization of what that meant. Kirishima shifted first, watching the pup. Firecracker. Right. Katsuki snapped his jaws. Easy there, man. You're not looking too good. You just take a load off. We'll take care of things now. You need help too, Deku, Uraraka said. No, Izuku sniffed. Kazue and Katsuki first. The other omega sighed. How about you all go together? That a good compromise? Tsu and Kaminari suddenly barreled into the room, Kaminari holding a fire extinguisher like he was 100% sure he had known this day would come, like he had practiced holding that fire extinguisher with the expectation of having to use it. Tsu, on the other hand, simply had a phone pressed to her ear, watching as the beta spun around, looking for a fire to put out. Unfortunately for him, the sprinklers had taken care of everything except for the smoking remains. Fire department is coming, Tsu said. Tell them we're going to need at least one ambulance. Maybe two, Uraraka said, Tsu nodding sharply. Oh, Kirishima perked up slightly, and maybe call Ida and let him know. The beta smiled, very clearly nervous. Tsu just stared at him. You're the head beta. Besides, I'm on the phone with emergency services. But Kirishima tried to gesture toward Katsuki, but he quickly deflated. Oh, all right, fine. The paramedics took one look at both Katsuki and Izuku and one sniff of Kazue and loaded all three of them into ambulances. Katsuki quickly realized Izuku and his pup were to be transported in a different ambulance, and no matter how much he hissed and growled, that wasn't going to change. On the way, it also became quickly clear that his injuries and status as a hero meant he was put on the fast track to the burn unit. He didn't have an option. He didn't get a chance to see Izuku or Kazue once they arrived at the hospital. He didn't have a chance to say anything before N4 was put into his arm, and he was promptly knocked out to be wheeled straight into treatment. The next time he woke, it was to annoyingly sterile ceiling tiles and terribly bright lights. But it was also to a familiar, calming scent. It was perhaps only the presence of that scent that kept him from immediately trying to leap up. Izuku sat next to him, leaned over his knees, typing something out on his phone. He looks at, which meant he was only keeping up his calm scent for Katsuki's sake. There were new bandages on the Omega's arm. The sight of them roused Katsuki, had him trying to sit up. As soon as he did, Izuku was there, pushing him back down. Hey, lay down. Rest, relax. Where's Kazue? As unhappy as he was about Izuku being hurt, he was there and he was fine, which meant all Katsuki needed to know was where the pup was. He needed to know what had happened to him, needed all the information so he could decide what he had to do next. Doctors are looking after him. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, green curls still unruly. He presented as an alpha. Yeah, I noticed. So yeah, they have to give him a presentation treatment. Katsuki growled, shifted uncomfortable in his bed. His side was starting to hurt a little, but he ignored it. Yeah. I remember that bullshit. A quiet fell between them. Katsuki tilted his head slightly, saw the Omega playing with his fingers, water welling in his eyes. Hey, he reached out, placed a hand over Izuku's. He'll be okay. It's normal. Every alpha has to go through an initial presentation treatment. I know. It'll just help calm him down a little. I know. Katsuki paused. Felt Izuku still trying to play with his fingers, even as his hand laid over them. What's wrong? He shook his head. Tell me. It's fine. It's obviously not. You're freaking out. I said it's fine. Are you worried about him? Oh. Well, I mean yes, but that's not it. Then what is it? Izuku tore his hands away from Katsuki, clasped them together, pressed them to his forehead, tried to take a deep breath, air rattling through clenched teeth. When he squeezed his eyes shut, the first tears slipped out. The doctors said I can't be in the room with him. Yeah. Something to do with sense? I know why, Katsuki. But I'm not there. He needs me and I'm not there for him. It suddenly made a lot of sense, and it wasn't just what Izuku said that fit everything together. It was also what he hadn't said. That yes, Kazue needed him. But he also needed Kazue. He'd never been away from the pup at such a critical time. Not unless it was against his will. There was a lot of anxiety and trauma in their separation, for both Kazue and Izuku. For as awful as Izuku was feeling, Kazue had to be feeling worse, alone, knowing his parents were hurt, going through presenting as an alpha. All the uncomfortableness of that event itself added onto the fact of Kazue's distrust of alphas to begin with. And Izuku knew all of that. He was thinking about all of that, on top of his own growing hurt and anxieties. Katsuki could see it building under his skin, a sort of pressure that was going to make the Omega explode if he didn't get to comfort his pup soon. Just as Izuku knew all of this, Katsuki recognized it as well. Slowly, despite Izuku's immediate protestation and the pain that flared along his body, Katsuki sat up, let out a hissed breath with a steady stream of curses. How bad am I? He asked between growls. Izuku startled a bit, drew away, but Katsuki pressed forward. Just tell me. The Omega still paused, long enough that Katsuki felt his lip twitching. Then he reached forward, pushing the alpha back down. You had burns all along your right side. Mostly severely on your shoulder. But you also twisted some muscles in your back. Your doctors healed you up as best they could, but they are worried about your old injuries acting up. You need to rest. I can rest on my feet. Past Izuku's attempts to keep him in bed, Katsuki sat up. His back twinged a little as he twisted to put his feet on the ground and his side throbbed unpleasantly. Nothing he couldn't handle. What about you? Your arm. Izuku, still trying to shove him back into bed, paused, blinked. When he didn't immediately react otherwise, Katsuki brushed a hand over the new bandages, drawing the Omega's attention to them. Doctors fixed me up a little. What about you? Just a couple stitches. I'm still too close to my hospitalization for them to use any quirks to help me. Katsuki growled, used Izuku's distraction to stand. As long as you're okay, I guess. Stay here. I'll go check on Kazue. Again, the Omega was left blinking in shock. But Katsuki, I'm an alpha. When I presented, my mom was allowed to stay with me since she was also an alpha. I'll make sure Kazue isn't alone. But, this time, Izuku bit down on his tongue. He chewed on it for a moment, lowered his hands. Please be careful, Katsuki. You won't be doing him any favors by hurting yourself more. Yeah. Katsuki took a first experimental step, found he didn't collapse as soon as his weight shifted, hissed out a breath. Then he took another step forward. It wasn't a particularly comfortable process. But he could walk. And he could rest once he got to Kazue. As he passed Izuku, he brushed a lock of hair from his face, though the Omega was distracted. No doubt thinking of Kazue. He did acknowledge the gesture with a little tilt of his head toward Katsuki, but otherwise remained where he was. He still smelled a little like the alpha. They'd been interrupted from a proper scenting, but there was still a lingering feel of their combined scents. And that was comforting. Somehow, it was very comforting. Katsuki let that scent soak into him as he passed the Omega, as he stumbled into the hallway, drawing the immediate attention of some of the nurses. Obviously this wasn't a hospital he'd been to very often, because none of them grimaced as they came over to stop him. "I need to see Katsuki Midoriya," he said before any of them could speak. The nurses just blinked at him, one still valiantly trying to help him return to his room. He refused her assistance, shrugging off her hand. "Katsuki is my pup. He just presented as an alpha. I need to be with him." No. It still took a little, or maybe quite a bit, of convincing, but the nurses eventually realized he was not going to be swayed. So they agreed to take him to the pup's room, but only if he agreed to lay down and relax. And they threatened to put him in a wheelchair, though quickly abandoned the idea and simply support him down the hallway. In a different wing of the hospital, Katsuki was eventually confronted by a door with a red label placed on it. That little flag irked him, itched at his alpha brain. It was as if that flag was signaling something wrong with what was beyond it, something dangerous or hazardous. And he didn't like it one little bit. The nurses backed away before allowing him to open the door, neither of them being alphas. He knocked first, but didn't wait for someone to say something, opening the door and stepping inside. He was almost instantly struck frozen by the scent that flooded over him. Kazue's new alpha scent was still both strangely familiar and completely new. Mixed with that scent was a very familiar sour note of distress and a muddled, muted, drugged scent, a side effect of the treatment. The scent drew Katsuki's eyes to a huge, starkly empty bed with a tiny, curled-up figure at its center. The little pup had balled himself up, an four in his arm, his eyes distant and almost unseeing, his thumb in his mouth, skinging absently. Those eyes cleared as they settled on Katsuki, as recognition and realization overcame him. "Kaken!" The pup reached for him, started sobbing as the alpha crossed the room to scoop him up, to hold him, to comfort him. He was stopped by a hand, held in place by a new scent he didn't recognize, the realization that they weren't alone in that room. "Hey!" A nurse, smelling strongly of alpha, kept hold of Katsuki. "You can't be in here. This is a private." Katsuki snapped his jaw, the nurse letting him go but stepping closer to Kazue, the pup drawing away from him. It took every ounce of Katsuki's self-control not to growl at the other alpha. "He's my pup. Ask the nurses outside. You can go. I'll stay with him." The nurse was not convinced and he remained unconvinced until another nurse confirmed that Katsuki was, in fact, Kazue's alpha. Only then did he allow the alpha to go to his pup, to wrap him up, to settle him at his neck, letting out a relaxed scent to soothe the pup. Unfortunately, he still had scent blockers on from his patrol earlier, so his scent wasn't as strong as it could be and Kazue kept crying, arms wrapped around his neck, tears smearing against his skin. It was strong to hear his pup cry like that. It was strong to hold him and smell just how conflicted he was. To be trying to help him only for it to not be working. At the least, it felt good to hold him, to look at him and see that although he was upset, he was unhurt. Katsuki could fix the tears. He could make them dry up. As long as Kazue wasn't hurt, he could fix everything else. The nurse helped to lay him down in the bed, told him what to keep an eye out for, and finally left them alone. Once alone, Katsuki was able to wrap the pup in a blanket, to hush him, to rock him as he'd seen Uraraka and Yayarosa do with their pups. Kazue whimpered and whined, but slowly, eventually he settled, his scent calming. He rested against Katsuki's iti, half buried in his neck, and began drifting, dozing off and on. And when he finally stopped crying, Katsuki felt the tightened muscles in his shoulders unwind, felt the tension fading away, until he, too, could take a deep breath and lay more comfortably in the bed. Time passed, or maybe not all that much time, before a doctor came to check on them, surprised initially by Katsuki's presence, though he very quickly got over his shock and checked over the sleepy pup. Kazue was reacting well to the treatment, he announced, and would soon be given his first dose of regulators, which he would be on until he hit PBRTY. The regulators would help to keep him able to control his more instinct-driven emotions and scent until the added hormones kicked in and he was old enough to regulate his scent and behavior more easily himself. Katsuki vaguely remembered being on regulators, having to take the medicine every day, though he didn't remember much else. In the end, getting Kazue on the regulators quickly was for the better. Once he was stable enough, they could go home. And that would be best. To just get home to relax and be together without the strange sense around them, with Izuku able to join them, to help comfort the pup as he always did. That's what Kazue really needed. So it was good news. When the doctor left, Kazue snuggled deeper into Katsuki's scent gland and mumbled something into his neck. What did you say? The pup growled, Alpha. The doctor won't hurt you, Kaz. No, the pup hiccuped, rubbed against Katsuki. Alpha. Katsuki ran a hand over his back. Yeah, you're an alpha, firecracker. Immediately, Kazue pushed at his face. No. It's all right. You don't have to, and Kazue squirmed, but Katsuki held on to him. No, Alpha. No, firecracker. No. He swung his hands, Katsuki trying not to flinch as he struck his face. Kazue, stop. No. Sparks started dancing along the pup's hands, the air in the room warming alarmingly. Knowing he didn't have time to think, Katsuki pressed the pup back to his neck as Kazue burst into tears again, resisting for a few moments before his palms stopped sparking, before he stilled, before taking in his alpha's relaxed scent. He wrapped his little arms around Katsuki's neck, sniffled, shivered. Settled. Slowly. Eventually. And Katsuki just held him. Just kept holding him close. Once Kazue was quiet, save for the occasional sniffle or whine, Katsuki rubbed against him, ran a hand over his cheeks to clear his tears away. Kazue, listen to me. The pup hummed, dug himself a little more into the alpha's shirt. Listen, Kaz, it's okay. It's okay to be an alpha, the pup tensed, but he kept talking. Being an alpha isn't a bad thing. Kazue growled, the sound ringing through his Alpha hurt mommy? No. Katsuki shifted the pup to be a little more comfortable. No, Kazue, a bad person hurt your mom. He was a bad person. If he'd heard nothing, the pup growled once again, Alpha. His stubbornness wasn't really a shock. But it was a problem to overcome. So Katsuki sat back, tried to think, shuffled through useless word after useless word. Until he remembered words that were not his own. Words said to him a long time ago. Words he'd never really considered very much, even in the moments he maybe should have. But laying there, his own body still aching, his pup pressed near his heart, they trickled back to him, one at a time, words spoken from the one person he maybe would have wanted to reach out to in that moment, to ask what he could do for his pup. Even if he couldn't reach out, her words still came to him, spoken confidentially, with red eyes blazing and a familiar grin ringing out in each one. Listen, Kazue, he said, hoping the pup actually was hearing him, alphas aren't just big, mean people. We have very important duties to those around us. They look to us to help keep them safe, to guide them, to always be our best. He paused, couldn't tell if Kazue was paying attention. So you have to be your very best. Do you hear me? Kazue curled up on his izimami. What about your mom? The pup nibbled discontentedly at his neck. Mommy, your mom's in another room. You can see him in a little bit. The pup squirmed, growled, nibbled again at his ear. He offered the pup his fingers, Kazue gnawing at them. With the presentation of his first alpha hormones, his biting instinct would probably get worse until he settled on his regulators. Katsuki knew that, so he didn't mind the pup chewing on his hand. Kazue nibbled absently for a moment longer, then growled, Mommy? You can see your mom soon. No, Kazue whined, squirmed. Just be patient. No, Mommy. Surprise made Katsuki pause. Kazue began chewing on his hand again, biting down a little harder than before, strong enough that Katsuki growled back and drew his hand away. Why don't you want to see your mom? Kazue leaned against Katsuki, curled up just as he had so many times before. Then he ran a hand over Katsuki's shoulder, the alpha hiding a wince. Kaken hurt. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Kazue pushed at the alpha's face again. You lie. Kaken hurt. Mommy hurt. I saw it. Well, he did have a point. He had seen both his alpha and omega hurt by the explosion. The doctors helped us. It's fine, see. I don't have bandages or anything. Despite Katsuki's reassurance, the pup growled, buried himself into Katsuki's iti. It was more than a little frustrating to try to do this alone. Izuku wasn't there to lend him support. He didn't have Kirishima or Uraraka or anyone else from the pack. It was just him, and the few words he remembered from his parents. Unfortunately, the pack hadn't had to deal with either Takahiro or Fumiko presenting yet, so there wasn't a past experience to pull from. He had to do this all on his own, while also dealing with all the complications of his quirk having presented as well. And a dangerous quirk at that. Through all the worry about his secondary gender revelation, Katsuki really hadn't had a chance to think about his quirk. His first thought was that Kazue's quirk was not exactly like his own. Katsuki's explosions came from his palms. Kazu hadn't seemed to. The pup had been across the room. His hands had sparked up, then the air had shifted around him and Izuku, and an explosion had hit him at point-blank range. A powerful explosion. So no, it didn't seem to be quite the same. And even if it was still way more powerful than Katsuki would have expected. Even when he himself had presented, his quirk hadn't been that powerful. Katsuki had heard tale of a quirk singularity building, the fact that pups were being born with incredibly powerful quirks, but he hadn't been faced with it quite like this. His pup had a powerful, dangerous quirk. It was something they were going to have to deal with. And that first step of dealing with it was this moment, with him and Kazue, alone, in that hospital bed. And he was absolutely lost on where to even begin. But he had to start somewhere. So Katsuki pulled Kazue up, the pup growling, trying to get back to Nestle into his scent gland, but Katsuki kept him up with one hand and showed his other palm. He let a few sparks dance along his fingers and the pup drew back immediately, his little fists clenched tightly. It's all right. They're not hurting anyone. Katsuki let the sparks continue, not quite enough to cause any smoke, just enough for a bit of a light show. At first, Kazue cowered away from his hand, but the more time went on with nothing happening, he drew a little closer, a slow fascination changing his fear to curiosity. Once the pup had settled and was caught in the wonder of watching the sparks, Katsuki let them fade away. Kazue tilted his head, reached to touch his palm, drawing away with an excited gasp. Kaken, your hand is hot. Sure's. Didn't hurt you though, right? The pup showed him his hands, healed from his earlier wounds and unburned by Katsuki's palm. No. Right? But you've watched the news with Izuku, right? When I stop villains. Yeah. Kazue bounced excitedly. You fly around and go boom boom boom. And then you yell bad words and the villains stop being mean. Right? I use my quirk to stop villains. See? He showed his palm again, the sparks lighting up. My quirk's dangerous. It can hurt people. I use it to stop villains all the time. But if I control it, it's not dangerous at all. Kazue gazed up at him, maybe piecing together what he was saying, maybe not. He could only hope the pup had some sort of inkling as to what he was trying to say. Kazu, you have a quirk now too? The change was immediate. While he had been smiles and excitement before, Kazue slumped down, clenched his hands, shivered. He whimpered, fell onto Katsuki's esteem, trying to hide. Katsuki pulled him back up, despite his continued whining. Listen, you have a very special quirk, like I do. I use my quirk to stop villains. And you can use your quirk to do good things too. I'll help you learn to control it, all right? The pup whined, perhaps not quite understanding what he was saying, but Katsuki wasn't really sure how else to describe it. So he let the pup burrow into his neck, rubbed his back. It'll be okay, he said. I promise it'll be okay. Maybe it was too much to ask for the little pup to understand everything the first time. Maybe he was expecting too much. Maybe this hadn't been enough. Or maybe it had. It was strong to tell. But he tried. And maybe that was all that mattered. It'll be okay, he promised. I'll help you. You'll be a better alpha than I ever was. Even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't fair to push such a responsibility onto the pup. But he felt it too deeply to just ignore. He wanted Kazue to be so much better than he ever could hope to be. And he'd help the pup to reach that goal. He'd be there to push him to be better. That was all he could do. He didn't say anything else after that, nor did Kazue open the conversation back up. In fact, he snuggled against Katsuki's scent gland and started drifting off to sleep again, the alpha content to hold him and let him rest. The doctor came in soon after and gave him his first dose of regulators. After about 15 minutes, there was a knock at the door and Izuku strolled in. Although still dozing, once his Omega entered the room, the space filling with his scent. Kazue stirred, whimpered, reached blindly, knowing the Omega was nearby. Izuku sat next to the bed, stroked Kazue's head, purred softly, let the pup nibble at his fingers as well. Seeing pup and Omega reunited, Katsuki sat back, closed his eyes, sighed at the pain still aching at his back. The doctor had also given him a check over and suggested for him to just rest for a couple of days, that he should be fine but to come back if the pain persisted. A fairly simple plan, even if it did mean he was going to be sore for the rest of the day. A second knock surprised Katsuki, had him sitting quickly up as the door opened and a familiar white helmet stuck its way in. "May I come in?" Ida asked. Katsuki growled. "You look ridiculous walking around here in that. I was in the middle of patrol and I must go back to the agency after this. No time to change." Ida put a fist to presumably where his mouth would be if he wasn't wearing a helmet and coughed. "I wanted to address the obvious with everyone first." Izuku immediately tensed, watching Ida closely, while Katsuki leaned back in bed. Yayarozu's always hated that kitchen. Guess she's ecstatic. Yes. Well, while not ideal, we have been wanting to expand the house on that side and it does present a good opportunity nonetheless. As Ida and Katsuki spoke, the Alpha could feel the Omega's confusion without having to look at him. When the Pack Alpha spoke next, it was directly to Izuku. "Worry not. We've been expecting some sort of mishap one way or the other to occur. You can't put all of the pack in one house and not have something happen. I'm actually surprised it's taken this long for a room to be completely demolished. Although you and Todoroki certainly tried, Bakugo." Katsuki snapped his jaw. That a-hole needed a good butt kicking. "Well anyway," Ida nodded to Izuku, "I'm just glad to see you both were not hurt too severely. I've contacted a good quirk evaluator connected to my family's agency. She'll be able to assess Kazue's quirk and help him learn some initial control. Then I'm sure we can take over in teaching him how to use it properly. As long as that's all right with you, Midoriya." Izuku was quiet for a moment, though he startled when Katsuki flicked his arm. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. You didn't have to do that." "Nonsense. It's our job as current heroes and packmates of Bakugo's to make sure his pup is given the proper attention. Especially since we know his Alpha's proclivity toward violence. But don't assume anything of my kid. It's not an assumption, it's an assertion. After all, pups take after their parents in all the bad ways as well as the good. It's just a part of life." "Yeah, when are you going to curb that attitude on your pup?" Katsuki enjoyed getting to snip a little at Ida, but the Pack Alpha laughed. "Ochako and I are working strong every day. But Fumiko is our pup. In the end, she has to choose to calm down a little. All we can do is lead her in the right direction." Katsuki scoffed, ruffled Kazue's hair when the pup looked at him curiously. While the two Alphas had been talking, Izuku had looked between them, a bewildered expression barely concealed on his face. "Wait, you're not mad?" "Of course not. Why would I be? If it wasn't Kazue, then it was probably going to be Bakugo, or Todoroki, or Kaminari. Kirishima, Mina, Siro might join in if it's chaotic enough. My mate if she's pushed far enough. And that's not including any of our honorary pack members." Ida made some strange gesture that included waving his arms in the air. "We've been preparing for this day long enough. I'm just glad those sprinklers worked. They were a good investment after all." Well, Izuku ran a hand through his hair. I thought this was going to be a very different conversation." "So I see," Ida shook his head. "Don't worry about the kitchen. We'll take care of it. Once Shinso's heat is over, we'll have contractors in to start looking at the damage. It'll probably have to all be torn out, but it does give way to that expansion we desperately need. With pups between the three pairs and Kirishima and Mina well on their way to a mating, plus whatever relationship Jiro is having with her secret partner, we're likely to need the extra space." Izuku blinked. "Vitro, yes. She's quite private about it, but she's been courting someone for several months now." "Wait, she's courting someone? But she's an Omega." "Indeed. Though from what I understand, It's a reciprocated relationship. Ida shrugged. She asked the pack to not get involved, so we've tried to stay out of it. Unless it gets any more serious, we have no reason to interfere. Right. Izuku glanced to Katsuki, as if he would have anything to say about anything. He just turned to Kazue, who was chewing on his own fingers. The alpha pulled his hand out of his mouth and offered his hand, which the pup bit at, favoring the still warm parts near his palm. Well, guess thank you. Sorry for any trouble it's caused. The Omega bowed, which was the first time Katsuki had seen him do such a thing to the pack alpha. Ida, too, seemed to recognize the gesture, his demeanor changing, nodded back as the Omega rose. As I said, don't worry about this, Midoriya. We will take care of it. And rest up. We all want to see you back on your feet sooner rather than later. Right, I will. Thank you. The pack alpha nodded one more time, raising his hand. I'll see you both at the pack house later. All right. Goodbye. Get out already, loser. Katsuki. Kazue stopped chewing for a moment to stare at him before resuming once the pack alpha had left. Once he had, Izuku sighed. You're going to teach Kazue bad manners? Tisich, Katsuki poked the pup's nose, eliciting a shriek of joyful indignation. Do as I say, not as I do. That's an awful parenting technique. It's what we're going with in this moment. The Omega wilted a little in defeat. Only about an hour later, the doctors came to check on all three of them one last time before discharging them, telling Katsuki to rest for the remainder of the day. Katsuki made no promises, though Izuku did, saying he'd make sure the alpha didn't strain himself. While they did offer him a wheelchair, he refused and nobody seemed keen to try to fight him on it, not even Izuku. Despite his weight limit, Izuku did take Kazue from Katsuki, obviously needing the contact. As much as Katsuki didn't like to just let him take the pup, he recognized as much as the Omega needed to hold him, the pup needed to be held by his Omega. The regulators had helped to calm him, but there was simply nothing better than the comfort that Izuku could offer. So he allowed it, but he kept a close eye on them and made sure Izuku kept most of the pup's weight on his unbroken arm. Kirishima had texted to say Ida had dropped the car off for Katsuki to drive the three back, so they left the hospital in search of where the pack alpha had parked it. Even with Yokoyama gone, the sense of an unknown threat out in the world had Katsuki lingering close to the Omega, had him slinging an arm around his shoulder, drawing him and Kazue close as they distractedly wandered the parking lot, looking for the car. It was like this that the three turned and realized a photographer was standing there by chance, purpose, or sheer dumb luck. The four stared at each other. Not really knowing what to do, Katsuki supposed. That is, until the camera flashed, capturing the three of them. Standing there, and Katsuki's alpha brain roared to life, had him stomping and snarling and shouting toward the photographer, Izuku trying to stop him while Kazue laughed and the photographer began grinning from ear to ear. The second and third photos all captured those moments as well. By the time they got back to the pack house, news had already dropped. It had taken less than an hour for the photos to be posted on social media with the realization that the Ground Zero, the number 4 hero himself, Japan's most eligible alpha, was, in fact, courting someone. Someone with a pup even. Katsuki took one glance at his phone, at just how many messages he had, and turned it immediately off. He noticed Izuku had not looked at his yet, that he was staring pointedly forward, his face still flushed red. Kazue just kicked happily in his car seat, oblivious to anything wrong in the world at all. Just inside the pack house, nearly everyone was gathered in the living room, specifically around the television, with a breaking news bulletin flashing the photo of the three of them, plastering them all across the screen. As if in a comedy, everyone turned to the three as they walked in. And nobody said anything. Until, that is, Kaminari quite intelligently said, "Ooh, busted."